Crisis Core talk again. If you want to just briefly introduce yourselves.
I'm Skate for a living. I'll be commentating today.
Yeah, I'm Dessa3579, or Dessa for short, and I'm the runner for Team Choco today.
I'm rinimt, or just Rini, and I will be the runner for Team Mod.
Okay. Is everybody ready?
Yes, I'm
Yep.
ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck to you, Rini.
Alright, so what we have for you all today is Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII. It was exclusively released for the PSP in 2007 in Japan, 2008 everywhere else. Both of our runners will be on console today, so they're running on actual PSPs. This game, I believe, takes place 3 years before 7. So you have an intro here, kind of similar to the original 7. Plays a lot of homage to the original FF7, showing things before, showing the backstory behind Zack and everyone else. We're looking at about probably 5.5, 6 hours, and it'll be a good one. So on Team Mog, we have rinimt, forever pretty much the queen of Crisis Core. She's been running this game as long as I've been speedrunning, 5 years or so now.
It's closer to 6 at this point.
Team Choco, we have Dessa, newcomer to Crisis Core, currently the world record holder for console. So between the two, we're definitely going to have a really good race today, I think. And yeah, I guess right off the bat you might notice Rini is playing on the English version of the game, and Dessa is playing on the PAL version of the game. And these two cases, it's going to be the exact same in terms of time. You're not losing any time to text or anything like that. The Japanese version is a little bit different, but it's not here today. And I guess if it wasn't clear, we're running the new game category. There's a couple of categories people have tried over the years: new game plus. Dessa recently tried doing a 100% run. Rini has done a no curse ring run, which we can explain what that does later. But yeah, new game. So just a fresh file, starting from level 1.
Well, level 6.
6, yeah.
Level 6.
Yeah. So, yeah, as for most of the FF games, we don't really have cutscene skips. As you see, we have the introductory cutscene right here. And yeah, a lot of this game is actually just cutscenes or text box mashing.
Or loading.
Or loading, yeah. Loading takes a big chunk as well.
Yeah, I guess that's another thing to mention. We said that this was exclusively released on PSP, and it was also not released on the PlayStation Store, which means that the only way to play it on console is with a UMD disc, and they are really slow. So this run in the game is kind of plagued with really long loads and stuff like that, and then there's not really another way to run it unless you're on emulator, which we do have a category for if you're ever interested in running in this and don't want to deal with capturing PSP. It's actually the more ran category, so feel free to try it out sometime.
There are ever so slight differences on the emulator as well. Like, because the emulator loads faster, some of the fights load a little bit faster, and you can do... That gives you a tiny bit of an advantage in like 1 or 2 fights, but that's about it. The emulator doesn't really have any differences except for, I think it's like 45 to 50 minutes of load time saving.
Yep.
So this cutscene here is the first difference from the Japanese version. In the Japanese version, this is text only.
Yeah, and that's going to be pretty much the biggest significant difference between Japanese and the other versions of the game are like text boxes, where other things are cutscenes in these versions.
Why are we fighting Shinra troops?
There is a total of
They're
3
multi-troops
cutscenes
in
where they
disguise.
voiced it in English.
Head to the open area above.
Towards Sector 8.
Yes, but first you have
Yep.
to clear a path.
Clear a path?
So yeah, I guess
You'll
when we
see
start out here, they're gonna have Zach's gonna be equipped with a whole bunch of material already. It's kind of a common thing in games to start you off right off the bat really buffed and stuff, and then kind of take it away from you once you kind of get the concept of battling and stuff. So they're going to be using magic on these guards here. I believe they go Thundaga, yeah. And the goal here is really just to hit as many guards with each Thundaga as possible. They're all going to be spawning from the back, so you'll notice that after every Thundaga, they're going to be kind of trying to creep up a little bit just so they can get closer and hit more of the Shinra troops. Alright, so pretty even so far between the two.
Now with that first fight done, this cutscene is the second one they voiced in English versus Japanese.
Not too bad.
Piece of cake. I'll make first in no time.
Go up the stairs.
So another
to the
thing
outer
that's probably more interesting for people outside of
You got it.
Germany or of the PAL region, for most of the, or actually every Final Fantasy game except for 15, including this game, the German version doesn't get voice acting, or its own voice acting if there's voice acting at all. So the cut, basically everything is the same as in the English version, just all the text is on German. That's about it.
Yep. And if we hadn't mentioned already, text in this game loads block by block instead of character by character, so that's why you're not really going to find too many text differences between PAL and English, so they're pretty much the same.
We can also get through the text faster just by doing X and circle.
That's right, you can mash with 2 buttons in this game. Some games you don't get to do that, and it's really nice for especially holding a PSP where you can do that. Alright, so right off the bat we're going into the Behemoth fight, and you'll notice that both runners are going to be going to the back of Behemoth and attacking. And that is how you critical, or one of the 2 ways you can critical in this game is just by simply hitting them in the back instead of the front. So if you ever see our runners attacking, it's always going to be from the back. There's not really going to be much of a reason to attack from the front, where you can attack from behind and get double damage with crit.
So I picked up Endear there.
Okay.
Endear makes it so you don't get knocked down when you're hit.
Yeah, and she got that from the DMW, which you see on the top left of the screen, and pretty much photo finish between the 2 there.
Showing your back to the enemy.
So yeah, we'll explain the DMW in a little bit, but they put the DMW in this game. It stands for Digital Mind Warp, and it can give you certain abilities or give you like super attacks and stuff like that from allies and enemies.
You're not the only hero.
But you're not going to see much of that in this run for a certain reason. Like I said, we'll get to that in a little bit.
And yeah, little fun fact for those who might think that it's weird to have that reel running in the top left all the time. It's, from what I heard, basically because the developers of this game liked the concept of the pachinko machines in Japan, so they decided to implement that kind of element into the game. And yeah, so basically we have a pachinko machine running in the background all the time that determines some stuff. Like Skate already said, we can get super attacks from that, or different status, like Rini just got the Endure. And there's a lot of other stuff you can get. You can also get healed by that.
Yeah, all criticals,
Yeah, critical,
invincibility. Yeah.
MP or AP cost 0, which is what I both got, I think. And that all is determined by the numbers that you get in the top left.
Yeah, completely random.
If we had a way to manipulate it, we absolutely would.
Yep.
Training's over.
Why?
Yep. So all of what you just saw in the story is just like a simulation, which
You
kind of
serious?
goes in lieu with, like I said, starting an RPG. Though a lot of times just give you a whole bunch of buffs just so you can kind of get used to the game. But from here on out, we're going to be pretty much bare bones until we start collecting items and materia and such. So they won't have all the magic they had in those first two fights.
Embrace your dreams.
Huh?
Yeah, so as mentioned earlier,
If you want
the
to be a
majority of
hero,
this
you
game
need to
is
have dreams
cutscenes and load times. I believe it's
and
like,
honor.
so out of a 6-hour run, you have 45 to 50 minutes of loading times, and then I believe it's like 2 hours of gameplay and 3 hours of cutscene and text box smashing.
Yeah, it's
Or
around
text
2.5
boxes in
to
general.
3 hours of cutscenes.
2.5, yeah.
I kind of think of the speedrun as watching a movie sometimes, when you get to play in
Yeah.
between in between the scenes.
Exactly.
But yeah, don't get us wrong. Just because there's a lot of cutscenes, this run is not a gimme by any means. It can be
I
quite
got stuck
difficult
on
at
the
times.
save menu there.
It happens.
Yeah, we have another cutscene where we see basically Zach being at work normally, just having a day off basically.
Hey, Zach.
And
You seem a
he,
little on edge.
right now,
Can
he
you
basically
blame me?
gets told that
All this
there's been a desertion at
training
soldier, that some
and no
soldiers just
assignments,
like
like
basically
they're
disappeared
hanging me out to dry.
or turned on
You
soldier,
must be
and
pretty busy with everyone off base.
Off base? Wait, haven't
now
you
we're
heard?
basically picking
There's
up
been a
from
mass
that point.
desertion at Soldier.
Huh?
And you can already kind of see they're just funny enough, like there's squats in the original FF7 and they have squats here in the beginning of the game. They really, I think, did a good job of tying a lot of similar themes between the original Final Fantasy VII and this game, which is really nice if you're a fan of the FF7 arc.
Yeah, the squats are actually, they do play a little part in here. Like you just saw Zach doing all those squats, and later on in the game, which we don't do in any percent speedrun, there's a section where there's another mini game. We won't see that, so I'm just gonna talk about it right now. There's a section where you can do a squat contest just like in FF7 against that wrestler or boxer, whoever it was.
Don
But in this
Corneo.
game, yeah, around there.
Zach.
And here you
It's
do
good
the
to finally
same, but
meet
against
face-to-face.
some infantrymen and
Lazard, director of
Shinra
Soldier.
soldiers.
Hey, yeah.
Or you can do the same, but that's
On to
completely
business.
optional. I'll be right back real quick. 5 seconds.
Soldier first.
Oh, yeah, and I think this would be a good time to mention, like we said, there are a lot of cutscenes in this run, which means there's a lot of downtime. So throughout the run today, we're probably going to open up a couple opportunities for questions in the chat. So if you have any questions you'd like answered about the run specifically that we don't get covered through commentary, we'll definitely have some opportunities to answer some of those. So if you don't get your question answered between now and then, definitely ask and then.
This war has gone on long enough. I've recommended you for first.
Yeah, there's a lot of cutscenes in the run. There's actually not a lot of great bathroom breaks during it.
Don't
Yeah.
make me regret this, Zach.
There are a few,
Once you're packed,
like the
you'll leave at once.
cutscene in the Macro Reactor 5.
Yeah, go for about 3 usually during the run. The 3 best ones, basically. Usually they're too short to really get a good break, though.
Yeah, because in between you also just like sometimes have random sections where you have to suddenly mash like 10 text boxes and then it continues or something like that. And yeah, a lot of stuff, as you can see right now, is text box smashing as well.
Right. So what Dessa and Rennie are about to get into is the game's introduction to missions. There's Dessa would probably know the number. There's a lot of missions in this game.
Yeah, 300.
Yeah. It ends up being the bulk of the content when you're playing this casually, which is nice because the main story gives you a decent bit of time, but if you really just want to get yourself immersed in the game, there's a lot of opportunities to do that with missions. So yeah, this first mission is just going to be a bunch of Shinra soldiers, so he's going to be I guess this is kind of actually one of the few times where you're not necessarily going for all back attacks. Here, since you can kill the Shinra troops in 2 hits, you're actually going to be going for hitting multiple Shinra troops at the same time rather than back attacks. If you can get one,
for
obviously.
them, it can
Right.
help,
Exactly.
but you don't go out of your way like you do in some fights.
Okay, I got lucky right there with the BMW.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
like
the-
fights.
I guess just the answer in chat. This is a new game speedrun, so it's from a fresh file.
Just any percent.
Yeah. All right, so this part coming up here is one of the reasons that this run isn't much longer than it already is, for what it's worth.
Approximately, it could be about 30 minutes longer.
Right. So you'll see Dessa and Rennie grab the bronze bangle here from the locker, and they'll talk to a Shinra second, or Shinra third, excuse me, and then you'll notice
I
they're
think
just
that
gonna.
one is a second, but yeah.
I thought it was a second. I was second guessing myself. No pun intended. So yeah, now you're gonna notice that they're gonna be repeatedly talking to that Shinra second, which kind of seems like why are they doing that? Well, for some reason in the game, they gave you the opportunity right from the get-go where if you talk to this Shinra second soldier 20 times, they give you an item called the curse ring, and the curse ring does a lot of great things casually or in a speedrun. It ups pretty much, I think, all of your stats.
All starts
But
by 10.
correct. But there's a quote-unquote downside, which is that if you have the curse ring equipped, the DMW won't run. So those slots in the top left of the screen when we're fighting, those reels won't run. So you think to yourself, okay, well, why wouldn't you want to take advantage of the benefits and bonuses that you can get from the DMW? Well, the problem is, if you get a chance to get a bonus from the DMW, that by itself usually will take time. So everything stops, the battle stops, and it just shows reels on a slot reel going. And usually when you get like a good combination, it'll show like a cutscene of you doing all this
I'll be
damage,
joining you as well.
which is good.
I'm
The
counting
damage
on
and stuff is good, but
Sir.
for the time that it takes to do
By the way,
all
what's
these
your
power-ups, it makes it
Sounds
slower for the
first.
speedrun,
Is it?
very much so on
Well,
average. So pretty much for the entirety of the run, both runners will have the curse ring
unattainable
equipped
dreams of the best kind.
so that we're not losing time from the DMW. So with that being said, all of our damage in the run is purely going to be from actions with Zack, so that being attacks or magic. So yeah, right away we're going into Gongaga. There's just 3 Shinra
Wutai.
troops to fight there.
Wutai.
Oh, Wutai,
Gaga's
excuse
way
me.
later.
Excuse me.
As a note for the curse ring, you have to examine that pod 21 times. Get it?
Right.
Oh, I thought it's 20.
Nah, it's 20
I
or 21.
lost count.
I'm pretty sure it's 21, but yeah, something like that.
Yeah, 21 with the bronze bangle, yeah.
Yeah, that's correct. It's 20 and then 21, including the bronze bangle.
Mm.
And then I guess this is a good time to introduce pretty much one of the last main mechanics we're going to be looking at, which are random encounters, which aren't really random.
Random.
Right. How encounters work in this game is that in these paths we'll be walking, there's what we'll call, I guess, like invisible circles, right? Invisible circumferences that are on the map. And the game goes, okay, if you walk into this invisible circle, an encounter will happen. But perhaps an oversight in the game is that when they made these invisible circles, they didn't protrude all the way to the edges of the walls. So most of the time, if you walk against the edge of a wall, you won't get any quote-unquote random encounters.
What's the deal with
apples? So that's another really important thing. So you might think it's weird that they're hugging walls and stuff instead of just walking straight, but it's actually to avoid encounters, which once again saves a tremendous amount of time throughout the run instead of just tanking encounters and either fighting them or running away.
Yeah, if you ever see us just run right through where an encounter should be, it's because we can't avoid it.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We were poor, Zach.
Nice excuse.
Which there are a few
even
tighter
then,
spots where it's
I had my eye
not
on
really a gamble, but I think
largest
just a
Benora
little bit
white tree
more
grew in
precise
wealthy
to
man's
dodge
estate.
some encounters or evade some
It
encounters.
was rumored that those
There are not a
apples
lot of those, but a
tasted
few
best.
spots are a little bit finicky about that.
Like
Yeah,
if you're a pixel off or something, you get the encounter.
yeah. Some of them can be quite
But I never
precise.
stole from that tree.
And it's a shame too
Wealthy man's
because
son.
I call it an oversight because the game never really explains
If he
that.
was a friend, you
So
should've just
to me,
asked for
it seems
something.
that they don't want you to really know how encounters work.
Honor can be quite
Mhm.
a burden at times.
I think it took me like over a year when I first played the game. I
And
think
what
I think I got it
exactly does this have to do with
shortly
me?
Mm-hmm.
after release, and it took me about a
No
year to
story
figure out how they
is
work.
not worth hearing.
And even that only because a friend of mine told me, "Oh, I always just hopped the wall and then nothing happened."
Yeah.
well, thanks a lot.
It's really a shame that there isn't like official documentation on where those circles are and how they work, because it'd be really helpful for speedrunners to really try to nail down
that
getting
would
past
be
all the
extremely
encounters.
helpful.
Yeah.
Or maybe even purposely trigger them, but that will be in like
Right.
5 hours,
Yeah.
which I'm
Yeah.
honestly scared of that part, but whatever.
Yeah, eventually we get to some points in the run where if you get an encounter and you get hit at all, you're dead. And it kind of alludes back to what I was saying earlier, how
That's our
while this
cue.
game
The
might not have
divergence
too
will
much
allow us
gameplay in
to
comparison to
infiltrate.
cutscenes, it does not make that easy at
I'll
all.
set the bomb
Yeah, so-
inside the fortress. You'll charge the
As
front
Skate
gate
said, the
and
curse ring, it stops the DMW in the top left from rolling, and leveling up in this game
got
is
That's what I do.
tied to
Oh,
this.
of course, yeah.
Yeah, leveling up is tied to this DMW as well. Usually it would just show two of the same images on the left and right. And then it will roll the middle image, and if the numbers would show 777, that means you level up.
Sort of a waste?
It's not entirely random
Use
because
things about
every enemy
wear,
gives you
tear,
EXP,
and rust.
Correct.
And that's a
which
real
means
waste.
that killing more
You're
stuff
serious, aren't
means
you?
that you
Yeah.
have a higher
I
chance of
can
leveling up,
be pretty
which we
cheap.
will
There
actually
is-
use to our
No
advantage
kidding.
at some
Yeah, there's a
point.
hidden EXP curve in the game,
Yep.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
each level has an EXP value to hit it, except it's still a little bit random if you'll actually get that level.
Yeah, so it never is 100%, but it sometimes can come really close. Like,
Yeah,
for example. Yeah.
Yeah,
you
as
go.
like as a rudimentary example, like let's say that if you have 10 XP, you get a level. Well, let's say you have 5 XP, then maybe it's like a 50% chance that you'll get a level. It's similar to that. It's not exactly that, but that's just a concept.
Yeah, and
Anyway.
later on in the run, we'll abuse that as well. But yeah, okay, yeah.
So yep, we're doing the outer fortress fight in Wutai. It's just two. Yeah, there's enemies on the ground and then there's enemies up on the top. You just hit the enemies down below, hopefully with crits, and this is gonna be another one of those fights where you might be trying to hit multiple enemies rather than getting back attacks. And then the enemies on the top, you'll just be simply hitting with magic, which is fun if you don't have magic equipped for this fight.
In that case, you would just wait until they flee, but
Exactly.
I don't know if it's tied to a timer or just if everyone else is gone or something like that, but
I think
Yeah.
it's
the ones on the
timer.
top can respawn as well, which is why we killed them last.
That's right.
And the thing with mass battles is it really highlights how awful the targeting system is in this game.
Yeah, it's all auto-targeting in this game, unfortunately. So you really just have to try to position yourself facing towards the target you want, but if that target happens to move, well then you happen to maybe pick a different target. As Rainy said, for big battles like this, when you want to be hitting specific enemies, it can be a pain in the butt for sure.
What I try and do is I try and just stay on one side, so I'm not running all over the field constantly.
And in general, in that fight, you just want to try and avoid that Zack chases after the Wutai warriors on the other side of the area. Which you sometimes cannot prevent immediately if the auto target just chooses to target one of the Wutai warriors further away.
So yeah, now we're in the inside fortress of Wutai. The mechanic in the game for this is you need to try to fight a certain amount of encounters before you can proceed, but you can fight up to the maximum, and you'll see after every fight there'll be like a star counter and how many fights you've gotten. And similar to what we were saying before, generally you want to hug the walls here so that you can only get the minimum encounters possible. Some of them are forced, some of them are quote unquote random.
Yeah, so the one that
I
I...
think there's,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
There's
Dessa
one
accidentally
spot.
got one.
Yeah,
there's
I
one
got...
spot where you can get it.
Yeah.
Hey, I got it too.
You got it. It's so rare to get it. I usually
Yeah.
never get it.
And this is kind of what we're talking about. We're like, we know how encounters work, but even if you do it we feel like we do it the same way multiple times, you'll get multiple different results sometimes. So it's kind of frustrating when there's not too many reasons to lose time in terms of encounters, but when you can't really control it and do the same thing, it's kind of frustrating.
The good thing at the beginning, as you see right now, the green warriors get defeated with 1 hit, the yellow ones with 3 hits, and they don't really do much damage. So at the beginning, it's just a minor inconvenience. You lose a few seconds. Later on, it can actually cost you the run if you get wrong encounters and if you don't happen to dodge properly or something like that. But
And yeah,
later on,
again-
enemies can defeat you with 1 to 3 attacks, depending on what kind of attack it is and what enemy it is.
And I guess something we haven't mentioned yet either, Zach's main way of dodging damage is with the dodge action. And when you dodge in this game, you get iframes, which are invincibility frames, which means that when Zach is dodging, he can't take damage. So you'll notice there just now Dessa dodged a fire. And that's going to be a huge key to not dying in this run, especially later in the run when everything is going to be 1 or 2 shotting you. And everyone, to run this game well and not take damage like that, you really kind of have to get an understanding of when to dodge for almost every single fight in the run.
Similar like in Dark Souls.
Correct. So it's kind of weird having to memorize when to dodge on a lot of fights like that. Because it's not a matter of just taking damage and healing. Like later in the run, you will just die.
Yeah, and the thing is, when you run in this game, once the game has decided you are running away, if any enemies use an attack, you are going to get hit by that attack.
Yeah. When you try to run away, eventually you'll get to a point where the game doesn't give you control of Zack anymore until all actions are cleared, and if any of those hit you, you can't dodge, and then you can die. So, kind of again goes into getting encounters you don't want, and even if you get the encounter, you're not really guaranteed to run away safely. So, like I said, encounters are a huge part of this run in terms of time and safety.
Oh, at least I didn't get that one. That's something.
Yeah, you'll notice Dessa took like a really weird route there. Just walking again goes back to avoiding encounters.
Oops.
So yeah, we'll have young Yuffie here.
I think she's 7 at this point.
I think 8.
8? Isn't she 14 in Final Fantasy 7?
I think she's 15. Either 15 or 16, actually.
I think she's 16 in Advent Children, if I'm not sure. If I'm not wrong.
I don't remember.
She's young. She's a child.
Yeah. 7 years before FF7, whatever that is. So probably 8 or so.
This is the only time we actually get to see Yuffie during a regular run. She is in missions, though.
Yeah.
She appears in a little block of missions, like... It's not a lot, she's just running around there and trolling you a little bit. But... she does have an actually... Like, compared to all the other missions, it's actually an interesting line of missions.
Alright, so yeah, the runners here are going to be heading into the first real boss fight of the run. The Vajradha twins.
I never know how to pronounce them properly.
Vajrada, something.
I didn't
I
even
gave
get the
it-
back attack.
I gave it my best.
Now 14 is in would be in FF7, not here. Just to one in chat.
So you can see Dessa here is trying to get both criticals, like hitting both enemies in the back at the same time, but you really just have to kind of take what you get here, because otherwise you're going to be losing time and getting hit a lot, and you can't afford to take too many hits on this fight.
Okay, good. That was a pretty slow fight.
Rennie might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Oh.
Yeah, I smacked me as they were going off there.
Just popped a cure though, no problem.
$16 and F7, so closer to 9 here. Oh, okay. Guess it's that then.
yeah.
RP Prion, no, the version do not have any differences. German, English, except for Japanese, all the versions are the same.
Right.
In terms of
I'm
speed.
behind because I accidentally delayed on the save screen.
Yeah, she delayed, had a bit of a slow Vajraha fight. So
It's
yeah,
still
nothing,
fine. A lot of things
nothing
can
she
happen.
can't make up. Yeah.
Yeah. There are
And
like at least 3 sections in the game where the runners just set out to the favor of RNG or to the favor of luck, and they'll just have to take whatever they get. Is it free? Yeah, 3 sections, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Dessa was saying, between all the non-Japanese versions of the game, PSP runs all these at 60 hertz, so you don't lose time between like PAL and NTSC in that way, and text is loaded block by block instead of character by character. So between all of that, they're effectively the same.
Mm-hmm.
That's one more you owe me. You lost your focus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry if your sword got any wear, tear, or rust on it.
You're a little more important than my sword,
Oh wait, I should scroll down a little bit.
but
yeah.
just a little.
Thanks.
Wait, did I kill the red one? Yeah. Okay, good. So right here we have a smaller fight coming up now, just against 3 Genesis copies is what they're called, or revealed to be called in about 5 minutes. And they're just as easy as the Wutai Warriors, with the difference that they take 3 hits, just like the yellow ones.
Yep.
And they can also cast spells, but that doesn't really matter for us.
Yeah, we'll take them out in time before they be able to do anything too great.
Oh, 2 of them at once. Nice. Oh, very nice. Okay.
Yep. So he's got a couple multi-hits there. Pretty good.
And that one guy dodged, so I got a back attack.
Yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Oh yeah, also for the category, we're running any percent as most of the categories here. But there are 2 game modes in the non-Japanese version, normal mode and hard mode. We run normal mode right now. Hard mode is basically, as the name says, it's a harder mode. You take twice the amount of damage than usual, and enemies have way more HP than usual. For example, the Wutai warriors, the yellow ones, right here they took 3 hits. On hard mode, I think they take 10 to 12 hits or something like that.
Yeah, I thought it was 11. Yeah.
And the next boss coming up, which as you can see by the split, is Ifrit. Right here we will do 11 hits on him, and in hard mode, I think the best I could get was, I think I used 2 Ifrit, so like 28 or 29, maybe more. Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be really the first volatile fight in the run where it can go really slow and really dangerous really quick. So you're going to see him spamming Blizzard here, and you can see that it kind of gets him in a stun lock. But sometimes he can break out of that stun lock just if your Blizzard doesn't fall on him in time. There's been a lot more.
The way he works is he has a pattern. It's like, so when you do the 5th Blizzard, he will always do a charge attack, so you always want to make sure you move at that point.
Right.
Exactly.
And yeah, he has a...
Resume Blizzarding.
And that's a split for Team Choco.
Mm-hmm.
A summon. Who called it out?
Yeah, he has a kind of a big attack Hellfire he can get off if you don't take care of him in time. That does most of your HP. So again, one of these fights is going to be an example of one of many fights in the run where things can get slow and dangerous if you're not careful.
So how most of the special attacks, we didn't see it here, but we might see it on later fights. Enemies have special attacks, and as Skate was saying, Hellfire is the special attack of...
And that's a split for Rennie.
And with Hellfire and any other special attack, most of the time, except for a few exceptions, which we will tell you later, they do percentage damage. So even if they should happen, it makes it a lot more dangerous, but we shouldn't be able to lose the fight due to those.
And
Same
it's more
goes
the
for
attacks
like...
they can do afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. Usually they will follow up with an attack, and because it's a high percentage of damage that they do, you will have a harder time. And yeah, you also see Sephiroth right here before he turned evil.
He's a good guy.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's a good guy.
What do you
He's
mean,
actually
turn?
really-
He's a good guy.
He was a good guy.
He was.
He
He's
was
totally
a good guy.
I like him in Crisis Core. He's
They're missing
Yeah.
first class?
Yeah, they did a
What am I
really decent
doing?
job with character development for
A Genesis
Zack and
copy.
Sephiroth and stuff. in this
A
one.
human copy?
Where's Angeal?
I thought he was fighting around here.
okay. Something I always forget,
So he's gone
which
too.
I remembered this time.
What? Wait, what does that
So yeah,
mean?
some chapters
It
lead
means
out with a
Geo
text match. There's
has
3
betrayed
in
us as
particular
well.
which just have a mash.
No way.
Mhm.
Text
I
match
know
at the
what
very
kind of
start
guy
of them.
Angeal is.
This
you
one
never
is
do that.
one of them. That's something that you can forget very easily, and then you just look at your screen and see, oh,
Why is there text on
I-
there?
Angeal,
exactly.
you
Why
betrayed
is there still text? And it just happens randomly. Cool, not bad. Okay.
But thank you for the reminder.
I mean, the mashing was, I think, pretty loud to hear. Yeah, that's just like one of the things you can easily forget and randomly lose time to.
Just like
Yeah,
the save
absolutely.
screens.
Yeah, just like the save prompts after every chapter,
Soldier second class. Zach?
That would
where you
be
just
me.
have to quit out of them.
Who is
You
this?
can lose time by accidentally hitting the wrong option or just completely forgetting that it exists in
wait.
general. And as we have 10
was
chapters in a tutorial, we have 10 of those save prompts. Or is there one in the middle of a chapter? I don't think so, is it? Yeah.
No, it's just at the end.
Yeah, we have 10 of those.
I can think of one chapter where I'd like one in the middle though. Just for safety reasons.
Oh yeah, no, I can think of a few things where I might save in between, yeah.
Any word on Angeal?
He hasn't contacted his family either.
So what's this about?
A new assignment. I want you to go to the hometown of our missing soldier first class, Genesis.
I just realized that I probably should have cleared my
According to the parents,
memory stick before
they've
this,
had no
but it's
contact
whatever.
with Genesis whatsoever. But
Won't lose me a lot
they
of
can't
time.
be trusted.
Why?
They're his family.
Okay.
I had already dispatched some staff, but we've lost contact.
Crystal
I
Chronicles.
want you to go and investigate. He will go with you.
Okay, so yeah, the first chapter was basically just
Son of
Zack
the Turks.
heading into a mission in
This
Wutai,
job is looking really gloomy.
where he just basically had to infiltrate into the
Let me know when you're
castle
ready to go.
or into the Fort Tumbling, which we were in like 10 minutes ago, to end the war with Wutai that was going on. And now in the second chapter right here, we are going to a place called Benora, which actually has a bigger meaning, which we'll see later on in the run.
And we're going there to investigate Genesis, who has gone missing.
Exactly. Genesis, just like Angel, the, I would say, supervisor of Zack, or mentor.
Mentor.
Yeah, I think it's more of a mentor. They all have gone missing, and we'll
Ready
basically
to
go
go.
there to investigate because that's where
A
they
routine
originated.
job, right?
Originally
No
came from.
sweat.
I wonder.
Or that's their
Originally,
hometown.
Sephiroth
This is the
was
town?
assigned to this mission.
I think you could,
That means
or village,
it's a top
maybe.
priority
The
matter.
way it looks.
Be alert, or you'll fail.
And Sephiroth?
Refusing to go, apparently.
Oh, what is that? They spoil him too much.
Why don't you say that to his face?
Another thing you see right here is sometimes we mash away the text boxes, but the animations of the characters have to play, so sometimes some of the text boxes take a long while to disappear, like right there where Zack had to take his time to look around, then shrug with his arms real quick.
Yep.
It's just a minor thing where and those kind of moments can be used just to take a little break from mashing, and if there are any yes or no prompts or something like that, it usually gives you a good amount of time to choose which option you get, because sometimes it can actually be important what you choose.
If you choose the wrong option, you can easily lose up to a minute.
Yep.
One, you can lose way more. If you choose the wrong option in chapter 3, you can lose 3 plus or 2 plus minutes. Okay.
So yeah, the next boss fight coming up here is Guard Spider. Similar to Guard Scorpion in FF7, except it's a spider. He can do a couple different things. He can spit out webs at you, which can paralyze you, and then you're wide open for an attack. Will you both be going for back attacks on this fight?
I will, yeah.
Ready?
Yes, really as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will be.
Yeah, my memory fails me. It's either a different route or when you're on emulator, there's a different strat where you can use Blizzard instead.
Nah,
but-
it's probably a different route. I saw you and one of your VODs that you use Blizzard. I
Yeah.
started out with Blizzard
was
as well,
an
but
old
both on
route.
emulate. Yeah, an old route probably.
Yeah,
Both emulator and console use back attacks because they're straight up faster.
right.
If he won't move.
When he hits around half health, he uses a move called Spider Web Bow.
Right, and that's what paralyzes you.
Mm.
And you need to watch when you're attacking him after that, because his back isn't where it actually shows his back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so the model will, for example, face towards you, but it's actually going to be like right now. You see he's using Spiderweb, and I'm gonna hit his face, or presumably his face, but it actually was his back because while his model changed, his entire hitbox stayed the same. And he slowly started turning around after that attack, which once he would have turned around completely, it would have aligned with his hitbox again. No, wait, that's a cutscene. Oops, I don't need to match.
I have done that many times.
Combat mode.
Yeah, that also happens quite a lot where you just, because this game's a little mash intensive. You just sit there after a fight, mashing text boxes where there aren't any. Yeah. Just starting to mash to not lose any time, and then you see that you're like half a minute into a cutscene.
Better be mashing when you don't need to than the other way around there, right?
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, one thing that I really like about this game, since just addressed it in the chat as well, the music. This game has, in my opinion, most of the or all of the tracks are like created with, I would say, heavier instruments like electric guitars and stuff, and drums and whatnot.
Yeah,
So
this
just-
game came around during Advent Children.
Yeah.
And
During the edgy time.
right, they were using a lot more like metal themed music, which is really cool.
Where did you hear that?
Yeah,
Most of those battle themes and even the normal themes are
Sephiroth said it.
extremely good. I think I can
The
think only of
technology
one or two
was
tracks that I
stolen
think
from our
aren't
scientists.
that
Huh?
good, but that only because of
It
personal
apparently
taste. They do
allowed
fit
Genesis's abilities and traits
I would
to
say
be
all of them.
transplanted.
really
yeah.
well.
It's a really nice thing about the 3 core Final Fantasy VII games. They all offer really kind of like a different experience on all fronts, right? Like FF7 is more turn-based. This is more action-based. Dirge of Cerberus is more of a shooter, and along with that, the themes and the music are all really different between the 3, but really tie together well. So
Mhm.
it's really nice.
You had before Crisis.
I said the 3,
Oh,
mate. You
yeah.
know.
The one and only.
You don't want to know what I've tried to do to get that game.
Oh, yeah.
Nokia emulators. It doesn't work. Yeah, if you all don't know, no one really knows too much about Before Crisis. Yeah, there's a 4th Final Fantasy game called Before Crisis, which was released on Verizon's VCast service back in the day on like 2 Nokia phones. And since it was a distributed game instead of like a downloaded game, you can't get the game anymore.
Oh, you can't get it at all.
No, you'd have to find someone with an old Nokia phone that has it downloaded and then try to duplicate it, and it's just not a good time.
They weren't mere
Yeah, I was
acquaintances.
thinking about maybe eventually running
They
all
grew
the
up
4
together.
games.
Yeah.
Best friends.
Yeah.
If Before Crisis not a thing, then
So
I guess.
Genesis
Yeah,
destroyed
been there, done
and
that.
then yielded
I
you.
tried so hard.
Is that it?
And maybe just watch
Sephiroth
Advent Children at the end
believes
just
that's the case.
to let it all fade out.
There,
Yeah,
But let the timer run it. It's still a speedrun.
a gravestone,
yeah.
still very new.
And then I guess another dumb
Okay,
thing
nice.
about
Zach.
the extra FF7 games is that there was 4 pieces of
Check the
content
grave.
released after the original Final Fantasy VII. Advent Children, Before Crisis, Crisis Core, and Dirge of
So Turks
Cerberus.
always do this?
And they begin with A, B, C, and D. Fun
Must be
fact.
rough.
Oh, I never noticed that.
We're paid much
Cheers.
better than you are.
I
Huh.
never realized it until about a week ago.
Adventure. Yeah. Wow. That's cool. Final Fantasy VII should have had a name with E.
Yeah, we need an E
Idle
game.
Entity. Idle Entity. FF7 is not rated E, is it?
No, it's teen.
Ah.
Or in America, ESRB, it's teen.
Otherwise, you could have just taken that.
Yeah.
Or just like grades, and isn't it in the US A, B, C, D, and F?
No, it's E, teen, and mature. Those are the 3 basic ones. There's a lot of.
Oh no,
Is
no,
it
I mean
E?
like school grades. A, B, C. D, F.
Oh, yeah, A, B, C, D, F.
Yeah, that fits then. Final Fantasy VII is the F.
Yeah. Although the original FF7 getting an F is, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
You could go to like the northern regions of Europe or Russia. They count backwards.
You could say the same thing
I
about
help you?
Advent Children getting an A.
Right.
Greetings, ma'am.
Yeah, that's why you flip it around.
Yeah, flip it around. If you flip it around, it actually kind of works.
Yeah.
My
You
name
know
is Zach.
Dirge better than Crisis Core? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I have yet to play Dirge of Cerberus.
Well,
Are you
speaking of Dirge of Cerberus, that'll actually also be featured in this relay 2 days from now on
Excuse
the
me?
final couple games. So if you haven't seen that game speedrun
My
before,
son
check it
wrote
out.
to me once about
I
you.
think it's the second to last
Zero
game
attention
by.
That's right.
Let me
Restless
check
as a
real
little
quick.
puppy.
We got
Don't do
NT1
it.
Evolution and Gotsu.
Gosu, yeah.
You're not here to.
I will also be commentating that as well.
No,
I look
Ooh.
forward to it.
don't
Nice.
worry.
I didn't even know
What is
you ran
happening
that.
with my son?
You ran
Yeah.
a lot of things.
I'm not
did
really sure.
I've been around the block.
Yeah. I mean, you're speedrunning for a while
Genesis
already now.
came back
Yeah.
here a month ago with an army of cohorts, and they proceeded
So,
to take
little
the lives of many townspeople.
Fun fact, I would say, while the
Genesis.
emulator is,
He
one
used
could
to
say
be such a
the
good
quote-unquote
boy.
definitive version because it's just straight up faster and it obviously looks better because it's on
Angel-
emulator. Or at least it
He came
looks.
here. But
Yeah, one could
I
argue
think-
if it's better,
And
but
went
it
off somewhere.
looks smoother. Let's say like that, less frame drops and stuff. There are a few cutscenes, I think it was 3 in total, where the camera freaks out. And for example, in the cutscene that
sword
just happened,
represents our
in the middle of the
family's honor.
cutscene, it just shows you
I
a shelf
see.
for like a straight minute
wonder.
while the text boxes play and
He
the
never
normal
uses this
voice
sword,
acting. Everything is
really, ever.
working properly, but the camera just shows a shelf
I'll
for
take
some
care
reason.
of Angel
And
Yeah,
for
you
2
should
other
go.
cutscenes.
and hide somewhere.
Definitely a shout out to emulator runs because not like I said, not only is it the more popular category just because it's more accessible and you don't have to deal with PSP hardware capture. PPSSPP is really a great emulator. It does a true rendering upscale, so it's not just upscaled in post. The game actually renders in a higher resolution. With PSP, it's really easy to do it all legally. It has a custom BIOS, so you don't have to rip a BIOS, and it's really easy to rip your own game. So if you've ever been interested in running this game, emulator is definitely
Emulator. Yeah,
a
if
great
you want
way
to
to
try
go.
it, then try emulator. Don't try
Yeah.
console first.
yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Yeah.
So coming up here is definitely one of the finicky encounter skips. Coming up here on that bend right about there. Looks like he got it.
Wait, that's finicky?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I think I've
there's-
never had trouble with that before. I know
I've
that the
definitely had a
warehouse
problem.
in the beginning is a little bit finicky. The one room after the first fight.
Oh yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
That one can randomly spawn something, but I think I found something just like hugging the back wall. I think that evades it consistently.
Yeah.
Also,
Just goes to show between us runners, we don't even know sometimes like which ones are consistent, which ones are not. Just goes to show
yeah,
how
exactly.
lack of information there are about encounters. We've done really the best we can.
And there are still like, yeah, we just sometimes aren't sure if it's better to hug this or that wall here, or maybe just like I, for example, didn't know that this one part in particular can be a little bit tricky, that you can get, like, I know you can get encounters there, but I myself didn't know that it's actually like not uncommon, let's say it like that.
Dang, Rennie hugging the left wall here. See, just
Oh.
like what we were talking about.
I find the left way more consistent. The only time
Yeah.
I've actually hit
Really?
a counter on it is when I didn't hug the wall right.
Yeah.
I think I never even tried the left wall, but yeah,
Genesis's parents.
I
were
I
that
never
brave.
even tried the left
Wait,
wall.
his own family?
We can't expect
Okay,
reason
so
from
now we
him.
have a little fight,
about
just like
Angel?
in the forest
He
and
wasn't at the house.
in front of that fence.
But
And at
please,
the beginning of this
give me
chapter,
time.
we have a
If I
few
find
Genesis
Angel,
assassins
I can talk to him.
or G assassins
If I can
that we
convince
just have to
Angel,
defeat.
maybe Genesis
Normally
will come back
3 hits
too.
or 2 if you get a back attack. And
I
That's about it.
understand now why Sephiroth chose you.
So yeah, this after that encounter
Genesis
Dessa
and
just did,
Angel.
it's definitely another one of
Those
these
two are
inconsistent
Sephiroth's
encounters.
only friends.
Hopefully, both of our
He
runners
didn't want to
don't
fight
get
them.
it.
now I'm gonna
That's why
try
he
my
refused the
little
mission.
Well,
new technique
Angel
just
is
to
my
hug the
friend
other
too.
wall, because I feel like the
He's
outer
counting
wall
on
is more
you
consistent. Oh
to
yeah,
bring
it
them
worked.
both back.
Very nice.
So the thing I've
Time is
noticed with
short.
that
Let's
this
go.
first encounter in the warehouse here is it's the only encounter on console that actually loads fast.
Yeah. Just
So
goes
you
to
can
show.
I
actually-
think there are like
that's-
1 or 2 other as well, but yeah, this one loads fast. That's true.
Yeah, you can actually attack right as it's sitting activating combat mode instead of having to wait for it to actually load the encounter.
So this can be another kind of a bigger group fight in the warehouse here. it's really important to try to get as many multi-hits as you can here. Back attacks are even better.
Oh, good. Okay. Got it. Oh, okay.
Oh, I got hit back. They are trolling me.
I got luck with the heli gunner. He just decided to
Stayed in place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
After the troll, I got a good fight though.
Yeah, my warehouse. The first fight was relatively bad. It was really. Wait, where are you on right now, Rennie?
Just
Are you-
finished the warehouse fight.
The second or the first?
But first, I'm heading down
Oh.
to the mass battle.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how big the delay is on our side. I think we both have like 5-6 seconds on the gameplay. Ah, no, it's actually like 15. Okay.
Combat mode.
I actually have to watch my health a little bit here because those clones keep smacking me.
Oh yeah. Rennie's
so-
about half full HP going to this fight from the last one.
Well, they don't really do a lot of damage, the enemies, up until like... My battery's fine.
They
Up
just
until
add
like...
up a lot.
Yeah, it can add up real fast. Especially because a lot of those enemies are quick.
Once they
The
hit
assassins,
you,
at least.
you're stuck into getting them unless you can dodge out, which can sometimes just be slower.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to take the hits because, as you saw during dodging, there are a few recovery frames. It's not necessarily dangerous because you're vulnerable, but it's just slower to have to wait for Zack to stand up than just waiting for the attacks to finish.
Fairly clean fight on Rennie's side.
They grouped up nicely for me, which was nice.
Yeah. Missing a couple of those back attacks on the machine, but not too bad.
Yeah, he likes to do that sometimes,
Mhm.
though.
That's another frustrating thing when you're going for back attacks. Enemies will a lot of times like just to do constant 180s, which then requires you to do constant 180s. And if you're spending all your time doing 180s instead of attacking, losing time.
Yeah.
Sometimes you kind of just have to take a compromise.
Yeah,
So
you have to
as
try
for
and
the-
just wait for them to attack until before you move and then try and sunlock them.
Yeah.
As for the heli gunner, for example, you saw that it's basically just a
That was
pyramid-shaped thing that has... It looks the same from every side. That means if you don't watch it like all the time, you might forget
Lose track of its
where...
back.
Yeah, you have to just hack away and hope to catch us back. If
Yeah.
he attacks, you can see it again, but if you don't keep track of it all the time, it might be a little bit
So
weird.
right, so something you might have to consider then is, would you rather try to keep going for back attacks on one, or if they're all grouped together, it might be better to just go for multi-hits. A lot of
Yeah,
decisions like that you have to make in this run.
So those back attacks, the critical hits, they always do double damage. It's
Right.
always just double from the damage you would have normally dealt. And which means if you are able to hit 2 enemies at the same time, it's basically the same.
Right.
But if you hit 3 enemies, it's obviously faster to go for 3 at the same time, even though that happens somewhat rarely
grave at
if
the
it's not a
house.
mass fight.
We found the remains of our
Just the little
people there as
optimizations
well.
like that make a big difference in this run.
It didn't take
Yeah.
much to have them send false
Especially
reports.
with all the RNG
Just
that is
some
involved, or
mild
all the
threats.
luck factors.
They would have done that
Mhm.
anyway.
Want to try and
At
get
least your
everything
parents would have.
as
They
optimal as
can.
possible so that the luck can't
My
screw you over too much.
parents
Or
betrayed
can't do too much to
They
you.
had always
Yeah.
betrayed me from the very beginning.
All right, so Dessa's about to be heading out of the
What
warehouse.
do you know?
Mm.
And be heading towards a mini game.
Yeah.
Everyone's favorite minigame. Actually, no, there's better minigames in
Yeah.
this one.
Oh yeah, definitely. Squatting is better. Like the squatting minigame can actually be difficult if you mess up in the middle.
You want to know what really makes a squat minigame difficult?
Welcome,
Your
partner.
X button wearing out.
Yeah.
Oh, I had the analog stick on my
I
first
see.
PSP wearing out, but because
You
I didn't know
finally
that the
made your
PSP
decision.
is region
I'll
unlocked, I
respect
bought
your
myself a
wishes, old
second one
friend.
while being in Japan.
However,
Yeah,
so now I have a
PSP.
working PSP.
Yeah, PSP being region free and 60 hertz across the board makes it really nice for
can
speedrunning.
you really live?
Like for example, right now I'm using the
that
PAL
side?
version on a Japanese PSP, and the other way around it works just the same.
speaking English.
Yeah, speaking English, exactly. I mean, I could change it up. I could give you some Russian if you want to.
Yeah, Sung holds off the Hellhounds, I think they're called.
I
And,
think those are the Bloodhounds. I'm not
Bloodhounds.
sure.
That's right.
I'm not sure.
They're in that
There are
family.
something you don't notice too much in the any percent run, but a lot when you do missions is a lot of the enemies get reused. I think, for example, those dogs, there are like 4 or 5 different versions of them, and sometimes they don't even change the color schemes, but it's just the same enemy with a different name, different stats, and sometimes a different attack pattern.
Yeah, they'll use that just to kind of spread out what kind of enemies you'll fight,
Yeah,
just so it's not completely repetitive.
but
So yeah,
they
mini
look
game here.
different. Yeah.
It's pretty simple. You're just timing X inputs to slice the shells here. Really, it doesn't change too much. Depending on how many you get, it affects 2 things. The first one is after this mini game, you'll have a certain amount of time to get to a house. But for how many of these that they're going to hit, it's not going to make a too big difference. But the second thing is, depending on how many you hit, you get a certain amount of gil, which is money, of course. And that, of course, is going to help a little bit, but not too detrimental.
It's gonna help. Usually, if you would go for optimization, you would miss one of the bullets on purpose. I think it's best to miss the last one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
if you hit the last one, he has this big victory animation.
Yeah.
And
As
you really
well
don't want that.
Yeah, as well as once you reach the destination after the timer that happens after this mini game, you will get 100 gil for every cannon shell. I think those are cannon shells. Yeah, for every cannon shell you destroy. And if you hit all 10 of them, you will get 500 bonus, but those are added in an extra text box. And as you saw, text boxes and in general, things that load in take their time. So it takes a few seconds.
Yeah, I personally get pretty excited for the messages that show up on the screen when you hit every show. They're pretty exciting. Stuff like cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Tremendous.
The German ones. Unglaublich. Oh, marvelous. Großartig, yeah. Wait, what did you write? Großartig.
So now you can see this timer counting down on Dust's screen. You'll see that he clearly has enough time to get over there. It only takes about 15 seconds. Really only matters in a casual play.
Even if the timer runs out, it doesn't matter in casually. There were 5 little shiny things lying around before you entered the warehouse. If you examine all of them before you do this minigame, you can collect them during the minigame, which is why you have the timer in the first place, gameplay-wise at least. And with up to 1 minute, you have more than enough time to collect all 5 of those, but it takes a little bit of time to examine them and then collect them afterwards. You get a Phoenix Stone out of it, but it's not worth it.
Right.
And yeah, if the timer runs out, you just get a phone call from Zhang, and that cutscene that just happened will play. And they basically told you, oh, so this, what is it, bombardment of the town will not happen, was all just a fluke. But we are gonna actually do it in like 10 minutes. He's
yeah, I guess
debating us.
I think it's like, hey, I got him to hold off the attack or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, to me, it just seemed like, oh yeah, the first one was just a fluke. We just wanted to see if you can destroy the evidence with the cannon shells, but in 10 minutes the real show starts.
And I guess kind of
this
speaking
cutscene
of
glitches
that,
a little bit on console, by the way. There's a little picture frame where it just freezes for like a second. That doesn't happen on emulator.
Yeah, it's because I think it's because it's trying to load the next part of the game off the UMD.
Yeah, I think so.
Because it also does that in chapter 5.
In 5? Wait, where?
When you're climbing down the cliff. I've
Yeah.
always found it there.
I guess since it was mentioned, and it kind of is worth an explanation, Dessa was mentioning Phoenix Downs. Usually in Final Fantasy games, Phoenix Downs, you use it on a character that's dead or KO'd, but since you only have one character, in this one, what Phoenix Downs do is it acts as a status. So when you use a Phoenix Down, you're given the status raise, which means that if you get to HP 0, then you'll get resurrected.
Yeah.
There's one free one in the run. I would hope that both of the runners are going to be going for it.
Yeah, I will definitely go for it.
Yeah.
You can get it in 2 chapters. Yeah.
Right. All right. So
I
this
think
is
You could have gotten in this chapter, but it's way out of the way.
Yeah,
Right.
it takes like 2.5 minutes to get it. Oh, I'm too far.
What the
Didn't
In
get
the
the
next
guard
chapter.
running.
So yeah, this is the next boss fight, Bahamut. No, again, the danger is just going to escalate gradually throughout the entire run. So this fight's gonna be just a little more dangerous.
Could not continue
Oh,
to
okay.
Going for back attacks. He has the special ability Mega Flare. It doesn't ever really kill you.
Yeah, it's
but
like Hellfire
Get
does
on that
percentage
side
damage.
anymore.
Right, but Bahamut's really quick at times, so if you get hit with Mega Flare and then immediately get hit with an attack, you're usually dead. So it can be kind of scary.
Mm.
I think Mega Flare does like half current HP.
Yeah.
My friend, do you fly
So
Yeah.
Des is going for it
to a
here.
world that
Yeah,
abhors
heal
Yeah,
one.
it's very
Yeah.
all that
uncommon
awaits
to actually evade that
somber
Mega Flare. It is
mortal,
possible to get no Mega
matter
Flares.
where the
Oh,
winds
wow.
blow.
Split for me. Split for Choco.
I don't see Sephiroth today.
So the best fight would be no Mega Flares, even though I'm not sure if you could consider it best, because usually when I get it, it's when he flies to the side of the arena. You couldn't see it on my fight. You might, hopefully don't, but you might see it on Rennie's side, where he flies out of bounds
Yeah.
on a few little rocks.
Really, all you can do is just throw magic and wait, and sometimes he'll do it multiple times in a row. So, just another one of those luck things.
And it's basically slow because you're spamming Blizzard and you can't get critical. You can't get critical hits with magic. So you're constantly doing a little bit more than the attack damage. Something to note that's not too important, but it's just how damage calculation works here. You see, Zack always does 4 hits for a combo. They're all the same, like first the slash from top down, then I think it's right to left, down left, and so on. The hits get gradually stronger. While every hit has a damage range of like the first hit in this case has like 230 to 260, I think. The
Yeah, to say
hits
something
get
about that.
stronger and stronger, and the last one can do more than 300 damage. So, while not being a critical hit, so hits get stronger and stronger whenever you attack in combat. Oh yeah, so for Rini, the Bahamut just flew out of the arena.
Yeah,
She
she
had
saw
to-
her spamming Blizzard. And yeah, I guess another side note, just it matters, I guess, for this run, just for how dangerous it can be. You don't get to see the enemy's HP bars ever.
On my end, we will, starting from chapter
And that's a split for Rennie on Team Mog. What were you saying, Dessa?
I'm gonna actually buy Libra.
Oh, okay, very nice.
I figured, especially for marathon, it will help me on 2 fights, and it takes like 3 seconds. But that's something I thought of like 2 days ago,
Yeah.
so I've been testing a little bit with that, and it actually seemed pretty nice. So yeah, just before the penance fight, I will get it.
We are.
By the way, shoutouts to PSP FMVs, so ahead of their time, really.
Oh, definitely, the PSP FMVs are incredible right here
Yeah.
in this game.
You have to remember that this was a pretty early
We have
PSP game as
neither
well.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
definitely within the first year of its launch. So the fact that it looked like this back then is really awesome. Sony's really always been ahead of the game on handheld hardware for sure.
Hmm. What is my split time?
Soldier.
1 second, I
there's a
got
new
you.
Monster.
Oh no. Ooh, okay,
yeah.
decent. That's a pretty good run right now. Almost a minute ahead.
Very nice.
Yeah. It's been going pretty well this run. I've been
Yeah.
having a lot of very good luck.
Yeah, nothing too detrimental so far on either runner's side, which is great.
So you see right now, Zach has blue clothing, but now, after the 2 missions we just finished in Benora and Wuta respectively, Director Lazard, who we saw in the Wutai real quick, the blonde director of Soldier, he will actually, how do you call that? Rank us up? Well, yeah, he will rank Zach up from
Promotion.
2nd class
Yeah.
to 1st class soldier, and his clothing changes to the same one that Angel had, the black one with brown stripes. And we also get a few nice additions with that, which is 2 extra materia slots and the possibility
over.
of fusing materia,
Everyone's real happy.
which we will be using quite a
for
bit
me?
in the run. It's actually a really big thing that we can fuse materia.
It's pretty
Yeah,
much
so this-
what really
That
helps us
sword
run B.
represents our
Yeah.
family's honor.
Yeah, this game definitely, it uses the materia system sort of from Final Fantasy VII. You can equip materia,
Just a little.
and you can get different abilities or magic or buffs. But they took it a bit step further on this one, where now
Where do
you can
go?
fuse 2 or more materia together to create something else, or just a boosted version of
Zach
the
here.
things you were fusing.
It's been a while.
And not necessarily all the time is it like
Come to Lazard Tribe.
fire plus this is
All
just fire. Like sometimes you'll fuse
Yeah.
like fire and HP, and it'll make like barrier. Like
Yeah, the
you-
fusions can get really wacky.
Yeah.
There's a big FAQ on GameFAQs if you really want to try and get into the system about it, but it's pretty.
Yeah, so it
Complicated.
actually follows a system with categories where every material is classified into a category. Some of them are unusable or unfusable. Oops, sorry for that. Some of them, and they all have different levels, I would say. Like fire, for example, can be level 1 to 3. 1, 2, or 3. And I don't know the system in total, but if fire is the lower level materia, fire a higher level, and Faraga the highest level, it's a hidden level. It's not a level that's shown anywhere. It's just basically class level of the materia.
Yeah, the materia system definitely runs deep in terms of its mechanics. So yeah, Dessa picked up a star pendant. Now he's going to do a quick materia fusion. He's going to fuse the fire materia, which he unequips at the beginning of the run, and HP up to make barrier.
Yeah.
And then he's going to equip that barrier materia and a power attack materia. Power attack is kind of like a normal attack that just does more damage, but it's a slightly longer animation.
Yeah, and it can stun the enemies, which we will actually
Understandable.
take profit of in a few fights. One of those
Yeah.
fights is coming up soon. We
Yep.
got power attack
Zach,
from the guard
I'm
spire
afraid I
earlier.
need your
We got
Yep.
a lot of stuff. The fire materia was equipped in the
Are
very
you
beginning.
pushing
As
another
Skate said, we
assignment on
unequipped
me?
it immediately. Just because it would take up materia slots and
My
we don't need it
apologies.
there anyway.
Whatever.
And it's also slower if the target is further away. And it's weaker. And yeah, we got HP up and Vitality up from the Vajrata twins. HP up, we just fuse it with fire to create barrier. And Vitality up, we'll use that later on in the fusion.
Yeah, materia is definitely a huge factor in being able to do this run fast, especially near the end. Again, it kind of just escalates the farther you go, how important the materia and more so the fusions from the materia are definitely an integral part of the speedrun. Absolutely.
You don't have to move to... Well, you can beat this game without using materia. That's possible. But
Yeah.
it's difficult. And in this, it's a lot slower. In the speedrun, we use a lot of very strong material later on that will give us a gigantic edge over a lot of enemies later on. We will have. Nah, I'm not gonna spoil it. We'll talk about that when that happens, but we will get some nice material.
Alright, Rennie doing her materia fusion and equipment.
Slowly fudging up the menu.
Yeah, I messed it up a little bit. It was a little bit slow for me. So right there, you saw in the elevator, I had a prompt between two options. If I would have picked the wrong option, the lower option, I think it is, I would have lost around 3 minutes because I would be forced to do a few fights on the soldier floor.
There's just one fight you're actually forced to do once you do that first fight.
Oh, you can leave after the first. I thought you have to do all of them. Oh my voice is cracking up. But still, you lose unnecessary time if you mess that prompt up, and it's very easy to not mess it up because you can first mash with Zach. Yeah, you have to wait for Zach's animation anyway, where he just puts his hands together and shakes his head or something like that. It takes like 3 seconds here.
Or something.
Yeah, you have enough time to decide what you want to choose. But what I like to do, usually when I know that prompts like that come up, I just generally start mashing with circle instead of X. Just so it always with circle, it always goes to the option we don't want.
The company has
Right,
decided
so
to
on-
Genesis
the wrong one.
and his
On Dessa's screen, we have probably one of the first more dangerous mob fights in the run. A lot of enemies come out very quickly.
They don't trust you.
And it's another one of those things where you're battling 180s.
Oh my god,
a lot.
yeah. That one
then
sweeper just took 3 180s.
Yeah, they can do a lot of damage really quick. There are some strategies you can use if you notice on the top of the screen. There's a hole in the wall at a certain point in the fight. A lot of enemies are going to come out of there, so you can try to get them before they come out, and that's what Dessa's going out to do.
Yeah, you can just basically bunch them all up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it always spawns once you're on the last enemy of the current wave.
Yeah, there's a strat I use, or I used back in the day. It's
that guy's
circle
close.
attack, I
This
think.
can go very well now. Actually, no, I got pushed out of there. Oh my god, I'm taking damage. Yeah, I got pushed out of there. But usually you can, throughout all the additional waves that appear, you can bunch the enemies all together. And as we said earlier, if you hit multiple enemies, it's more efficient as you deal damage to several enemies at the same time. And you can speed up the fight by quite a bit like that.
This is one fight that either goes really well or really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's usually the latter one. This fight is not
Probably
really
my
nice.
least favorite mass battle out of all of them.
Oh my god, who did he target? It's actually going really well though. I got the sweepers trapped. Now there are only 3 of them left. So as you see, the sweepers have 2 guns attached to them, and they can shoot you with that. I think they shoot like 8 bullets or something like that. And Zack gets staggered 8 times. Without barrier, you saw each of those bullets deals around 30 damage. So in total, 210 to 240 damage, whether it's 7 or 8 bullets.
So not to mention then too
That
that
does
like
a lot of
2
damage.
2 can attack you at the same time in that manner, and the range of that attack on the sweepers is quite large. So they can hit you on the other side of the room when you're not even dealing with them.
Yeah, that's like they have to be on the very edge, and you have to be on the completely other side for them to place.
So yeah, Rennie put up a barrier there.
Yeah, I decided to just go for it because I actually wasn't getting hit a lot. I got lucky.
I'm getting more trolled by the magic right now.
Yeah, the magic can be a very big factor because the G assassins, I think at this point it's Avengers. They have fire and blizzard magic. Blizzard magic, as you saw, spawns in front of the target and just drops down after a few seconds of delay, like I think 1.5 seconds. And fire is a homing spell that fades out after a little while, but it has a big range. Especially if you're trying to trap all of the enemies in one spot, Blizzard can mess you up a little bit. But that magic deals a lot of damage, and Barrier only works for physical attacks. Barrier, it halves the physical damage you take from any damage source. That's physical.
Oh wow, I am currently shoved into the doorway.
Yep. Oh yeah, this is gonna
Wait,
be
what?
fun. If you don't get stunned,
Oh, I
this is
had that
great.
as well. Yeah, this is very good if you don't get stunned now.
Yeah.
That's actually what you want to go
course.
for in this fight.
And the
Right.
last one fell out of there, so I had to reapply barrier anyway. Now they're all shooting at once.
Yeah. I'll have to show you all a strat on that fight I used to use. You put on the circle attack material and just go ham on that door. It works nice a lot of the time.
That's a really good idea, yeah. So the circle attack is a material we haven't seen, and we won't see it in the entire run. We will use it once, and that's only to fuse it away.
Yep.
We basically sacrifice it for stronger material. And what the circle attack does, it basically lets Zack spin around twice. It deals, I think, like 33 or 40% of your normal attack damage as damage. It can cause crits just like any other attack, but if you hit like 4 or 5 enemies, which is very likely in this fight if they bunch up all in the doorway, you will deal a lot of damage to the enemies, and it can actually be very efficient.
And in a fight like this, usually you're not going to rely on enemies being bunched up like that, but in a fight like this, when they have one particular spawn point and all of them are coming from there, it's really a nice touch.
So right there we met the character Sisney, and she just got added to the DMW, just like Zhang earlier. We won't see the DMW for the next like 10 minutes, but she's basically just another limit break or special attack that we can get in this fight.
In terms of this run, she's actually one of the better ones.
Yeah, she
In
gives you
general,
lucky
like-
stars, which is all crits, which obviously, when you don't have to worry about hitting an enemy in the back, is huge.
And it raises your limit gauge, which causes you to get more limits, which might be bad, but considering you get crits out of that as well, in the fights we basically force the special attacks, it can actually be very helpful because very strong moves can happen. The
One of
moves
the
are
best
usually high level.
combinations- Yeah, one of the best combinations you can pick up is Assist Me into the Angeal limit.
Yeah, that
The
one.
Angeal limit hits like 10 times or something like that, so every hit of that critting is really
Alright,
nice.
so Des is going into the G Eraser fight.
Ooh,
He's going to
shotgun,
start
that's
with
good.
casting Barrier.
I'm a coming.
Yeah, I had to
this
heal
fight-
the fight.
This fight can go awry very, very quickly because
Nice.
G Eraser can stun you, and then he can use an attack called Scorcher that will almost completely kill you. So if you're stunned and can't avoid it or anything like that, or stop him from using it, it can go bad really quick.
Okay.
Um,
This is looking very well.
And you can see here Dessa is using that yellow material we equipped earlier, the power attack, and you can see it stuns G Eraser. You can see those stars around him. And that allows us to get a bunch of attacks in. And wow,
Okay.
no Scorcher.
I
That's-
never seen, like, I saw no Scorcher fights before, but only because I stun locked him, like, almost framed perfectly. Right here, he just
Yeah.
decided to not use it. Which
Yeah,
is,
that was
it
an
saves you the
amazing
animation,
fight.
and it does a lot of
So
damage.
now we're
As
outsourcing
Skate
the
said, it
terrorists.
does. Without barrier, it does around, at this point, 90% or more of your maximum HP, which means if you don't have a barrier up, you'll most likely lose to that attack.
I'm
Yeah.
Zach. Pleasure
And
to
even
And-
with a barrier, you want, like, plus 400 HP.
And Scorcher stuns you as well, so if you get Scorchered and then hit right after it, you're dead.
It doesn't.
Yeah, that
It
fight
knocks
is
you back, but it
actually-
doesn't stun. Combo attack stuns you in this fight.
It's
No, that's
actually
right.
the reason that the barrier fusion was added to this point of the run.
Yeah.
is that very fight.
This fight can be very scary, and it can end runs if you don't pay attention. Like if
Absolutely.
you, for example, forget to heal.
Yeah.
What can happen if you're very the Scorcher attacks are based on the HP remaining from G Eraser. I'm not sure. I think it's like 75 and 25%. I'm not 100% sure about that. But if you're not careful, he can do 2 Scorchers back to back, which means you don't survive that without a barrier either way. And even with a barrier, I think it's actually a damage range if you survive or not.
Maybe that's what I was thinking of too. Back to back, not stun.
Yeah, that can happen, and as you saw, it's a cinematic attack, and all cinematic attacks, whether it's from you or from the enemy, they freeze everything else that happens. So this game is action-based, but it has some kind of turn effect that if somebody is queuing up something, he will finish that attack, like the limit breaks. Or as Rini, I keep saying Rinimt, as Rini said during Wutai, if you try to escape a battle and enemies try to attack you or something like that, they will get that attack off, no matter what. They they won't stop with that attack, they will just finish it, and after that you will flee.
It's not to interrupt you, Dessa, but yeah, another problem with this G-Eraser fight, Rini's getting a little bit better luck on the second go around here, but G-Eraser can put him, or you can put G-Eraser in a bad position against the invisible walls so that when he's stunned, you can't actually hit him in the back. And obviously that's going to cost a lot of time. Rini got a little bit better luck there the second go around.
And as you just saw on Rini's end, he was stunned, but he still pulled off Scorcher, which means once enemies decide to do... He wasn't? Oh, I thought he was, but
Nope.
even if he would have been stunned, enemies will pull off their limits no matter what. Even if they're stunned, they will just do it.
Yeah, just like in the original Final Fantasy VII, limits take priority over everything.
Oh, my HP is nice.
Alright, so getting into another fairly dangerous dungeon in the run, Choco Reactor 5. Oh yeah, I guess we have this cutscene. Best cutscene in the
We're
run.
probably both gonna take a bathroom break here.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
Oh, go ahead.
So I guess while I'm here, Mako Reactor 5 is all the encounters
When
here
I
are
was a
set.
kid,
You will
I
always
always
hit the
wanted
same
to have
encounter on
wings.
your same pass through the screen.
you know,
Yep.
like an
So we
angel.
always know what enemies to expect in a particular
People
encounter.
had wings.
Yeah.
They'd be monsters.
And one of those situations where
Wings.
they're still using these
Freedom,
invisible
but those who
circles
have none.
that we were talking about earlier for the
They can
encounters, but
symbolize
there's just no way to
monsters.
avoid them, so we know exactly what we're gonna get. Yeah, quite a dangerous dungeon coming up. Their Sagans can do a lot of damage and stun you and poison you.
Yeah, they have this move called Jump. If
Yeah.
you don't have barrier up and you have two Sahagins in the fight, as both Skate and I have found, you will die.
Yes. So jump, like any DM attack, can be dodged, but the problem is since the Sagan is jumping, it goes off screen. So you have a very small window of time to be able to actually use a visual cue to dodge
The army is mobilizing.
the attack.
Still time.
And
You
two
and I
Sagans
will
using
fight
jump
them
at the same
before they
time.
do.
If you get hit by one, you're going to get hit by the other, and it's game over.
Fail to
But yeah,
eliminate them.
I think we'll use this as a quick little universal bathroom break.
Yes,
Enjoy the
for real.
best cutscene in the game.
Excellent.
Who enjoys this cutscene? It's a nice 6-minute break.
I'm back. Okay. So yeah, I don't know if this was addressed already, but this is one of the bathroom breaks here. This cutscene takes 6.5 minutes, and you can't skip anything here. So yeah, that's one of the bathroom breaks in the run.
Activating combat mode.
So one of the issues with hitting Sahagins is you might notice that their knockback animation is so huge, you can just basically not stay behind them.
You can be happy if you get like 2 back attacks, usually. But
Alright, my turn.
Their flinch animation is enormously big. Scroll down again.
Is that Aunt Jill's
Why would you
face?
skip it? Because it's faster, Priya.
It appears Genesis.
But yeah,
isn't
this
the
is,
only one
I
getting
think,
copied.
widely considered the second best or best cinematic, tied with the final
The
cinematic of the
company
game.
training
But
Hmm?
yeah,
We used
for
to
me
sit
personally,
together
it's my
for
favorite
fun
cutscene in the game.
when
I
the
used to
seconds
have a
were
save
out.
file dedicated just to this cutscene.
Genesis
I think I still
and
have it
Geo.
somewhere.
and I.
You guys were pretty tight.
I wonder.
All right.
Infinite in mystery.
Yeah, if it wasn't mentioned, this is an unskippable cutscene. You can't skip it, just like every other one.
And take
This
to the
cutscene is
sky.
unskippable. Wait, this is an unskippable cutscene that we cannot skip because wait, I don't know. How did you say? Wait, let me look it up. We have a. That's like a gag from the KH community.
Act
Yeah.
one.
You remembered.
Let me try and find that.
How can I not when you've beaten it into my head?
Don't take Sephiroth lightly.
Yeah. But yeah, cutscenes in this game are unskippable, which leads into bathroom breaks like these. So whenever
yeah.
you would decide on running this game, you would have to prepare yourself for maybe doing something different in the downtime. Or
Is
at
that the
least
best
not
you can do?
just in a way that you don't get bored watching the cutscenes over and over again, because they are quite long at
All
times.
hail Sephiroth. Huh? And Geo,
So yeah, I guess while Dessa's cutscene's ending here,
I'll take Sephiroth
Uh,
alone. Genesis.
we'll re-explain like what we were saying earlier.
The world
Maka
needs a
Reactor
new
5.
hero.
They have the Sagan enemies, and I
Call me
forget the
Dry.
other one.
Ariman.
So smug.
Yeah, Ariman, thank you.
But for how long?
Between the two of them, they can either very quickly kill you, they can poison you. Definitely going to be one of the more dangerous dungeons for a while. Yeah, we're pretty much just going to the bottom of the reactor and triggering a cutscene, heading out. But yeah, there'll be, I think, 6 or 7 encounters between here and there. And yeah, the Sagans are really the ones we're going to be looking out for. They have the jump ability.
Yeah, I think it's 6, 7 if you count the one on the start of Holland.
Yeah.
Actually, when derusting, I forgot where to go here yesterday, so I'm glad I did a little bit of derust.
Of course. And yeah, as Rennie mentioned, all these encounters, since they're invisible circles, aren't bypassable or therefore all mandatory.
Yep. And it's almost all the time the same encounter. Like right here, you can see I'm already escaping from the encounter.
Okay,
but
yeah.
I had to take the jump from the Sahagin, which I will actually heal outside.
Exactly. Definitely a thing we mentioned before where even if you're escaping an encounter, you are not safe by any means. So yeah, the game determined he was going to escape. So once the game determines you're going to escape, all actions have to finish. And since the jump action happened during that check, he got hit by it mandatorily. So yeah, you can see that double jump right there. If both of those had hit him, he'd be dead. It's quite the scary experience.
A Health Outsider, it's because I have a German copy. That's why it's not in English.
Yeah, so to mention again, I'm sure we'll mention it a few more times throughout the run. But between PAL and pretty much every version of the game except the Japanese version, they play exactly the same. So they all run at 60 hertz. All the text loads block by block instead of character by character. So it's going to be the same text-wise and frame rate-wise. So it's fair game, and you can run on any PSP because they're region free.
Just a scrape.
So yeah,
quite
Ashmarks, there's no time
I'll
difference
be
at all.
fine. Don't worry.
Not only not much, it's not all. Yeah, Sapphire, that's an FFZ mode. Why does Crosscroft Oh, see, do not steal.
Even
I know what
if
that
the
is.
morrow is barren of promises, nothing shall forestall my return.
Everyone's actually the faster font. Yeah,
Japanese
every.
is actually faster by about 3 seconds.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Well,
the
yeah,
mashing cutscenes is faster than
everything
voice
alright?
cutscene.
Wait, why am I using
Yes.
barrier?
As far as Genesis was concerned.
But in Japanese,
But-
wait. Oh my God, what am I doing?
As for
You
Angel-
still have a
Angel?
longer run in Japanese
What
because
happened?
you have to watch the credits. But that goes for every Japanese speedrun, I
Later,
think.
I received
RPG
one of his
speedrun.
famous
Most of them, anyway.
About what?
Yeah, almost.
I wouldn't know
every-
any
It's
way
the
you don't.
same.
At least
Discipline,
RPGs.
Dreams, honor, etc.
Elizabeth, very good.
One of those, huh?
There are more version differences between English and Japanese besides the hard mode and those voice cutscenes. Like, for instance,
So it's
in
true.
missions, if you die in a
They're
mission in
invading
Japanese, it's
Hollander.
game over.
Yeah, that's the reason why I didn't do my 100%
this
run in
happen?
Japanese. I actually wanted to do that, but then I tried to grind money on Minerva and it just didn't work. You cannot just purposely lose. You game over. One hits me. Yeah, I'm gonna heal. I don't want to take any risk right now.
Yeah, some runners, especially in marathon setting like this one today, would elect to heal between fights instead of at the beginning of the next fight.
Yeah.
So yeah, he got another double jump there. Luckily, only one of them hit.
Yeah, if both of them would have hit me, then I actually would have lost the run right there.
Yep, it's
I
definitely
just
like a-
realized that afterwards.
yeah. Double jump is game over, unfortunately.
Yep.
Definitely
That's
makes this
why-
one of the scarier dungeons in the beginning and almost for the entire run, really.
Yeah, I would
That's why
actually
I
stay
always
in the
carry
entire
her.
run.
Yeah.
I do that too. I just forgot it right here. Yeah, saves will be done. Don't worry.
Yes.
Like soon.
Yeah, we have a definite save point coming soon.
Mm. Just out of curiosity, would you consider resetting for it over and over again if it should happen over and over again?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do.
I mean,
Yeah,
I don't know
really-
how much time it actually saves.
It's a
But I mean-
lot of attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 10 attack. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah. Oh
Yeah.
no. Yeah. Now I remember because I recently forgot the didn't equip the curse ring because I was on a lower level than that. Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah. I will reset then as well if it should happen. But it's like 10%.
Oh, speaking of the double jumps, though,
Hmm.
the thing that staggered those just
I
enough,
got it there as well.
so I had to dodge both.
Yeah. What sometimes can happen, which looks a little bit funny on the double jumps, is they will jump slightly in a slightly different timing, in a way that one of you will hit, and one of them will hit you. He will knock you back, but the other one, because you get knocked back, will miss you. That looks pretty interesting sometimes. That usually happens when you're trying to escape, as otherwise you could just dodge the jumps. Normal mode, yeah. Hard mode is. I tried routing it and
I also tried routing it and just no.
the Shinra battle that we had earlier with the sweepers. That's where I stopped.
Wow, this Araman battle is just not letting me out.
Oh, Aramans are horrible because we don't have Emberry. With Emberry, that would be so much better. We don't have access yet. I think it's like 2 more chapters. Yeah. Is it 2? Yeah, I think it's 2. Hard mode is hard. Hard mode is, in my opinion, just unbalanced or not properly balanced.
Activating combat.
Well, it was kind of just added for the English version.
Yeah.
Activating combat mode.
Jeez. They are jump happy on me.
Okay.
The problem with that first thing you have to examine in this room is it's really easy to examine it twice.
Yep. And the camera can play against you a little bit because in cramped up rooms, the
The wound was
camera
superficial.
can be a little bit
But for some
weird.
reason-
Camera's
As
really bad.
yeah,
Genesis
I
wasn't
think the
feeling
camera basically, usually it's always just something that,
The
just some
man who
object
treated
that
him was
follows you. But I think in this
Hollander.
game they
Professor Hollander.
didn't make it
How
so
is
that
Genesis?
object can phase through everything, so the camera can get stuck on objects in a way that you can't turn the camera.
Is it treatable?
And when you try and move it, just jerks over.
Yep. And in a few cases where I personally at least took measures in my way of moving against, is that sometimes you move and the camera just
couldn't I
decides
be
to
the donor?
jump over and just do a 180. So in one moment the camera is behind Zach and suddenly it's in front of Zach, facing Zach, and because
A
the movement
soldier,
is determined
type
by the
G.
position of the camera, you will suddenly just turn around and run in the wrong direction. It happens in quite a few places, and in the next section it can happen as well, but I think it won't happen. We'll see.
I actually had a
It
bit
was
of that
Hollander's
in the
experiment.
Nora when I was trying to get into that
The
room with
result
Genesis.
was a normal
The
child.
camera moved
Yeah.
just
Many
enough
failed.
so that
However-
the way I was holding the D-pad ended up shooting me into the wall, and then finally the save point.
Yeah, I saw that he accidentally touched the save point. Yeah, what I just do, I just hold left. It sometimes works. I have to fiddle a little bit around with the D-pad, otherwise I don't hit the loading zone. But right here, for example, if you go through those doors, it can happen as well if your camera isn't in a good position.
Alright, so Dessa now is going to go through this section chasing Hollander. You can't ever really catch him, so it's just kind of
Yeah.
there for show.
Project.
Yeah,
pretty
they-
good.
Genesis.
There's going to be one or two encounters that they're going to be trying to skip here that can be kind of trolly sometimes. One in particular. It's not too bad, but you
Genesis
can
showed
definitely
clear
get you.
signs of change.
Yeah. I think it's pretty interesting that a soldier first class is
Not
not
only
able
that.
to chase down a
Copies.
laboratory guy.
Yeah, they really need to stop putting Zach in charge of chasing things.
Yeah, he is really bad at that.
And throughout the run, they're gonna do it many
Oh,
times.
I
Yep,
thought I'd
And
find
it's a
you
bad
here.
idea every single time.
it never works.
Only I can
Yeah, right here you can see I'm not exactly hugging the wall, I'm just cutting the corners. That's because while we don't know how the enemy spawns are looking
Genesis.
exactly, like we don't know how the spawn boxes look pixel by pixel, but in some areas we kind of have an assumption just out of experience. And right here you can usually just easily cut the corners
Zach,
and
go
you
after Hollander.
shouldn't get an encounter. It's pretty generous.
One of these days, one of us is gonna get an encounter.
Oh
So-
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, Dessa got that encounter we were talking about that can
There
be
is no
finicky,
hate,
but this one's
only
generally
joy,
pretty quick because you
for
can hit
you
multiple
are
enemies at the same time.
beloved by the
They
gods.
can't stun you though, so but it looks like you got through it no problem.
Dawn,
Not a problem at all.
healer of
And yeah,
the
you'll
world.
notice he grabbed a mag up from the chest there
You never
Uh,
change.
Three
a few
friends go
seconds
to
before,
battle.
and we'll get another
One
chest here on
is
the
captured,
last screen.
one flies away.
The circlet
The
gives you a
one
little
that
bit
is
of a
left
magic boost, which is good.
becomes a hero.
This
So-
Mac up is
Yes,
actually,
always.
I think
If
it's
we were
a
to
relatively
enact
new addition to the
Would
route.
I be the
That's
one
right.
to play the hero? Or would
then, yeah,
Considering how
it's all
the
yours.
other routes are,
Indeed.
it's a new addition.
Yeah.
Like brand new.
After all, your
And
glory
yeah, this will be the
is
last
not
double
mine.
sagging fight, so this will be the last
Petty.
chance for him to get double
Hindsight,
jumped.
perhaps.
And this fight
Now
has
what I want
lost me, I
most
think, like 3 or 4
is the
runs as
gift
well already.
of the goddess.
Yeah. Double jumps, no joke.
Hmm. So in this area, as Skate said, we will pick up a circlet, which will boost our magic, which later on will be actually really important in a run. If anyone knows anything about the Crisis Core speedruns, they'll probably know why magic will be important later on.
Yep.
But in this area, you can't get encounters, so I don't have to hop the wall at all. If I would be able to open the chest. Yeah. So we have a little menu coming
So, yeah.
now.
There'll be a menu, and then both the runners will be saving. Because this next boss fight, we call it the machine trio. Really, it's 3 different machines you're fighting all at the same time, and one of them has the common drop of a power wrist, and the power wrist increases your attack by, I want to say, like 20 or so, and 10. Yeah, quite important for the fact that we're still dealing attack damage.
I'm just gonna choose the save file. I don't know which one it is.
And yeah, I specifically said that it's a common drop because sometimes you can get a rare drop, and the rare drop is just a bronze bangle. So it's kind of trolly that they did it in that way, but in a speedrun it kind of works out. Instead of having to try to get the rare drop, we're going for the common drop. But if you do get that rare drop, it's quite detrimental to the speed of your run. So both runners here are going to elect to take a save, and you will notice that since getting the curse ring, this will be the first fight since then where we take it off and actually will be using the DMW. And this goes back to what we were describing an hour ago or so with how leveling up works. You level up through the DMW, so it can seem random.
Okay.
Okay. But the game has a hidden experience counter, so that depending on what level you are and what level you're going to, depending on how much experience you've accrued, your chances increase for getting that level up. So since we've gotten all this experience so far without using the DMW really once since the beginning of the run, the chances of getting a few level ups here are going to be pretty high, but not consistent.
No,
so the runners will be going for hopefully getting the highest level possible, quickest fight possible, and going for the power wrist.
So we want level 10. Level 11 would be like amazing if we would get that, but I think, to me personally, it happened once. I don't know if any one of you two ever had it.
I've had it happen once in a practice run.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, level 11 is very uncommon, but it can happen if you get really lucky. Level 10 is what we usually want. Level 9 is the lower end that we accept, but apparently, which I found out yesterday, you can get unlucky enough to just reach level 8.
Yep.
I think even just getting 7 is possible too, depending on how fast your fight is.
You probably can get level 6 if you're completely unlucky.
Yeah.
But that's already like, you would have to run the game thousands and thousands of hundreds of times to ever get that probably.
And you'll notice too that very early in the fight, Dessa got Cisne's slots on the DMW, so that all of his attacks are doing critical damage, which is going to significantly speed up the fight because trying to hit these enemies, hitting these enemies in the back is quite a pain in the butt. And yeah, Dessa got the power wrist, so he's luckily good on that front.
Yep. I just have to hope that I at least get 1 level up. Level 9 would be what I want. Level 10 would be better, but at this point I don't even think I'm gonna get it.
Yeah.
If I'm not getting level 9, then I'm just gonna try getting it at the next fight.
Yeah.
Come on. Yes! Level 9, okay, I'm good. Cisne DMW. So, as Skate mentioned earlier, the Cisne DMW, it gives you permanent critical attack, not permanent, but temporarily, temporarily a critical buff that you always hit with critical attacks, no matter what side of the enemy you're hitting. It basically increases your luck to 255 if you want numbers. And I could have gotten another level up. Split for Team Choco. And another side effect that Cisne has is that you saw in the top left above the reels, there was a little wave going on. And there are 5 levels of that wave: low, normal, high, sky high, and heavenly. Which, if you get Sisney, it increases always. The higher the level, the higher the level of Sisney's limit, the higher the level of the limit gauge goes, and it just increases the odds of getting level ups, special attacks, strongest special attack. Actually, not level ups, but everything. Okay.
Here we go! Go, go, go!
And something that Rini mentioned earlier, if you get Sisney with her crit ability, along with Angel, you deal massive damage because you just hit a lot of times with Angel, as long as the enemies don't die to that attack. And that can give you a huge advantage in fights where you don't have the curse ring equipped, because it just deals damage for free. You don't have to do anything and you still do a lot of damage. And it's Angel's one. I think the Angel one is the most efficient one, damaging wise.
Genesis one is pretty good too. But you almost never see it.
Genesis just does a lot of damage for the point of the game where you can obtain it. It's a little bit slower. I don't like that the DMW has to change for that as well.
Wow, Sisney, come on.
So...
And Rennie got the power wrist, so
Yes.
luckily both of them don't have to deal with that. That's really great.
Oh, that's good. This can be very unfortunate. So if you're doing, or at least for Rennie and me, I would say if we would be doing PB attempts, we would just reset if we don't get that, because you lose a few minutes to reloading and having to battle the enemies again.
Yeah.
And yeah, this section can lose you a lot of time. You can, like, sometimes you think you get a horrible fight and it can't get worse, and next round you suddenly lose 1.5 minutes and you're just wondering how that happened. And sometimes you think it's the best fight ever, and next time you save like a minute over that fight, so it's like open in both sides. This RNG can do way too much. It can change your run by 3 or 4 minutes. Actually, in this fight, maybe like 2 or 3 minutes. But by quite a bit.
Wow. I think I might not get Sisney.
And it's unfortunate. It's relatively unlikely. So, another thing that you see next to the slots, or next to the wave, there's a picture of Sisney with a ×5, I think it is at that point. That basically just means Sisney has 5 times higher chance of appearing. I think the way it works, it just adds 5 extra faces, but I'm not sure.
So yeah, Rennie split's coming up, by the way, and that's a split.
And basically those, you saw in between, there were a few text boxes in between cutscenes, which said something like, emotions affected, or heightened emotions affected the DMW. Yeah, exactly. And that basically increases the chance of rolling a certain character
Hollander,
for the entirety
do you
of,
understand what you're doing?
I think it's the chapter. For the entirety of the chapter, or until you get that
Working
character
for
in a
Hollander
row.
now? What is it you're after?
World domination.
That's not even funny, man.
How about revenge?
For what?
So yeah, now this character comes into the game.
Angel!
Her
You might
name
know her.
is Eris Gainsborough, and she's a cutie.
She is. I agree with that.
I've become a monster. A monster's
Little
objective is
side fact.
usually world domination or
Side fact or fun fact. If you look at her hair, you see that
You're
it's
wrong.
not quite on the
Those aren't the
same.
wings of a
Like it,
monster.
she doesn't have the same appearance
Well
as in
then,
FF7
what
yet,
are
but we'll see the change of that in a few minutes, or I think it's actually like 10 minutes from here, because the slum sections, if you know anything about FF7, yeah. If you know FF7, you know that there's a slum, and in Crisis Core, I think the speedrun is like 40 or 45 minutes inside of the slums. And that's honestly just a straight up uninteresting part. Because you just run around. You do one fight, two fights actually, but both of them are not that difficult. And yeah, if you could ever find a skip for this would be amazing. But I don't think there will be. Oops.
Defend yourself.
So yeah, I guess with the events coming up in the run, this would probably be one of the good times in the run to take some questions. If anyone has any questions about the run or anything like that for our runners or commentary or anything, we can probably take a few questions.
If there are any donations to read out, this is a good timing.
Yeah, we're not taking donations or anything like that, so
yeah.
don't worry about that.
Tell me what happened.
You're basically just doing some fetch quests here and there.
I wanna.
Basically, what happens is Zach's a little out of it. He doesn't pay attention very well, and he gets his wallet stolen. We had to get it back.
Hello?
Mom?
Hello?
So throughout this run, we're going to be running 3 main strategies. Right now, we're in the attacking phase. In about, I'd say about an hour or so, we'll be switching to a magic phase. And then after making about the last 25 minutes of the run, we'll be using Costly Punch.
An angel?
Yep. If you know, if you played FF7 Crisis Core, then you might have heard Costly Punch. It's pretty overpowered.
Scared me.
Material. Oh yeah, Skate. The Shala's question is pretty good as well.
Not really.
Yeah, so getting into this game as a speedrun is actually you can take it really as slow as you want or as quick as you want. The two main categories really for this are New Game and New Game Plus. New Game Plus I find is more of a good tool than necessarily a competitive category or anything like that. Yeah, Dessa forgot to take off the
I forgot the menu, and I have it big in my notes.
So yeah, luckily too with how well PSP files work, I was actually just talking to the runners earlier. I have New Game Plus files for English and Japanese that I made years ago.
Oh, Japanese.
Stop.
So if you ever just wanted to go, okay, I want to just play through the run, not necessarily worry about strats, but I just want to kind of get a feel for where to go and everything. There's a speed run for you, New Game Plus, and it works. It's really great to kind of get your feet wet with the run. And then from there you can go on to New Game. And as I mentioned earlier, there's only really a few core mechanics you really have to deal with in running this game. One being memorizing dodge patterns, so like when to dodge, like we were talking about the sag and double jumps, like knowing when to dodge those, or any boss knowing their attacks and when to dodge, because dodging gives you iframes, and for how much damage we're going to end up taking if we don't dodge, that's really important. But menus are pretty generous, not to mention, in my opinion, the menuing engine in this game is very, very good.
It's better on console than on emulator.
Right.
In my opinion.
And of course, we mentioned that earlier as well, that getting the game going on emulator legally, and it's very easily. You can copy your game over to the computer legally. You don't need a BIOS, because the most common emulator, PPSSPP, uses a custom BIOS, so you don't have to worry about legality issues or anything like that. Emulator also natively upscales the game, so the game looks really well. You can use your own controller instead of having to play on a PSP. So between all those things, you can really take this run as many steps as you want. You can have, even if you just want to learn the run on emulator so you can have ease of save states and stuff and then move to console, you can do that as well. So yeah, getting to this run, you can really take it as slow or as fast as you want. Me and Rennie have been running the game for a while, her even longer than me.
I was a lot of the initial routing on the game, really.
Yeah, Rennie was really one of the only runners for a long time. And yeah, just between all of us, we've definitely seen pretty much anything that this run can throw at us, and there's always room for improvements. So yeah, if you have any interest in getting into the game, you can always hit up Discord links or message us on various social media. And there's also notes on speedrun.com. I can post the link. Yeah.
We do have a Crisis Core Discord.
Yep. Which I still haven't really done a lot about it.
Yep. So at the very least for right now, I can link the leaderboard in chat so y'all can see what that looks like. It's kind of it can be kind of hard maybe to read this leaderboard, but it really makes sense at the end of the day for how everything's sectioned off. But regardless, there's notes between emulator notes from back in the day, my old notes from back in the day, Dessa's fairly brand new notes. All that's there. Like I said, I'll be uploading saves for New Game Plus here soon. I lost my PSP 2 or 3 years ago, and I actually just found it yesterday with all my saves on it. So I'm really excited to be able to upload those for everybody to use, because making a good New Game Plus save can be a pain in the butt if you don't know what you're doing and do everything just by manually playing the game. Because I really do think New Game Plus is a great way to get into the game if you just want to get your feet wet and not have to stress too much about strats and stuff. So it's pretty great.
New Game Plus is like a god mode, to be fair.
Right.
I think there's only one boss that doesn't die within one hit.
Yeah,
that one dies within one hit with the right setup.
Yeah, it's pretty much like a no strat run. It's really just to kind of know where to go and not have to worry about dying and stuff like that. So because like I said, this run is not easy at times. They're making it look easy so far. So if you really just kind of want to get used to where to go and everything without having to worry about dying or anything like that, New Game Plus is absolutely a great place to start.
So also on the note of strats, I want to give a big thanks to Nitrazon, who back in the day also really helped get this run off the ground.
Absolutely, definitely one of the people who's been in the game longer than most of us.
He's never played the game, but he's really helped her out.
Yeah.
Yeah, even recently he added a few things.
Yeah, I always remember he was one of the only Final Fantasy XII runners way back in the day. And to this day, he still claims he doesn't even like the game that much, but he just really wanted to help contribute to that game. And that just says a lot about him. A lot of great people out there in the community that help like that selflessly.
There was another question that I wanted to answer earlier. Let me search that again.
Yeah, we still have time for a few more questions if anyone has any.
Yeah, it's still like, I would say 10 minutes that we can answer stuff.
Yeah. So one of the big things with the slums is there's not a lot of waste scenes here, so we have to do a lot of mashing. So this is one place where you can really work up your mashing endurance in this game.
Yep. Oh, and yes, Final Fantasy XII, as I was mentioning earlier, will also be in this relay, so definitely check that out.
It will be the closing run, actually.
Yes.
It's the 122333 run.
Absolutely
So,
insane category. It's insane. Any percent is already insane. That category takes it to a whole another level. So definitely check that one out.
Hmm. And yeah, for the New Game Plus setup file again, Skate already said that it's like really long. It takes a long time to set up because you have to get a few certain materia just to handle the different enemies, because you don't want a menu at all. You want to do one menu and you want to finish all the missions of the game just to have a proper New Game Plus save file. And you can take it even one level further by grinding out money. Oh, god damn it. By grinding out money, and that can take like an extra hour or two, but it saves you 2 seconds if you actually do that.
Yeah, just real quick, while Dessa's actually on the fight, this is one of the few fights in this little section, and it can actually still go slow. You notice he got silked, which, similar to the guard spider fight, just completely stuns you. Can't really do anything, purely a time waste. So you just have the 3 worms there trying to, again, since it's a group in the same spot, you're really going for multi-hits, prioritize over back attacks. But if you happen to get both, that's great.
Back attacks.
Right.
Yeah, it's like the spider web from the God Spider.
Yep.
Just stops you for a certain amount of time. While in this fight, it's not dangerous because those enemies don't do a lot of damage. It's just unnecessary time waste because it's not really hard to dodge it. I just messed it up for no reason.
Yeah. And then, yeah, I guess just to remind you all, if you all are just coming in, what you're watching, this is the Final Fantasy Series Relay 4 Interlude. We call it that. We've done Final Fantasy Series Relays in the past, but they've mainly focused on the core Final Fantasy games. This time, we took a different approach, and we've included a lot of games, like side games or categories that you wouldn't commonly see, which is really giving the people who run these side games a voice, which is awesome. I'm really glad to see it. There's going to be going on for the next 2 or 3 days. We're going to have a whole bunch of different games coming to you all. Right now you're watching Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII, which is on the PSP, prequel to the original Final Fantasy VII. But we got plenty of games coming throughout the week. And next up, I think we have Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Japanese, which is the main category for that. Dissidia Final Fantasy has never been in a marathon like this. Dirge Cerberus has never been in a marathon like this. Even a DS title, Choco Tales, World of Final Fantasy, which is one of the newer ones. But we do still have a couple of the core Final Fantasy games, Final Fantasy 1 and 10-2 and 9 and so on. So it's going to be a few days of some awesome speedruns with some awesome people. So definitely tell your friends, spread the word, and hopefully enjoy yourself this weekend. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Little side note to the version differences again. This cutscene is another cutscene that would be pure text box in Japanese.
It's the
One we're
last
seeing
one
right now.
of the run.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure about that, but yeah, this is the last cutscene that would be text box.
There's
This
a total
another
of
text. Oh,
3.
yeah.
2 in the intro, and then the 1 here in the slums.
Yeah.
A little break again. So there was another box or choice box. If I would have chosen the wrong, like the correct decision just immediately gets you to the cutscene. The wrong decision puts you into a loading zone where you then have to walk your way to the playground by yourself.
And then
So
make
just lose
another
time.
choice.
Yeah, and then make another choice. And
Ray's having a great Worms fight so far. She got at least 4 back attacks, no silk. It's looking really good.
I didn't go for the back attack on the last one because I had him right there.
Yep.
thought the main unfortunate thing that happened in that fight was one of them hit me.
Right. Definitely not as bad as getting silked like Dessa did, so that's gonna be time save for Team Mog.
Yeah, and the mashing wasn't the best for me in the slump, so maybe there was a little bit of time save as well.
Yep.
Slumps is one of the... I would say if you ever run this game, this might be one of the time saves you might not notice immediately, because it just seems trivial, and it is trivial what you have to do here, but you can still waste some time by not mashing properly or choosing the wrong decision on the text box, or get soaked by the web from the worms like I did.
Yeah, for those who missed it earlier, the best way to mash in this game is by alternating between X and circle. When you want to actually examine something, you just need to focus on mashing X. But for actual text, you can do alternate between both.
Yeah, having two buttons to mash when playing on a PSP is really, really nice.
Oh,
yeah.
my hand's starting to get tired at this point, though.
Yeah.
I can see my text boxes going slower.
I noticed that for myself as well, just before the worm fight.
This one.
I'm just at the voice
I'll
scene
go buy it. I'll be
where
right
you
back.
get the ribbon.
I should have mentioned it again when we were talking about getting into the speedrun of this, but just to make it clear again, getting into the speedrun is really easy, just because if you can play on any kind of PSP, on any kind of version of the game, and there's going to be something for you. You'll notice that today in this run, Rennie of Team Mog is using the English version, and Dessa of Team Choco is using the German, or the PAL version with German text. And they're pretty much both at an even level, because the PSP, you don't lose frame rate if you're playing on PAL, because it outputs at 60 hertz, just like every other PSP. And text in this game loads block by block instead of character by character. So because of that, there's no disadvantage for running on PAL or NTSC. And if you run on Japanese, that's its own category, so you don't really have to worry about anything there either. So whatever equipment you have, there's probably some way to get you to be able to run the game. So get in there.
Even
if
if
you compare
it...
the runs side by side, Japanese is about 3 seconds faster.
Yeah,
If you take out all RNG and everything.
They get some kind of special surgery.
Even if you would want to run it on console, and not on emulator, but you don't have a working capture card or something like that, you can record with a webcam as well. That's not a big deal either.
Yeah.
I just see a lot of people being sad because they think they cannot run a game because they don't have the recording equipment, but you can just as well take a webcam pointed at the game, and that works just as fine.
Yep. Between that or just emulator or actually capturing a PSP, any of those are fair game in some way or shape. So
yeah, I myself had to do it in my PB because
I'm with Soldier.
about 3 hours in, my capture card decided to not put anything on my TV anymore, which means I couldn't see anything.
Yeah,
therefore I had to play from my webcam.
The PSP actually has a very unfortunate mechanic to it, which is if you're outputting video with the official cables like composite or S-Video or component, if at any given point that gets disconnected from the PSP, it is impossible to reconnect it unless you quit the game. So that alone is kind of a stressful part of running this on console.
Oh, you.
Finally, fights again. Oh.
Yes, now we're back in the fighting part of the game on the Sector 0 highway. This is going to be, I think, 2 fights and then a boss.
Things haven't been normal at all lately.
Gonna be like kind of a mob mentality, like some of the other fights where there's a lot of enemies on the screen instead of just one.
How's your life going?
I was thinking it would be a normal
Yeah,
day.
so again, you don't have to run this on console. I wouldn't have been able to run this on console either because one of my
That's not all that
PSP's stick is completely broken. I don't remember how it happened, but it just randomly decides to move me, which messes up menus and movement. But yeah, emulator's just as much of a good way to run the game.
On my way.
And it has its
I'm
own
sorry,
leaderboard,
but duty
so
calls.
it's just as viable as a category as well. And
And
it's
there's-
actually more run, there's more competition.
Exactly. Yep.
You have more people to compete with. I think on console, on English right now, it's the three of
The
us.
three of us. Yep.
Yeah. We're the only runners for console on the leaderboards
friends are
currently.
pretty
New
sad.
Game Plus, I think it's you two. I'll be joining soon.
You talk in your sleep.
Yep.
Japanese has a few runners because
Yeah.
I think
It'll be
Japanese
fine.
people are either way
I know that
more
now.
towards running things on console, not on emulator. At least that's what it seems like. And yeah, emulator is just accessible to anyone who has a computer, basically, or a computer that isn't from like 10 years ago. So that
Yep.
one has, I think, like 9 runners or 10.
No, the Japanese board I think only has 4 runs across
Oh no,
both
I
new
mean
game.
emulator. But
Oh yeah, yeah. Emulator has a bunch, like
Japanese has 5 on New Game, and I have no idea how many on New Game Plus.
9. Yeah, and actually, one of the people that has run, one of the Japanese runners that's done this called Tombi, or Little Tombi, he's actually running next for Team Mog. And between him and me are the only 2 people that have run all 3 Final Fantasy VII games, which is pretty cool.
Oh wow, I completely forgot about the third bridge fight. I was getting ready to put away my PSP.
So yeah, we're done with those 2 fights. Now we're going to like kind of the next boss fight, G Warrior.
Yeah, it's like a mini boss. He's not that dangerous. If you don't pay attention, he can stun you and actually deal some damage. But...
The other annoying thing he can do is silence you.
Yep.
Yep. And silence is, if you don't stop it, it's actually very counterintuitive to dodge because it's a targeted spell, so you don't see anything flying towards you, but it just immediately lands on top of you, basically.
You
Which
pretty
you
much
have
have
to-
to know the timing.
Yeah, you have to know when it hits and when and where the iframes of Zach's dodge are. Otherwise, you
Yeah.
won't be able to dodge a problem.
Jessa got silenced there, but luckily he didn't have to heal anymore during the fight, and it was at the end of the fight, so no harm done there, really.
Activating combat
Ah, I can't believe I forgot that menu earlier. I even have it in capital letters staying there. Equip curse ring in power. And it didn't do.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Okay.
A decent first fight there. Last 2 grouped up for me.
We don't have a Genesis, do we? No, Angel Penance is off the Hot Fury. Okay.
The next boss fight will be up here in about 8 or 10 minutes.
And that boss fight is actually very precise and it can be pretty dangerous.
Absolutely.
But that one is a fight where I would say this fight is where it starts to be that, like, at this fight, the run starts to be very difficult. If you
Yes.
aren't good at dodging or at knowing enemy patterns, behavior, etc., you won't be able to make it far, because right here it starts to get very difficult,
Yeah, absolutely.
especially being fast.
Yeah.
So, in Final Fantasy VII World, there are Muggles. In this particular game, there is a Muggle summon you can get out of missions.
Same with the original FF7, it has a summon called Choco Mark, which is basically just a combination of a Chocobo and a Moogle. Mogri. German names.
Activating combat mode.
I'm not used to those loadings anymore. You might have seen that already a few times on my and Rennie's side. There's something saying in the bottom right on my end. It says Ladevorgang, which is basically loading on German. You barely see those things on emulator. if you see them, then it just flashes for like 0.2 seconds.
Conflict resolved.
But
Yeah.
on emulator, you usually wouldn't see the loading writing, so it's actually really good.
Yeah, emulator ends up being, I think, about a whole hour faster, almost entirely because of loads being that quick.
Yep. Currently, the record is like 55 minutes faster.
Yeah.
Because is it? No, not 55.
A little over an hour,
456. A little bit less. It's like 45 minutes. Yeah. 46 to be exact. 542 and 456.
combat mode.
Okay,
So yeah,
this is a
Dessa,
decent dodge.
yeah, Dessa has another encounter that he can get unlucky with here.
This is more of an encounter. It can very rarely you will not get that encounter. It can be like one of the robots like we defeated earlier, or one of the little cups, I would say, the sliding cups. I think it has happened only once to me on a practice run. In my very first run, I think it was during save file making as well, where I dodged that encounter. Other than that, it never happened before.
Pretty clean fight there for Rennie.
Actually managed to attack and interrupt his silence.
Yeah.
Now I had to heal that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever evaded that one encounter in this next area.
Yeah, I think it's pixel perfect, if at all. And even then, the
Why?
encounters can be luck dependent, which we will see in a few hours.
Do you?
And I
Honestly,
think you just have
what
to
are you
get
thinking,
incredibly
Angel?
lucky that this encounter decides
I'm
to
not
take a break.
really sure myself.
And even then, it's usually nothing you can't dodge properly. If you're
At
full, you
times, I
healed,
feel
you
as if
can't
my mind is
really
mired in
die.
fog.
If you're not fully healed,
But Zach,
you
no
can
matter what
survive that. You can
happens,
heal in battle,
I
but
have to protect
those
my
encounters are
honor.
luckily not really dangerous. They're all pretty
As
predictable
long as I hold
because they're
the
either
Buster Sword.
only
Zach,
like 1 or 2 enemies
join my
or
battle.
a lot
Our
of
enemy is
weak
all
enemies.
that creates suffering.
If you're just trying to run away from the little saucer-like guys, though, if they all
Alright.
use discharge, it can be extremely
I'll help
scary.
Yeah, they can deplete more than half of your health, so you would have to watch out for that.
I'll carry you there.
No, wait!
Just pitiful.
Flying feels pretty good.
And yeah, of course, this is Hojo, one of the characters from all 3 Final Fantasy VII games.
Mm.
We only actually get to see him twice in this run.
Yeah.
Hmm. One of my favorite lines of the game. The entire cast of Hollander's Freak Show. Did he say that already? Did I miss it?
I don't speak German. So.
Yeah, no, there. No, I mean, the voice acting is on English.
Yeah.
My favorite line comes up in almost 3 hours. It's a very weird line, actually. The one on the bridge for you two. I think you guys know what I mean. Just before Gongaga.
Mm-hmm.
That's my favorite line of the game.
Activating combat mode.
Alright. Rennie's turn for the corridor.
Got that encounter as well, so yeah. As said earlier, that encounter is... we basically don't... Or at least I don't expect ever dodging it at this point. Because it just never works. Except for once in a blue moon, but at that point you're probably not that good in a run either way, because that's how luck usually works. I have to plug in my PSP soon. Corrupted by vengeance.
I'm actually gonna go ahead and do a save here because I have lost runs to this fight.
Oh yeah. No shame there.
Mm-hmm.
Alright,
This fight can be
so-
very dangerous.
So yeah, Dessa's going into the Bahamut Fury fight.
Yep.
definitely the first fight where like, okay, maybe you can get away with not knowing dodges too well before this fight, but this fight you have to know the dodge timing for most of his attacks.
So the way I've found that he seems to work is he has a move called Exaflare, much like Mega Flare and Hellfire from previous bosses. It's percentage-based damage, but it's 90% of your health, AP, and MP. So it's pretty devastating.
Yeah,
However, it seems you can't avoid it if you never get hit by his swipe attacks.
Yeah, swipe attacks. The other attacks don't really matter too much for that.
I chose the wrong option, I joke.
But yeah,
That's
just
the problem
like
when you're
Rini said,
mashing.
just like Rini said, if I should get hit by one of his swipes, which means I have a very tight window of... His swipes have 4 hitboxes, and it's a very tight window to dodge all of them. I got hit there, so I probably will see Exaflare later on in the fight. I will probably not dodge it at this point.
And you'll notice that he actually he managed to dodge the actual swipe, but like he mentioned, there's multiple hitboxes on the attack, so he didn't get hit by the swipe itself, but he kind of got hit by the air behind the swipe. Really, all comes down to how precise your dodge roll is, and it matters. It really does matter.
The other reason you really don't want to get hit by it is because if you get hit by the first parts of it, you will get just shot across the screen.
Yep. Without barrier, you take almost 600 damage from the entire swipe, which is more than half of your health. So if you don't go fully healed into this fight and get hit by one of the swipes fully, you will face problems.
And yeah, we will have the Bahamut Fury split coming up for Team Chocobo here in a second.
Yeah, I'll see Exaflare first.
The fates are cruel.
Just letting the
There are no
timekeepers.
dreams,
So
no honor
No.
remains.
yeah, and then of course, if we want to be positive, the one nice thing about this fight is that
Split?
he is behind a wow.
He didn't Exaflare. That's weird.
Loveless. Act
It's
4.
still pretty low
Yep,
chance
that's a
if you get
split.
hit once,
Yeah.
but it is
I usually
possible
get
really
it.
low.
If I get hit early, I do get it, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bahamut Fury is behind like or he's in out of bounds when you fight him, so you don't have to worry about chasing around or getting back attacks or anything like that, which is I guess the one positive part of the fight.
Yeah, it seems like there's basically like a hidden timer on Bahamut Fury after you get hit for when he triggers his Exaflare.
The thing is, I got
it's a
hit
really
from the
weird
very
fight.
first swipe. Like, if you get hit after his Hexafang attack, you usually don't see Exaflare anymore. If you get hit once, at least. I don't know if that applies if you get hit multiple times, but usually if you get hit at the very beginning of the fight, like I did, I got hit by the last possible hitbox of the first attack, he will use Exaflare shortly after Hexafang, but guess he decided to be generous today.
So the other thing is, once he uses Exaflare, he goes
Bahamut
into
Fury
his
didn't get
second AI pattern, which he has a much more dangerous move called Cluster Sphere.
Oh, yeah.
Vengeance.
Which getting hit by it is almost certainly death.
To find the end of the journey in my own salvation and your eternal slumber.
Something we haven't mentioned earlier, but we used a few times in a run already, is you can, instead of dodging, you can guard with triangle. With guard, basically Zack just takes a sword and puts it in front of him horizontally. Zack cannot be knocked over from attacks that come from the front, and you take 90% less damage.
One of
Which
the biggest
means-
places we use it is Bahamut fight.
Yeah, so about 1.5 hours ago we had the Bahamut fight, and usually if he falls down to the ground, he knocks you away and does 120 damage, but with guard he does 12 damage and you don't get knocked away, so you can straight run beneath him, immediately run under him and get on the back to get back attacks in.
You can actually get a little bit glitchy under him depending on how far after the attack you do it. I've kind of just gotten shoved behind him because his hitbox has gotten so low to the ground, but I still went below him.
So you got Rennie going into the Bahamut Fury fight.
Yeah, and real quick, what I did right there, I talked to that person, it takes like 18 seconds, but it gives you a free Phoenix down basically.
Yeah, and what we mentioned before, that was the free Phoenix Down. We were talking about Phoenix Down to remind you, since you only have one character, it doesn't necessarily just like you pick a character and revives, but rather, once you use a Phoenix Down, it makes your status into raise, so that until you ever get KO'd, that status will be there, and when you do get KO'd, you'll be risen, but you'll lose your raise status. So definitely a big important safety item. Of course, yeah, I mean, like, if you're really trying to save 18 seconds, then, I mean...
Oh wow, he's going into Cluster Sphere without Exaflare.
What?
And I just died for that fight.
What?
Wow.
Wait.
I have never seen that before.
I've never seen him doing Cluster Sphere either. At least that.
Without Exaflare there.
If he uses Cluster Sphere, then usually if you back off a lot, or after Exaflare, that's incredible.
Yeah, that's
okay. It's a good thing I saved. Unfortunately, there was like a 3-minute cutscene before that fight.
Yeah, that sucks a lot. This is like, this is very bad. This is one of the instances where you can lose a lot of time because, as
repeated cutscenes.
There are no cutscene skips, even if you've already watched them. Like in a few games, if you watch the cutscene, you can skip it afterwards or decide to skip it. Not in this game though.
It really just
all of it.
It really goes to show, like I mentioned earlier, Rennie has been running this game for 5 or 6 years, and the fact that someone as good as her can still die to a fight like that, I mean, it's not that this isn't a cakewalk. It really is not. But yeah, I can assure you that this, at least between the two runners, this race is far from over.
Yeah, definitely. There are still a lot of things that can go wrong for me as well.
There's, for example, a certain fight where if you die in the same manner that you did, it's a cutscene 3 times as long. So that happens and everything's back to normal. So definitely don't count either
or bad luck in general.
Yep.
Or if the DNW just decides to go bad on you.
Oh, that can be extremely painful.
Yep.
However, I think if it goes that bad on what I think you mean, then I will maybe just keep it for a little bit longer so that it... Actually, I think the strat that Nitrodon found with the magic ups, that one means that you don't have to level as much anymore. It doesn't make that much of a difference. I actually think that we might not even need Piss Ring at this point. Because I think we have enough magic. Huh. I have no idea. Okay.
The main thing you have to keep in mind is your MP too.
Yeah, sure. The MP is very bad, but I think there's an MP plus you can pick up in Chapter 5.
My friend, the fates.
Yeah, I guess we didn't really touch upon it too much, but earlier, both of the runners purchased 20 ethers, and then later they're going to purchase probably about the same, maybe not a little more. And eventually we'll get to a point where we're just using magic, and it's just magic to ethers, and definitely again a common item like an ether, but very important to the run.
And up to this point, I've also just been trying to get as many ethers as I can, just from drops or chests.
Absolutely.
If you get really unlucky with your ether counter, if you don't pay enough attention, there are a few fights that you could potentially run out on, and if you run out of ethers on those fights, sometimes you can battle it out with a sword, but it's a lot slower. But there are 1 or 2 fights that you can actually not win at that point.
Gift of the goddess.
Because the enemies will just go into super attacks and those destroy us.
At least.
I think the G Eliminator is actually unwinnable without ethers because his claw attack goes through barrier. I think he just defeats you.
So clearly here, I just wanted you guys to be more lines of Loveless. That's all it is.
Ah, of course I didn't skip that encounter. That's another of those pixel perfect spots where you... On emulator, it seems very easy to dodge this encounter, but I rarely get it on console.
Torment.
Don't hit me!
Find the end of the journey in my own salvation.
And yeah, you see now I have a little feather above my head that just indicates, except for the status message that says race, or Schutzengel in German, that I have a race status. You have a visual effect of that as well, which you have for several stats. Like Endure, Zack starts being a little bit orange flashy and has little lightnings over him, like 2 little lightning bolts, I would say. And Curse has a little empty speech bubble. Silence has a ... speech bubble, and so on. With stunts, you have stars around your head. Stop, you obviously just don't move. So that's a visual indicator.
Frozen in face usually halfway through a movement.
You just sometimes be stuck in a funny position. With Zack swinging his sword to sky high, and he just stays there for a few seconds.
Activating combat mode.
Alright, Rennie's going into her second attempt at Bahamut Fury. And I guess I meant to say it. I guess I meant to say it when we were doing it earlier, but sometimes you'll see at the beginning of the fights it'll say heightened emotions have affected the DMW. That's kind of like a forced thing they put into the game where on certain fights a certain DMW combination will be more likely. But obviously since we're using Curse Ring, it doesn't really come into play.
And
but
after every chapter it gets reset.
Yeah.
So in this case, for Bahamut Fury, where Rennie is on right now, it's Aerith who gets a boost, because in the cutscene before that, Zack is actually... Like, those heightened emotions are actually tied to the story or
right.
event. So in this case, Zack was just, I would actually say, like, chatting up with Aerith on the phone while Bahamut Fury appeared.
Casually, no problem.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I have some company here. I'm gonna call you back later. It's all casual. A dragon that rips apart time and space. And yeah, same for me right now. If you watch the cutscene, Cloud just appeared. So Cloud got added to the DMW, which means we can get his special attack now, which is a Meteor Rain, fitting. And we also got the heightened emotion, so we have a higher chance.
Just a reminder to the timekeeper that Team Mog split is coming up.
Oh, Exo there. Okay. Did you get hit early or?
Yeah, I got hit by the first one. And there's that split. Or should be around there anyway.
Yeah, right about now.
So with the heightened emotions, you can actually stack them up to a ×9 bonus. So when we started that bridge segment, we actually got a heightened emotions for
actually
then.
Oh yeah, no, the heightened emotions do to up to ×9. Yeah, no, I was thinking about that.
At the start of the bridge, we got the Aerith bonus there, but because we haven't had the DMW going, it never had a chance to clear. So when we got the one for Bahamut Fury, it just stacked on top of the old one to go up to total ×9.
And there are a few materia that we won't use in the, like, we will basically abuse those materia later for other purposes, but there are materia that can increase the ratio as well, and that one can go up to ×30. Like, if you equip certain DMW materia, it can increase to up to a ×30 chance, which basically just gives you a very high chance of getting the corresponding WW. And I obviously got that fight as well, because yeah, this fight likes to lag as well when it spawns, but I got the easier fight. There can be one of the guys like on the bridge with the gigantic scythe spawning here. He's a little bit more dangerous, but 3 soldiers is fine.
So I actually found out when I did my last run on the Japanese version, or tried to do my last run on the Japanese version anyway. If you don't escape a fight with one of those guys fast enough, he can actually use stop on you.
You mean the scythe guys or the soldiers?
Yes, the scythe guys.
So yeah, I guess we're going to this mini game.
Yeah, we can squat here, but actually, I'm gonna do one. I'm gonna do one.
Oh shit, where am I going?
So
I want autopilot from
the idea here is that you just don't want to get caught by the guards, but you need to grab that chest and not get caught by the guards, and it's fairly precise. Really, you can't mess up your movement at all, or you'll get caught.
So right there, you saw me hiding behind the barrel and doing a squat. You can actually just wait like 0.2, 0.3 seconds and get that. What I usually do just out of safety, I crouch there. I did a squat there just for fun, but squat is a little bit faster. And you saw me picking up a death materia, which I will combine right here. I don't know if Rini is gonna do that, but that might be a little difference here because with Dark Fandaga, you can inflict poison to the next boss fight, and that can help.
If you missed Dessa getting it earlier, Rennie is now getting the free Phoenix Stone from the lady.
And yeah, if those soldiers in the little stealth mission catch you, they take one of the treasures. And I think it's the second one they take. That one is the death material. That means if they catch you twice, the run is over because you can't get Fandaga. At least not in the way we get it. It's not hard to dodge them, but at the same time, you want to try and dodge them as good as possible. A problem with that section is that opening the chest and squatting is tied to the same button, which means if you press it too early or too late if you walk too far, then you might squat in front of the chest instead of opening it, and during that time, usually one of the soldiers sees you, which is very unfortunate.
You'll definitely get caught, absolutely.
Yeah, you will get caught. You might have enough time to open if you don't panic, but
you might get the chest, but you're definitely getting caught.
Yeah,
yeah,
which is still better than missing the chest.
Yeah.
Frequently accidentally squatted one step from that chest.
Yeah. Alright, so we got Dessa going into the Genesis fight, yeah. Like I said, gonna be a combination of barrier and using the Dark Fandaga he just made.
And I will actually use power attack.
That's right.
As I got told from Rini, it's actually very effective here.
Yes, absolutely. Getting stuns, and then while he's not moving and not having to worry about getting hit or poisoned, you can be unlaunching your Dark Fandagas. I forget if it was mentioned, but I'm just going to say it again anyway. One of the really bad things about this fight is poison. Because poison, it doesn't really do too much damage, but every single time you take damage, you get stunned. Just for a second. But that A, will lose you time in not being able to deal damage, and B, will make you very vulnerable for taking damage. And again, always remembering that. Yeah. Definitely can always be taken out quite quickly.
Poison, awesome.
Give me a minute.
Aerith isn't there. Problem?
Go away.
And how is it you know Aerith?
Then
you see him doing, it's called Magiabwehr in German, that's whatever, but he can use magic defense, which saves him against all magic, and he can use normal defense or physical defense, it's just called defense, which gives him immunity to physical attacks. You can do a stun-only fight. I personally don't like it, because if he uses defense, you are not really able to damage him anymore, which is why I like to use Dark Fandaga. Oh, come on. There we go. I finished him right there. And he can use magic defense, or he will use magic defense first, which you can still inflict poison afterwards, but you don't do damage with Dark Fandaga anymore. Defense saves him from physical attacks, which if you get very unlucky, and I don't know what exactly it's caused by, he will use it shortly after magic defense, which means he's completely immune to damage. And afterwards, if he's on low HP, he can use regen if you're very slow or very careful, let's say like that. And with regen, he basically counters the poison. He can use it without without being poisoned, but the healing from regen is the same as the poison damage, which is 925, I think.
Song. Hey guys.
This fight can be very difficult, as Skate mentioned. There's poison that can affect you and that can stun you on. It's in a set intervals, but it can catch you off guard because you will usually not keep track of the exact second when it happened last time. You have vague ideas, but
we'll be all right.
you usually, if you get hit, you can equip.
We have someone used to this kind of terrain.
How's it called?
Star Pendant?
Yeah,
Star Pendant
I'm a country
to
boy.
avoid the poison damage. But you can also just remedy it,
Now,
which is why we bought remedies earlier. This is one of the reasons why. Also, that when we de-equip Curse Ring, we still have the curse status, so we have to heal it with remedies. We can do it inside the fight, but we have to use a remedy, otherwise unequipping the curse ring is only a stat decrease, which is very unfortunate if that should happen. Or if you should forget it. And right here we get Genesis in the DMW map. DMW system. We will most likely not see him. But if he happens, he takes a little bit longer to appear. Because he has a few extra animation stuff. And there, the long menu. I think the next menu is going to be the longest menu of the game.
By far, yes, absolutely. And this is
especially with the new additions.
Yeah, it's a relatively new change to the route.
So we had a menu for quite a while here, which afterwards I added a few fusions to raise our magic stat a little bit more, so that level 15 is not that much of a difference anymore. Or we can have level 15 stats without being level 15. And Nitrodon added or had the idea of a few more magic ups. It turned out that those magic ups actually don't really affect the gameplay later on. It does a little bit on a few fights, but most of the time it doesn't affect your damage by much, like by 5 to 10 per Fandaga, which is really not worth it.
Another encounter
especially in the marathon, it's helpful because we might not get the proper level.
Good news, son.
And yeah, one thing we would like to find in this game is actually like a glitch or skip, a helpful glitch or a skip or something like that. But I think as far as we know, there are no known glitches in this game. At least I don't know. Yeah.
Glitches that really help.
Wait, what glitches are there? I actually don't know of any glitches myself.
There's just like some really minor ones, like I said, like with the Bahamut pushing you if you run under him too late.
Oh yeah.
You can really.
So we got another dangerous fight coming here. This one, you can get off a barrier, and that's really, really bad for this fight because we're only going to be doing back attacks on this one. So if he gets barrier up, it's quite bad. And there's a lot of 180ing from this enemy compared to a lot of others.
Usually doesn't get staggered until he reaches a few thousand HP. Which at the end of the fight, once he gets staggered, he usually just like right here. If I would get the back attack, I got it too late. He would just be stun locked. But at this point, I think I can just. Oh no, I cannot. Okay, this is the first time I didn't prevent the wall.
Yeah, he got it off there.
Yeah. It's not too much of a difference.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that did a lot of damage. Don't do it again! Oh wow. He's actually giving me trouble right now.
It's a scary fight for sure. Deceptively scary at that.
Yeah. There we go. Like, this is another fight. I'm not running this game for as long as Rini or Skate. Like, not even close. I'm running it for like a few months maybe. But just from personal experience in this game, I never had trouble with this fight. This was the first time, which just once again shows that even when you're more experienced or better at the game, fights can still be they can still catch you out of guard. And just, well, in this case, I almost lost the fight. I luckily dodged a second, how's it called? Drain. And yeah,
just a short walk from where Dessa is right now comes. It's a scary fight on multiple fronts, just because it's by far the more HP of a boss you're going to see out of anyone for sure. But another scary thing, more so in a marathon setting than a PB attempt, is that if you die, the cutscene before the fight is, I mean, it's got to be at least 8 minutes. It's very
I
very
think
long.
it's like 4.5 to 5.
Or maybe it's a total time loss of 8 minutes.
Yeah, it loses you a lot of time. Did you miss the menu?
Like,
no, wait.
Looks like Rini got the extra encounter in Medeaheim as well. So yeah, this is going to be a big menu here that Dessa's doing. bunch of materia fusions, buying ethers.
Oh yeah,
I'm-
good thing you reminded me.
Yeah, Dessa indicated earlier that he's actually going to be equipping Libra here, which is definitely an optional thing, but really good for this fight, just because for this fight in particular, it's really good to know when you can go all in instead of trying to be conservative, because there's just time loss stacks very fast on this fight, just between all the things that Angel Penance can do. Like in barrier, most of our damage output's going to be magic. So if in barrier goes up, obviously that fight now effectively takes double the time it normally would. And then all of his attacks have a big hit radius, require a very precise dodge. And if they do hit, are pretty much taking you to zero. And unlike most of the fights, please correct me if I'm wrong, at least one, maybe two of his attacks don't do percentage-based damage. They actually do full, full damage. So you don't get the liberty of, oh, no matter what HP I'm at, I'll still be able to survive. If an attack hits you here, you're dead. Period.
Yeah,
in a situation like that.
It takes 80% of your health, and it has 3 hitboxes. So
right.
Yeah, you don't want to get hit by that.
Yep.
So while Dessa did the many before this Genesis fight here, I'm gonna opt not to.
Yeah, as I said, this is like, I would say, a runner preference thing. I just like to go a little bit safer there, because I had fights where he would go magic defense and defense at the same time, which means you can't damage him. And I decided to go for Dark Vandaga to be able to poison him, to have other means of damaging him.
Also, this will be, I believe, for the route that these runners use, this will be probably the last time they unequip the curse ring.
Yeah. This is
so this will be the last time the DMW runs for the entire run, which in tune means that whatever level they end this fight on is the level they'll be at for the entirety of the run. Which, going to the final boss, I mean, we're going to the final boss at like level 13, 14, 15, when casually, you know, you're in the 30s or 40s or 50s or 60s, and this is very, very far away from that.
It makes the late game very scary, because most of the enemies, even with wall, just one-shot you. With wall, we actually just circumvent like half of the attacks, the other half still one-shots you.
Right.
And to correct a little bit, this is the last time we unequip the curse ring, that is true, but there are 2 more fights after that that don't have any menuing available. So we'll basically be forced to go with this setup that we have in this fight. Those fights are minor though, so we probably get 1 more level up in the fight concluding to this one, and the next one, the last one is just the
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, after this fight, you get immediately placed into another fight, and you have to take all the things from the previous fight into it. That's right.
The last one is a 5-second fight.
Right.
So that one isn't really worth mentioning.
Right.
Whew, I'm actually nervous for this fight. It can go very wrong, so...
It's got Rennie going into the Genesis fight here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have a cutscene, so let's focus on that one.
At the last second.
Oh, wow, yeah. Gonna go for the remedy there. So both runners not electing to equip the star pennant to prevent defense. Or prevent poison, excuse me.
So this is one unfortunate thing with the Genesis fight, is much like the G-Eraser earlier, you can just decide to plonk into a wall.
Yep.
And for some reason, some enemies, mostly the Genesis enemies, if they're stunned, they can sometimes still decide to just face you. They just turn around whenever they want to.
And also note that Rennie elected to not use Dark Vandaga, so no poison here for Genesis.
He also tried to throw out the region on me.
Oh, yeah. Hey, there we go. Nice.
Very nice.
Of the morrow.
Pretty clean fight for no poison.
The next fight we fight, you'll see in a minute who it is. I'm just gonna not name it just for the ones who are excited for it, whatever. His attacks are based on the 7 sins. which are Wrath, Lust,
Envy, Pride.
Sloth, Envy, Pride.
Such is the fate of
I
a
can never
monster.
remember them, even though I watched Full Metal Alchemist.
We're not monsters. you
Gluttony
hear me? We're
and
soldier.
another
Where's
one I
your
can't think of
pride?
it, but yeah, his attacks are based on that, and you will always see a prompt at the top. We want
Even
him
if
to constantly use
tomorrow
Thunder of Envy because that
is
is a
barren
stun
of
lock.
promises,
We want to stun lock
nothing
that
shall
enemy because
forestall
he has a lot of health and that fight
my
takes a long
return.
time. If we mess up, then he will start using attacks that are called Wings of Pride. Afterwards,
Defensive Lust.
If this
yeah,
world
Defense of Lust,
seeks
then
my
End
destruction,
of Gluttony.
yeah, End of Gluttony, something of Wrath is afterwards, and I think then it starts looping again.
it goes with me.
We don't want to see
End of
any
Wrath.
of those. End of Wrath, yeah. And we don't want to see any of those attacks. Any of those attacks means we did something wrong. The first one,
Cheers.
Wings of Pride, is not that bad, but if you see that, you're usually already in a bad position. And the main thing why I'm mentioning this is the second attack, the Defense of Lust. Defense of Lust.
It's
It
barrier
creates a
net
wall.
barrier.
Yeah, he just like the Griffin earlier, he takes half damage after that point, which basically prolongs the entire fight that was left by twice the amount, or until the barrier runs out.
And again,
What I want to do is I want to run to the side, cast M barrier, and then wait for his attack and dodge it. And I dodge it horribly. However, I might get Sisney healing, so that's fine.
I'll usually see Wings of Pride. Not a terrible thing, but you do have to start watching it.
Hmm.
So he basically
Okay.
has a hidden timer running as you're fighting him.
And the music is awesome in this fight. It's unfortunately, except for one mission where you fight him, the only time we hear it, but this might be one of my
Hunter
favorites.
here. Went way too far over.
Okay, I think I got the stun lock now. I should be having it now. So there are two ways of getting the stun lock. The first one is you do 4 hits and he counters with Thunder of Envy. This happens if you take a tiny bit of, if you wait a little bit before he counters, after the dodge roll, then you will do 4 hits and he will counter with Thunder of Envy. If you attack immediately, he will get knocked back by the finisher and you get an extra attack in. However, for me personally, I don't like going for the 5-hit strat because that usually, at some point, because he gets knocked back, he gets closer to the invisible wall, which means at some point I can't reach his back anymore and can't loop him anymore, which means I will have a lot of trouble. And that means I'm just gonna keep the 4-hit combo because the 4-hit combo won't push him back. The limit breaks, as you saw, the meteor rain pushes him back for the second time already, so that's more than enough in my opinion. Also, you saw during the limit breaks, while they're loading, you're immune to damage, which is very helpful. And now I get Angel. If this works, he will be stunned and I will basically have 3 hits for a while, but I jinxed it, so I don't get it.
Activating combat mode.
Also, I want to get one more level. I want to get level 13, and afterwards, it would be good to get more levels, but I wouldn't say it's mandatory at that point. Something we didn't mention is there are these pictures that can appear. Those are basically just memories that can... they don't really do much, the pictures themselves. They give you a vague hint of what level of the... what minimum level of the limit you can get. However, there are sometimes cutscenes playing. There are cutscenes playing. Sometimes we skip them because you can skip the cutscenes just by mashing X. And you see a dark flashing just for like a split second in the background, which indicates that we skipped one of the cutscenes. In this run, they don't do anything but guaranteeing us, or depending on the limit level, guaranteeing us a limit and a high level. They're only really important in a 100% run because you collect them. And this is a split on my end, on the Choco. This was a really good fight. And I'm gonna take a little break again. I'll be right back.
So Rennie on the A Griffin fight has some couple close calls there, but took care of it well. And yeah, that's the fight for Odessa. He covered most of that. And then, yeah, as we mentioned, this fight goes directly into the next fight, so there's no chance to even change any equipment or anything like that. So we elected to have the DMW running on the Angeal fight, and that is going to carry over into the G Divers fight coming up after this cutscene. So sad. Looks like Des is doing well. Anyway. So yeah, Rennie, unlike Dessa, is going to elect not to do the menu here, I believe, yes?
Well, this is the Angel Penance menu. I didn't.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So yeah, making the safety save.
I do that save just in case I mess this menu up.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you at all.
This is a fairly recent addition, so I'm still uncertain on it.
Yeah.
Alright.
Bunch of materia fusions.
Mm-hmm.
If you wanted to see this menu one last time. It's a shame because when you are doing the fights in this game, enemies will drop materia sometimes. And since it's not consistent on when you'll get drops and if you'll get drops and such, materia positions aren't consistent, which is a shame because for how fast you can do menus in this game, menuing can go super fast.
Yeah,
if you
for example, like in the very beginning of the run, that's like the only menu that worked properly for me. Everything was perfectly observable because every position is not altered. We didn't get any drops yet, so you're just buying the ethers, removing the fire, adding the curse ring. That goes super fast. And if you practice menus, you can get to a point where you're lightning fast in those menus and just blaze through all of them, basically.
Yeah, good menuing in this game looks awesome.
Yeah. However, as said, drops can alter this, and so the real, I would say, skill of menuing in this game is knowing what to do and adapting the perfect or a good order of how to do things. Because if you might have noticed during materia fusion, if two materia get combined, the resulting materia gets put into the first empty
open slot.
Yeah, in the first open slot. That means if you do it optimally, you can save a lot of inputs like that. But that's not predictable at all, unfortunately.
So that room before Angel can actually be a little bit scary because there is a small chance of encounters in there.
Yeah, I go very slowly there, and usually when I'm doing PB attempts, I do the menu right before Angel's room because like that.
Yeah.
As you saw, we removed the curse ring, which means if we go into an encounter, we might unintentionally get a DMW roll or a limit break, even worse. And that's just random time save. As well as the enemies, there are two Angel dogs. I don't know how they're called right now.
I should have dealt
And
with
they can be
Genesis.
very scary.
Then why'd you send me?
I think they're like a hound or something.
For your next fight.
I'm not sure.
Probably. I'm not sure though.
But yeah, for safety in the marathon,
Someone's waiting for you.
I do it at the save point, just so I can make sure to save beforehand, just in case I mess up that menu.
Exactly, that's what I did. I did the menu and then I saved afterwards. In a run, you would run up to Angel's store and do the menu there.
Family.
Just so you don't have, so you still have the curse ring on in case you get an encounter.
Exactly. It is consistently possible to dodge the encounter, but you have to be very precise. That's why you saw me running very slowly, and I used the analog stick for that as well.
Misguided.
Oh, this loading takes so long. I thought for a second that it crashed.
Proud that she was the namesake.
That's me every time I go into Medenoheim.
Project
I don't hear the helicopter, it's just a black screen.
No, I had the beach cutscene here. It just loaded long. And I practiced on emulator. So.
See, there's cuties all over this game.
During the field stage. Yes.
Zach's cutie.
Was a failure.
There's
I'll
cutie.
admit it.
Cisne as well.
But you
Sure.
and
So one of the biggest themes in this game, in terms of the story, is to not get wear Terra Rust on the Buster Sword because family honor and all that. We actually are nice enough to try and follow that rule.
We are basically not gonna use the sword at all. I know I only know 2 instances where Ever will press X and attack at that point.
Yeah,
which is the very end. But yeah.
And even if you wanted to use your sword on this fight, you're not able to because
Zach.
Oh yeah, you can't even use your sword.
well,
Yeah.
you can attack, you just can't use the sword.
Yeah.
So Zach is very, very thoughtful of Angeal and doesn't use the Buster Sword. Can't get that wear Terra Rust on that.
It's to strengthen your back muscle.
Stop it! You don't know
He
what
is
you're doing.
pretty, how do you call it? He has interesting ideas. How do you call that? How do you phrase it in a word?
Optimistically philosophical. There you go.
At least one signal.
So yeah, this is the G-Divers fight, and as we mentioned, you can't use your sword, but if you wish, you can use an umbrella. We do not.
However,
wish to
Thunder is stronger than Umbrella. Right here, you can see something that happens not too often. I will probably get the Sephiroth DMW limit break, and it will give me benefits, but it will not happen because there are no enemies currently on screen. I just defeated the last enemy before it happened, which means I'll just skip the limit break, which is a nice little time save that's very inconsistent, though. You can't really build a strat upon that. And now we start using all the ethers that we bought. Ooh, okay. Shoutouts to Zero Scar having his birthday today. Happy birthday, Zero. Field's birthday, man.
Dessa managed to get another level up on this fight. It's good.
Oh gosh, that was a terribly timed marshalling phase. Okay. Then actually.
And not, am I level 15 now? Wow. So at this point, the MP at the level doesn't matter for the damage output anymore. At least, not really. However, as we mentioned, the game gets very scary. Oh, and I'm getting shot all over the place. The game gets very scary, and the higher our level is, the more HP and defense we have, which helps a whole lot. Oh, I'm not hitting the one in the back.
Yeah, running here in the Angel Pins fight.
Oh gosh, I was in terrible.
Stop
Oh
shooting.
gosh. These DMWs though. So I was level 8 going into this fight, which means I'm gonna have a lot more trying to
Oh.
Yep.
Now I was 9.
Is this the end?
Which, it might not sound like a lot, but 8 and 9, at least at that point of the game, is a big difference.
Yeah.
Like, you see how the damage increases by, like, I would say 150 to 200 points over the course of the fight when you get a lot of level ups.
Now it's just like not leveling me.
Yeah. So that's the random factor. We have a high chance of leveling in this fight. And it is actually chance based because in a 100% run you can abuse it. For example, you get basically
And this fight
guaranteed
just
leveled up by 30 levels. And
he's on the
looks
wall.
like Angel Pim's got the defensive lust off on Rennie's fight, so yeah, pretty much everything now is going to do half damage. But hey, at least you got a level up.
On an era. A low
It's
level
a,
era too.
it's a level up.
So Era's limit is a full heal plus invincible. The length of the oh, I forgot about charge agree.
oh, that's slow.
I never see charge agree.
Yeah, it's a hard one to react to.
Mm.
The charge time is very, very, very quick.
Well, the charge got him off the wall.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Sorta.
Yeah,
He's still kind of on the wall though.
So yeah, you can see all of Rennie's attacks doing like 200 damage now instead of 400 or so. Yeah, Dessa done with his fight. All of his fights for the next little bit are definitely going to be just kind of like more average enemies. You're going to have a couple G enemies that can do some kind of... they might be able to stun you, I think, or something. Oh, yeah, and then one of them has like the
The
shotgun.
gunblade guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does a lot of damage.
But at this point, we're just gonna follow Angeal's legacy, and we're not gonna use that sword. We have better means of fighting than a sword.
Yep, pretty much everything here magic based. Just knocks attacking out of the park at this point.
By a lot. Like, normal attacks do like 400 damage, and you'll see Fandaga does... Oh, this battle loads fast, okay. Fandaga does 2.5k, which actually, I think it's actually damage capped in this area. Because
Okay.
my magic stat can be like 5 lower. In
So
this
yeah,
So
this is
Genesis.
yeah. So this is Genesis's DMW. The first time
I forgot.
you get him on the guaranteed to get Genesis. Genesis's attack is pretty good, I would say.
It's just really slow.
Right.
So you saw me getting limit, which is not supposed to happen because you want to
Yeah.
have the curse ring at this point, and now I'm getting a lot of limits, and I'm gonna waste a lot of time.
Yeah,
I
he
had
very.
to guard that Rageous Lock there because it's actually scary.
Yeah. That one it pretty much instant kills you. Luckily you have HP break on right now, so she has double the amount of maximum HP you would normally have. All this comes from like DMW bonuses.
Aerith, along with doing the full heal and the invincible, that full heal actually sets you to up 200% health.
Yeah. And you see Rennie here getting another level, which is good, but also Lucky Stars, so the effects...
Lucky Stars is bad in this fight. Unless you can follow it up with an Angeal.
I mean, at least you don't have to necessarily be worrying about the back.
Yeah, but you really want to come back in this fight.
Sure.
Yeah, if you don't really hit the back, then the fight just goes haywire.
Oh my gosh, I think I've gotten like 7 Cloud activations now.
Yeah.
And
What
Cloud
level
is
are you on?
probably the worst.
What level are you on?
11 or 12.
11?
The power of soldier. All right, here comes the big one.
Yeah, I would say, at least so far, Dessa's gotten the better share of luck on these boss fights.
Oh yeah, definitely. I got really lucky.
So I think he's actually reset to the start of his AI. He just did a physical attack on me. That's how much time defensive Lust loses.
Yeah. Yeah, so Wall's now not in play. Attacks are back to high damage again.
Now I'm getting material levels. So with material levels, ideally you're looking for a Thundaga level here.
Right. Yeah, the number which you roll for 2 reels, depending on what slot that is in your inventory, that's the thing that gets leveled up. So you pretty much have a 1 in 7 shot of it
Oh,
getting
there's my split, by the way.
Yep, split coming up. Now.
That was a really,
Yeah,
really
that was
bad
a rough fight. Better than a death, but definitely a rough fight.
In a regular run, that probably just would have been a reset.
Right, for a top level run,
Definitely.
absolutely.
As soon as I saw that defensive lust go off, it would just
Yeah, that's
game
kind of
off.
just game over, yeah.
You have
So
my
one
thanks.
thing that we haven't touched upon yet because it wasn't really important, items actually make you
This
immune to stagger.
is
They
for you.
basically give you temporarily endure while the animation is playing. So you can sometimes use it that you do it that you use, for example, an ether, which is our most used item in this run. And if there's some enemy like one of the
Protect
small
your
soldiers
honor.
here with the little guns,
Always.
if they start kicking you while you use an item, you just normally use that item with a few lag frames, but you don't get staggered, which you can actually abuse to save a few frames. But like right here, he just kicked me during the Fandaga, which made me get hit by the gunblade as well as his kicks, which is very unfortunate.
If you want to be a hero, you need to have dreams and honor.
The one thing I've always found, at least for me, is I do not have the best luck when it comes to video games, which is ironic that I speedrun this game, which is very luck reliant. Which is why I've ended up making one of my emotes just an RNG emote.
Hey, Zach?
Because my luck is just
The sky
terrible.
is closer in the city above, right?
Also, I should really go take that bathroom break.
Yeah, now's a good time.
Yeah, that cutscene is another like 4.5 minutes, so
Maybe.
I think that is the second to last bathroom break.
So this is the fight we were talking about earlier, where one of the G characters has a gun blade, and the gunshot does quite a bit of damage here.
Oh my god, I paused again. Second time I accidentally paused. So now we have a little boss fight coming up, which, if you don't know the dodge timing, once again, you can actually get one shot here. This guy is called General's Tank. It's literally just a gigantic tank with a Gatling gun and I would also already say cannon with a bullet in the size of Zack. And that bullet can instantly kill you. Not with barrier, but it still does a lot of damage. He will summon 5 little drones. You want to take out most of the drones, but not all of them, because if you take out all of the drones, he will respawn them at some point, and that's just another limit break that wastes time. Like right here, you saw him. He's preparing his big cannon. And you see how massive of an attack that is. That gigantic tank gets a gigantic recoil out of it, so that does a lot of damage. And I just killed the last robot.
So you want to
That's
be in
not
soldier?
optimal.
Hang in there.
At least they won't annoy me now, but I might run into a
is
little bit of
everybody here
trouble.
now? Sir. You're all rookies, right? Sir.
Okay, good.
Sir. One piece of advice. No. In order.
Actually, in the next section is another bathroom break. If you're fast.
Yeah. Definitely a bathroom break friendly run.
So
Embrace
the
your
next section is gonna be we're still chasing Hollander, and
whatever
as we learned
happens,
earlier, Zack is horrible at
your
chasing
soldier honor.
people.
Got
And
it? We're all
yeah,
coming
right
back
here,
alive.
same outcome as earlier.
You
We
hear
won't
me?
be able to catch Hollander. And he will send waves of enemies towards the town now, or towards the gate of the
Let's
city.
go.
You try to defeat the goal of or the objective of this fight is actually to defeat all of those 12 waves of enemies. In total, those are 30 enemies by yourself. It doesn't matter how many you defeat, you just get a reward if you get all of them or if you get a certain amount. However, the fastest way to do this is to not do this at all. We just go back, walk to the exit of the area, and then we wait. I think it's 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's a couple minutes at least.
Yeah. We're just gonna run to this button, and now the message an enemy unit has breached the barrier has to pop up 12 times.
Yep.
You basically know your break is done once the email icon disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely not letting that sword get wear and tear on it.
Oh yeah. Don't you dare getting any wear and tear on it. And Jill will be mad. Comes back and takes the sword back.
Suntan lotion?
No. Never mind that. What is
This
this?
is like suddenly every fight is Angeal penance.
Putting me out to pasture?
Second fight.
You could use some R&R.
Okay, I'm gonna plug in my PSP now. It's a good
That's
time.
I'm calling him.
Director
Oh,
Lazard's
no.
not in. He's been
Okay,
missing for a while now.
I think it was because I plugged in my
Lazard
PSP,
was
but it
funding
just...
Hollander's research.
I don't know... Did it
Using
flicker on the
Korean's
footage
money.
as well?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
It's probably fine.
We're interrogating
I
Hollander,
hope so.
so we should learn more soon.
What's wrong with them?
Hmm?
People.
Yeah.
What are they all
The
thinking?
video cord's more important than the power
As
jack.
with any person,
I pretty much just leave my PSP on the power anymore.
once it leaves
Yeah.
the
It's not a
house.
portable console for me.
Right.
Cisne.
It's a
Go do
crisis
something.
core machine.
Yeah,
Come,
exactly.
Eric.
How do you know?
Is
that?
anything else I'd want to play on it?
Am I
I
being
can play
watched?
on my
No,
Vita.
she's the one being watched.
What, emulator?
Or my
Mom is an
PS
angel.
TV.
All
The
that.
only one left
Or
in the world.
PPS's PP.
You didn't know?
Great
She
emulator.
So many P's and
never
S.
said anything.
Yeah.
The only
Okay,
one.
so we have the next
left in
fight
the
coming
world,
up.
huh?
It's actually...
She
You
is
might
one
know
of
him
a
from
kind.
FF7 if you played like the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, we had
Yes, I
Guard Spider
remember.
earlier, but now we actually have the Guard Scorpion.
Yep.
Remember,
now we have...
don't attack while the tail is up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
FF7 would like to tell you.
We actually do attack while he does that in this game, so we are gonna ignore that rule. However, his tail attack is very dangerous. It's a magic attack, which is not quite intuitive in my opinion. But you can dodge that laser attack.
I mean, it's a laser, so it makes sense.
Yeah, kind of. But I still thought it's oh, electromagnetic field, that's an interesting start. Fun fact, if you Fandaga into the field, the animation just disappears.
Yeah.
So apparently Cloud wants more screen time on my run.
Oh my god.
Anyone, the DMW role wants to take its time bringing it to you too. At least you got again a level up out of it.
This guy, by the way, is where it starts that enemies do a lot of damage. As you saw, one of those shots deal 300 damage and he has like 8 of them. So without barrier, which is my current state, I would die from one salvo. However, I'm done with this right now. This is a split for Team Choco now. Or once the footage caught up.
No.
So you saw me going to the back of him all the time, which his tail laser aiming only goes towards the front of him. Which means if you go behind him, he just tries to aim at you all the time.
And she
And
got another Genesis DMW.
oh,
EMT luck. That's all I
Yeah.
have to say.
This is some pretty abysmal boss luck today on Rennie's side.
yeah.
Well, at least it cleared that wave of divers.
The positives.
At the cost of, you know, about 40 seconds.
The positives.
So, it is actually helpful right now if MP cause 0 comes
Yeah,
up.
that's gonna help out a lot.
And then Aerith comes up anyway. It's cool. Cool. Getting every materia leveled except for Thundaga.
Yeah, I think I got 2 Curas.
I got
1
2 barriers.
That's actually, I actually don't like getting barrier level ups. because of the Nibelheim boss fight. I just noticed for the first time that airship is descending in the background. Oh my god, I forgot that the black screen on this cutscene fades instantly, and I thought for a second.
Yeah, I knew exactly what you were thinking as soon as you said it. Yeah, the screen just fades to, like, it instantly goes to black, like the game's cut off. It's very, very scary.
I mean, my capture card is already shaky after a long use, which is usually like a few console runs, which is why I haven't run console in a while, but...
Yeah.
Oh my god. Come on, 2 more hours, you can do that.
Alright, Rennie.
If my capture card should have issues, the footage will still play, but I will have to play with a second of delay.
Yeah.
My captured footage, so that'll be fun.
Which, as we mentioned, this is a difficult game.
Yeah.
So a second of delay can be
For dodge rolls, absolutely.
Yep. I just noticed that the airship doesn't have a model. It's just the front of the airship and the rest doesn't exist.
Yeah, I guess we briefly talked about like the different kinds of magic earlier in the run, but I guess a good reason to why we use Thundaga over everything. The 2 reasons: one, it does the most damage, which is obviously going to be the most important.
Over time, it does the most damage, yeah.
Right. But another nice thing about it, it's not inherently a good thing, but it's just better than Fire and Blizzard, is each magic in this game shoots out in a different pattern. So like fire will kind of go out and like balls in a circle and like go towards one target.
I think the amount of balls depends on the level of fire. So
that's right.
Thundaga's 3, Fira's 2, Fire's 1.
Exactly.
Yep. And then Blizzard, which we did use earlier in the run, it kind of just makes a crystal and falls on a target.
But that one does the most damage.
It does do the most, but Thundaga, as you can see, is a cone effect.
Yeah, it kind of
just way faster.
It shoots out a straight line, which ends up actually being a better way to try to target enemies. Yeah.
It's cool. I got my level 14.
Hey, that actually ended up being faster. So yeah, I mean, you, in theory, if you knew what you were gonna get out of the DMW.
Oh, you forgot the menu as well?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh no.
Yeah, if we knew what we were gonna get out of the DMW, we could, if we could manipulate it or something, we probably not have curse on a lot more. But you can see in this case that it probably helps out longer in the whole run today, on this particular run, that she didn't have curse on, even though she's getting a couple DMW rolls. One of them is a level, which might actually end up saving more time over the course of the run. But since we can't predict the DMW rolls, we just, there's no way we can take off curse that much and save time consistently.
Oh gosh, there's an enemy off screen. Sometimes that can happen, that fight. The enemy will just be like, I'm gonna chill off screen right now. Hope you don't mind.
Yeah, that can be a nuisance if the enemies are off screen. Zack targets them, as we talked about earlier. The auto target just targets whatever is right in front of, like in a, I would say it's a cone-shaped form in front of Zack, but that cone isn't quite big for priority targets, and it can still target enemies off screen, but obviously because they're off screen we can't see them, so they might be a little bit unpredictable, which can actually be fatal. But most of the enemies that can do harm to us are not able to go off screen because they're either too big or they just focus too much on you. They don't run around like those infantrymen.
Yeah, the problem was I was waiting for another wave to happen, so I didn't realize there was still one just chilling off screen. And of course it was the last enemy of the battle, too.
Conflict resolved.
3:21:58 on Guard Scorpion. I think at this point I'm not even on PB base anymore. No, now I'm a minute behind. too many mistakes in Junon, but it's fine.
Let's not even talk about PB pace.
Yeah. Kind of a lost cause for marathoning. That's more double icing on the cake.
Yeah,
Icing on the icing.
like in a marathon, you don't go for PBs at all.
Right.
I would just realized, like an hour or two in, that the run was actually pretty good, so I kept track of the difference.
Yeah.
Out of
Yeah.
curiosity.
Well, I had my splits running in the background just in case, and they're a little sad.
Yeah.
I think at this point, maybe...
Oh shoot, I put
Removing
wear
the
tear and rest on the sword. Please forgive me, guys.
No! Reset. Invalid.
Yeah. Timer only for marathon runs is definitely the way to go. Or even no timer. Well, still one's gotta have a timer, you know what I mean.
So, we're back in the slums, and I guess you know what that means. We have a lot of cutscenes and text boxes and fetch quests and running around and not doing the one thing that's fun, which is fighting.
There is one fight in the entirety of Chapter 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that fight takes
Like
3
20
Thundaga
seconds.
casts.
yeah, 3 to 5 Thundaga.
Yeah. So yeah, I guess for those just coming in, or if you haven't been watching the whole time, if you have any questions, now would probably be a decent time. If you had any, at least have some ready. Maybe some things that you might not understand just from watching or the commentary so far. Feel free to put them in chat. Maybe I'll get to them here in a little bit.
Now we get bad damage rolls. That's what we get.
If I had one request in this run, it would be to find a skip for Chapter 7.
Yeah.
No, for sure.
I actually dislike Chapter 5 more, at least the slum part in Chapter 5.
Yeah, and that one fight there is the entire fight in this chapter.
Mm-hmm. And as you saw, it's a pretty trivial fight. We spam the 2 Thundagas, hope they dodge the bullets, because they can actually stun and silence, and they do a little bit of damage.
Yep, I've died
That
on
was
that
being the
fight.
worst one.
Oh.
I've died on that fight.
I don't think I've died, but I've had really bad fights before.
Yeah. So yeah, questions or words of encouragement, all welcome.
I have a question. What's DFFOO?
The City of Final Fantasy Opera Omnia.
Okay.
It's a mobile game.
Yeah, the
You
mobile
haven't heard?
one. Yeah, I heard of it, but I didn't know that that's the abbreviation, which isn't really an. Well, considering the name is long, it's an abbreviation.
So the general's tank. He has these spawns with him, but if you kill him, eventually he will respawn him. Which is a animation time, which pauses the battle.
Yep.
Which means you want to try and let like 2 or 3 alive, because they aren't that dangerous if you pay attention.
It's more of a thing to just pay attention to when you know there's not too many left on the screen. You
Oh
kinda just-
jeez, they're actually kind of... Tank actually shot me.
You rather have to watch for the tank because his attacks are very devastating.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like the big cannon one-shots you without barrier. Maybe not quite with your level 15, but below that it one-shots. And the Gatling gun, if it hits fully, you'll probably lose 80%. Scary. It stuns as well. So right here we actually gave the name to a bar, which you might remember, called 7th Heaven.
He wanted
Back
a
in-
name for a bar, and once you
Yeah.
say the 7th Heaven, he's like, huh, I can imagine this really nice-looking chick in there, and underground there's gonna be this resistance against Shinra.
And he's like, oh, well, at least thanks for that, and here you go, here, have your wood. And basically, I would say that it means Zach gave the name to the bar.
Mm-hmm.
If that guy is actually the one who creates it. Which is pretty interesting. Zach basically has a little influence on the main game, even not being there.
So, we have several different categories in this marathon we haven't mentioned in a while. We have this regular any percent here, and then Dessa's done a 100% run, and I've done a no curse ring run. I did a no curse ring run for the Questing for Glory marathon last week. Went pretty well, all things considered. For a marathon run, I should say.
Yeah, Questing for Glory happened, I guess last week. It was a whole week of just RPG speedruns. It was actually hosted on the channel you're watching right now, so aside from all the Final Fantasy runs this week, there's a ton of great stuff that went on last week for that marathon to check out in your spare time. After this one, of course.
And all the runs should be up on the RPG Limit Break YouTube channel as well.
Yes.
I got my little bit of a break here.
Yep, the doing nothing strat.
This is probably the best mini game in the run.
Yeah, inside of the
If I were to say it?
speedrun, it's pretty good. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah,
It's
of
very
the mini
intriguing.
games
I
in
like the
speedrun.
mechanics. I really like how engaging that mini game is.
Yes, it's probably the best one in the speedrun.
Yeah.
Followed by the one that's back in Venora with the cutting down the cannon shells.
Yeah.
I'm team no minigames and RPG speedruns, so I definitely appreciate it.
This game has a very high love for minigames.
Mm.
Yeah.
You basically have a mini game running during every battle as well.
In a way.
It's a portable mini game. And yeah, there are some mini games that we haven't done here now. It's, for example, the squatting contest, which is in chapter 5.
You can do it in chapter 7.
5 to 7, yeah. In chapter 5 and chapter 7, you're able to do the squatting mini game. And then there's a mini game in chapter 5 where you basically have a date with Aerith and you can raise an affection level to get 1 or like 3 extra text boxes, 1 extra camera angle, and 2 extra useless items. And had a cannon shell mini game, save Junon mini game.
There's one later in chapter 9.
Yeah,
Actually,
and
two in
actually
chapter
very
9.
important.
There's 2 mini games in chapter 9. One very important, one we just run right by.
Let me think of it. Oh yeah, yeah. 2 chapter. Yeah, the chapter 9 as well. But it's not.
Oh jeez, our scorpion just smacked me.
I think I will definitely save before the next fight, just in case everything goes wrong. Which it shouldn't.
Running the guard scorpion fight for the timekeeper.
I really don't want him using EMVO that much. Because it is painful.
Yeah, especially if guard scorpion gets caught in a corner and you're on its backside also facing the corner. You don't really have too many options for running away from the Eam field, so
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to deal with sometimes like that.
You just spam dodge roll at that point and hope to get hit less than 3 times.
Exactly.
Because as you saw, this EM field is way stronger than the one from God Spider. Well, the God Spider one did like 30 damage. This one does
This one's like
80
100.
plus.
Yeah.
It's actually close to 200.
100 with barrier. Or
Yeah, 100 barrier, but I don't. I should use barrier in the marathon run, but I keep forgetting it because I'm not used to it.
And split for Team Mog.
So yeah, as you see, we just built a flower wagon. You can build 2 additional flower wagons. In the
There's
any
4
percent
total
speedrun,
on
we
there.
don't do that.
That's
The
far
4th one, no.
enough.
They're free
Yeah.
in total.
Is it? I guess it's 3.
Yeah.
Really? You sure?
Did that subtitle say? Yeah, it did.
What is he?
And one of the
23.
one of the wagons you can get the parts out of missions, and the other you get it out of the SWAT minigame.
Mission failed.
Which it's indirectly from the missions. You talk to NPCs, those give you missions, and oh wait, that's you talk to NPCs, those give you a set of 6 missions each, and you finish those missions, and they give you that part, whatever you need, if it's wood or
It's
tools.
essentially run missions.
Yeah,
The
basically.
situation is not resolved.
You have to do the
Genesis
missions
copies
again.
have been sighted around the world.
That can't be. We wiped out those Genesis copies.
Did Genesis really die? They've been sighted in Midgar as well.
And yeah, I guess if anyone's just coming in here, welcome.
The slums too.
You're watching a Final Fantasy series relay race here on Twitch on the RPG Limbrick channel. This is the very first leg of it. We just started about 3.5 hours ago. We're doing Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII to start. On the Team Mog, we have rinimt, and on Team Choco, we have Dessa.
Yep.
The device
we'll be doing this relay for pretty much 2 or 3 days.
I think it's like 50 hours.
Yeah, a lot of games to go through this weekend. We hope you all can watch. Have a whole bunch of different. This relay is more focused on side games, so we do have some normal Final Fantasy games in there though. Stuff like Chocobo Tales, World of Final Fantasy, Crystal Chronicles, and Crisis Core all being involved. When normally with these relays we usually just do the core games, so we're doing a little bit something different. We hope you all enjoy it. No donations or anything are being taken. This is just for y'all's entertainment. We hope you all enjoy it.
I think I screwed up.
My friend. Your desire.
And then, yeah, I guess one of the more common questions we've been getting today is
the gift of the goddess.
Dessa on Team Choco is playing in German, and Rennie on Team Mog is playing in English. For this run, it doesn't matter. They are going to be running exactly the same in terms of how long it takes. There's no
quietly.
There's no like deficit for running on a different version, and for at least like PAL and TSC. So that's just runner's preference at that point.
Or availability.
The main difference is the Japanese version.
Right, just some subtle differences and rule differences for timing and stuff like that. And yeah, we're kind of in this run's heavily cutscene based. There's of course fighting and stuff. But yeah, if there's any questions y'all have anything or anything you want to know about the marathon or the run, we can probably get to some of those now while there's not too much going on. Yep, it's a relay race. Whoever finishes all their games first wins between the 14 games. Either Team Log or Team Choco will win. As commentator, I can't state who I would want to win. I'm sure y'all have your preferences.
Just say you want a tie.
I mean, I think that's fair. Yeah, that's totally how I feel. It's just a tie would be great.
Tie on the second.
So on average, a Crisis Core run will be about 5 hours, 40 minutes to 6 hours, depending on your luck.
And luck plays a enormously big role in this run.
Zach!
But yeah, towards estimates, you can make estimates on Final Fantasy games in terms of like runner's PBs or something like that, but as seen, things can go wrong even though the runner is extremely skilled at the game. So those estimates are literally estimates. It can be 10 minutes faster, it can also be 20 minutes slower or something like that.
Hopefully it's not 20 minutes slower.
Oh, please no.
That would probably mean multiple deaths to Sephiroth. Phase 2.
Oh, phase 2 would be horrible. I think I think that's long enough so that if I die to Sephiroth phase 2 once, you're less than 5 minutes behind. At this point.
Looks like it's degrading.
Poor thing.
Does this mean Angela is out there too?
And yeah, this is once again very mesh intensive, so I'm currently switching my hands the entire time because my hands are getting tired from all the mashing.
Yeah, if it isn't obvious by thinking about it, mashing on a PSP is not a fun time. And in comparison to like a controller.
On the PSP, I think it's actually a little bit more convenient because if you play on the PSP itself, it's very inconvenient. But with a capture card, you usually play it on a second screen, like a TV or something like that.
A flower wagon.
You can twist and turn the PSP the way you want because you don't have a screen there, so you can do whatever you want with that. Basically,
Can you hear me?
usually have my one hand over the entire screen to hold the console, and then with the other hand I mash somehow.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
That's the one thing that's good about the PSP capture.
Yeah, I'll turn the console,
Otherwise, it's horrible.
like turn it 90 degrees counterclockwise so the buttons are on the top, and I just use 2 fingers and hit X and circle because you can use 2 buttons to mash in this game.
I basically just steady it with one hand and then just like claw mash with 2 fingers.
Yeah.
On the other hand.
Oops, wrong text box.
All right, so we got the Left for Nibelheim split coming up here soon for
Wait, what?
Dessa.
Oh, I keep choosing the wrong thing. There we go. On 100%, fun fact, if you pick the wrong option, at least the way I define it myself, you lose the run because you miss out on 2 flower wagons.
Activating combat mode.
But that's just my arbitrary definition. Extremely arbitrary. I do all the mini games and stuff as well.
Yeah, we don't have a set in stone definition of 100% because as with most RPGs, it can vary wildly depending on what you count.
I personally put myself in kind of a... I just made it hard for myself basically by finishing every mission, which is, I would say that's the only thing that you could really say is counting towards 100%. What I also did is, all missions, all shops, all emails, all equipment, all materia, like holding all of them at the same time, all equipment, all materia, all DMW to 100%. And
To Nibelheim.
Yeah.
So about to split and
all missions, like Flower Wagon and stuff. Nibelheim Wanders. Stuff like that. And the shooting minigame, which that one is actually pretty weird.
I am terrible at that minigame.
Yeah.
I cannot do it for the life of me.
What I do there is I shoot like the first 2 or 3 sets. Then the next one is too far away to get triggered, so I farm on the normal ones that can random encounter you until I have like 50 points, and then I just upgrade the thing so I can shoot wherever I want and it works. Okay. Chapter 9. 8. I count tutorial as a chapter. Okay. So now we're in Nibelheim.
Yeah, a little more action now.
So the problem with the
I would
slum
say
sec-
15 minutes, then more action. There are a few tight moments here and there, but the real action begins in the round.
Yeah, so the problem with the slum section is it's really easy to zone out of it, and I have just walked right past picking up this wood before.
Yeah, I would say that's a very underlooked thing when it comes to RPG speedruns. Just losing focus will lose you more time than you think on things that you wouldn't think you'd lose time on, like text mashing or just going to the right spot, knowing that you don't have to mash texting. It's surprisingly something that a lot of people forget about when it comes to RPG runs in particular, just because there's a lot of downtime for some games.
On my New Game Plus run, I forgot the wood entirely. I just ran past it.
Yeah.
And in the last room, I realized, oh, damn, I have to pick it up.
Like that section's just as important as anything else where you could lose that time. Just because it's text, people tend to forget about it a lot.
Yeah, I think on my no cursoring PB right now, I ran to the car before I got the wood.
Yeah.
Which, that is not that bad. If you turn back and forget the wood at that point, then it's bad.
It's like, I think, a minute and a half time loss to get all the way to the car and go back to the wood.
Yeah.
Wait, how? You have to go back anyway.
Because you have to get them in the right order.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
If you could do it the other way, I totally would.
So yeah, I guess
you have to do it in the order.
fun thing here when you play Final Fantasy VII, when you do the calm flashback, that's what's actually happening right now on Des's stream. Like after you leave Midgar and go to calm and do the flashback, this is what's actually happening, like in Crisis Core.
Also, at the start of the run, we were 7 years before Final Fantasy VII. We're currently 5 years before.
Right. Yeah, this game takes place all the way up, pretty much up to.
Up to a week before FF7.
That's right.
Oh, it's a week?
A week.
Huh.
Yep.
Actually, I guess the post-credit scene is the start of FF7.
Yeah, that's
so...
what,
Yeah, but
that's
I
what
mean,
meant.
just before post-credits. Or the final gameplay part.
Alright.
But yeah, as you see, we don't have to play through the calm flashback. It's all in text boxes.
Yeah. No photo skip here.
Almost. Yeah, no photo
Yep,
skip.
sorry, we're gonna miss the photo skip.
Photo skip would be Nibelheim skip.
Be nice.
Yeah, that would not bad. That wouldn't be bad either. Just
It's like
finding a skip.
40 minute skip.
You enter the inn, exit, and suddenly it's already nighttime Nibelheim.
That'd be nice. Or go into the manor and exit, and oh hey, it's.
Or you go into the manor, down, and ooh, Sephiroth's there. Oh, the town's burning. Or just going into the reactor and oh, Sephiroth. Hey. Any skip would actually be fine.
Yeah. Have to start a bounty for it.
$100 for the first guy who finds a skip.
Yeah, I'll match that.
Don't take my word for that.
I will offer $1.
Okay, I'll match that. I can match that. That's in my budget.
Zach's actually faster in this part than earlier. Earlier, like, you can see a little bit of character development. At the beginning of the game, if Zach would have heard the name Genova, and a day after he sees a door with the line Genova on top of it, or with the name Genova just like here, he wouldn't have seen a connection here. But even now, it takes him some time to realize that, which is weird. Like he's like, oh, Genova, that's normal. Yes, that name can happen twice.
So I finally got all the parts for this cart.
Hey.
Which means I'm through the bulk of the slums part.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, if you're slow on bathroom breaks, this cutscene is not a bathroom break because added up, those two cutscenes take like 7 or 8 minutes, I think. But there's one little part of gameplay where you have to walk up the stairs and go to Sephiroth, which takes 2 seconds. But you have to move, which is why it's not a real bathroom break.
I think they put it in there, A, to make sure you're still around, and B, to give you a chance to go save for the next section.
Yeah. So they don't lose you.
To remind you, it's a game and not a movie.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, by the way, you can play.
You can move.
This is a feature.
Really? I think it's fine. It's all about
There
the
is
flowers.
gameplay
anyway.
in this movie.
Oh wow, an interactive movie.
Stop being so picky.
A tiny little wish.
I guess since no one's mentioned it, just a fun thing about this game, you can move with the D-pad or the analog stick.
Wanna hear?
Which I know some people really dislike the analog stick on PlayStation or PSPs. So if you like D-pad, I'll actually use D-pad sometimes when I know I want to move like in an exact straight line or something.
I use D-pad most of the time, but if I move slowly, like just before Angel Penance, I use analog
Right.
stick.
I pretty much
If you
always-
could deactivate the stick, then I would be running this game on my old PSP. But because my stick is broken on my old PSP and it just fiddles around everywhere,
Yeah.
I have a menu that keeps scrolling up forever.
I just
Well,
find
yeah, no,
for
it
this
just
game-
were out. It basically broke.
Yeah, I just find for this game that the D-pad is just more precise for me.
Legions of monsters have spawned near a regional Mako reactor. The workers have all gone missing. Local soldier operatives have also vanished. The company is dispatching additional operatives to investigate the matter. You and I, that is.
Roger that.
What's wrong?
Well, you know. I thought you
So,
found something out
Zach
about
getting
that other matter.
ignited and
The
Sephiroth
missing
just
operatives
casually blocking that
were the
fireball.
ones tracking Lazard. Also, they had reported a strange pod.
I like that they
device in the
don't
area.
care about Zach at all.
Is that
He's just lying around there in pain.
Probably the same
And
device
they
that was stolen
both
from
don't care. They're
Odeon.
just talking casually to each other.
Well, I wouldn't say it's casually.
Well, not casually, but in a.
I would say it not being casual is why they don't
Well,
care.
they aren't fighting.
Go to the soldier floor.
Okay.
We'll depart as soon as
They're
you
having a
rest of
civil
them are ready to go.
disagreement.
Yes, exactly. Civil
Our
disagreement.
orders are
A
to
distracting
investigate
one
the
at that.
reactor. They mention nothing of old friends. Depending on what
And Zach
happens,
looks
I
like he
may
ate something
abandon
wrong.
Shinra.
Just curling on the floor.
Until then, I'll remain loyal to Soldier.
By the way, after this little cutscene, we have finally some proper gameplay in Nibelheim, which, in my opinion, is one of the worst parts in the run.
Couldn't agree more.
So on that mountain, you can get, it's like anywhere from 0 to 5 encounters.
You can get 0?
It's
I've
Yes.
got never less than
theoretically
3.
possible.
Yes.
You're right. I've got never less than 3. And I was jumping over the entire room when I got that. I was
That's
sad.
one of the reasons my Japanese New Game Plus run is so good is because I got one of the best runs through Nibelheim I've ever gotten. I think.
The best I've done is
Huh.
1.
Yeah, it was either 1 or 2, something really low.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I've never seen a 0 though, but it is theoretically possible.
Yeah,
Yeah.
theoretically, if we would know how encounters work properly.
Like if you get one encounter, it's not always in the same spot, kind of a deal.
Yeah.
But a lot of the encounters there, if you know where the fields are for the encounters, it's either a case of you get them or you don't.
Right.
You can walk around the ones you can, and then it's either they're there or they aren't.
the problem with the encounters, they're like, it wouldn't be too bad to get those encounters as you can just run. However, on the descent, it's not as bad yet. But once you start ascending Mount Nibel or Mount Nibel, it gets very, very dangerous. Even now, it's already pretty dangerous. But later on, it gets extremely dangerous. And like, we have a Phoenix down right now, but I wouldn't say that we are safe from losing it. We might lose our Phoenix down ascending Nibel.
Yeah.
On the ascent, they add an enemy called Deathclaw,
Mm-hmm.
which can stop you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then just destroy you.
And bombs on top of that. Probably I was thinking about it some time ago. Like, I think the bombs in terms of the speedrun are more dangerous in this run than almost any Final Fantasy run. At least the ones I know, probably like 7 and onward. I'm not so familiar with earlier Final Fantasy runs, but like bombs usually aren't really that big of a deal in Final Fantasy runs.
Over
from what I
here,
know.
if the bombs line up properly, they one-shot you. They can use Fyra, and if all 6 of them hit you, without M barrier, then one shot. With M barrier, you lose more health than you want to.
Yeah.
But before that, we have a little fight that's not too bad.
Dumb apple.
That's Cloud, by the way, who's chilling on the floor now.
It's Mystery Soldier.
Mystery
Y.
Soldier. Yeah.
So when you first go to Nibelheim, there are 3 soldiers who go with you. When you get to Nibelheim, there's 2. When you get to the reactor, there's 1.
Yep. Oh wow, bad damage roll. Actually, wait, can they die? Oh what? He's using Maelstrom that early? Good thing about Maelstrom right here, it's not a scary attack, honestly. This fight is not really scary because the small enemies don't deal a lot of damage, and the big enemy is slow.
The nice thing about Maelstrom too is that it's also a really good event host and coordinator.
Oh. But yeah,
shout out.
Maelstrom is not that. Maelstrom is not scary. He doesn't bite.
I thought that was way funnier. So
it was good, yeah. It was a very good one. Approved. So in this first room, it's unlikely to get encounters. It's possible, but you usually don't get any by just holding upright. The next room will be hell.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mentioned New Game Plus a few times, but when in New Game Plus, when you're pretty much one-shotting every single boss for the most part, all the time loss in the run, gaining or losing, is pretty much solely on encounters. Oh my gosh! You instantly loaded and got an encounter. Yeah.
I didn't even see Zach properly yet.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
That's so bad Mount Nibel is. Oh,
Yeah.
second.
Surveillance duty.
I sometimes don't even get an encounter up to this point at all.
Yep.
Can depend on.
On those guys, you want all of them to use barrier because they use barrier and you just escape immediately.
Hey,
A very bad thing that can happen here, they can push you out of the invisible wall, and if you keep running into actual walls, then you can't escape. Oh, that's the bombs. Those are scary.
Yeah, in New Game Plus, almost all of your time loss is in the ascent and descent of Mount Nibelheim, just because encounters are so random. Or no, random's not the right word, sporadic.
We already got 3, which is extremely bad.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Can we get a record of 6? Maybe a new PB in a different kind of category.
May have had a little bit too much to drink if we're getting 6. Zach, that is.
So the split for Team Mog is going to be coming up here.
Should be 5. Should be 5.
I'm having a little
I
trouble
don't think
rounding up the
I
group.
won't say
We're
I
in a
don't
hurry.
get it, but I
Let's
don't
move it.
think I'll
Sure.
get another one because the
Cloud?
the
Together again,
loading
huh?
zone is right in front of me.
All
Okay.
right.
I mean, we
Hold
saw
on.
earlier it can
Okay,
happen.
everyone.
Yeah.
The screen didn't load and we got an encounter. So 5 is bad. I would say 4 is actually average. You can get encounters here as well if you're very unlucky and
That definitely is a thing.
yeah.
And it's weird too because you have to try to cross over to the other side, and that's pretty much asking to get an encounter, but you have to do it really.
Mhm. If you do it correctly though, if you
Where are we
cross
going?
like that's
One
just
second,
another thing
Dustin.
from
1 second. Just getting the split here for Rennie.
oh yeah.
And split. Go ahead.
So, if you probably learn it the more you play this game, but if you cross encounter zones in specific ways, then you're unlikely to get encounters. Like right there, I basically took the tip of the border of the encounter zone and ran to the other side. Like I basically took the smallest part of the encounter zone where I run through it, which gives me the least amount of or the lowest chance of an encounter possible.
So, how does it feel?
What is that emote?
To be home after all this
BGG,
time?
Cloud's
I have
Drive,
no hometown. I wouldn't know.
Hero of FL. Okay, interesting emote.
What about family?
My mother's name is Genova. She died shortly after I was born. My father... Why am I talking about this?
Okay, and then we have another cutscene here.
Come on, let's go.
Sephiroth's mother's name is Genova? Hmm?
Who's excited for the Sephiroth fight? I'm excited for the Sephiroth fight personally.
I am pretty excited for that because that Sephiroth can troll you a lot if he wants to, and
For
he can
me-
actually be scary if you don't pay close attention to your barrier.
Yeah, I think Sephiroth, like, if you wanted to say there is a feature fight of this game, it's probably Sephiroth. Like
What
that's
fight? Feature fight?
like the highlight fight, like the coolest
like a big
fight.
key fight.
Right.
Yeah.
Like the most exciting, a lot going on.
Oh, I would actually say Genesis Avatar is a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, like,
mainly
just
because
one of
he
them.
is just scary.
Yeah.
Genesis Avatar is exciting because he's scary.
Yeah. Sephiroth, no cakewalk though.
No, he's not. I personally oh. My
Time for me to miss
shake.
photo
Oh.
skip.
Starting to get worried. Come on, we have 1.5 hours to go. We can do it. Delgado.
Unlike Kingdom Hearts, yes, we do fight Sephiroth in this run.
In the any percent run, yeah.
So right now, I think both of us have a level 1 Thundaga. We both
Yeah,
got
I don't think either of you all got a Thunder
Nope.
level up.
I mean, I got Cure level 3 and Barrier level 2, so.
I
Yeah.
have Cure level 3 and Barrier level 3.
Shoot, you beat
Shout
me.
outs to Cloud.
Yes, shout outs to Cloud, who really wanted to make his presence known.
Quote unquote saving the day. Okay, yeah, we can play games again.
There's a video game in this movie?
You keep forgetting. The game's not doing a good enough job of reminding us.
This is not a movie relay? Who can watch a movie the fastest?
That's what I
So, yeah,
signed
this-
up for.
I believe you have a little menu here before Sephiroth.
Yeah,
Maybe I need to get
I'm
more
buying
ethers.
30 ethers or stuff
Yeah.
like that, but that's about it.
Yeah.
But Sephiroth still takes like 6-7 minutes until I'm there.
Yeah.
Not
There
including
is a
cutscene.
long cutscene.
I'm not even including cutscene. I'm leaving the inn right now, so I have a cutscene right here. Then I have to go to the mansion. Then I have to go down. Then I have to talk to Sephiroth. Then I have to leave. Then he sets the town on fire. Then I
Yeah.
have to ascend, and then the cutscene plays.
Yeah, I saw you in front of the reactor. I mislooked. That's a word. Look it up.
Genova. Interesting. The door is
Took me a little to realize
sealed,
that.
of course. Genova.
So I don't know how old that strat is, as I'm, as I said, not that long into running Crisis Core yet. But there used to be a strat where we would actually level up on Sephiroth as well, with the so we would unequip the curse ring as well.
Yep, that's definitely
However,
what I know.
yeah, we recently got rid of that. It makes so we're like, I would say, 3 to 5 levels lower than usually, and it makes late game or end game a lot more scarier. However, it speeds it up because, as you saw, not having curse ring can be very slow. And even if it's not very slow, but the way you want it to work, it takes like, I would say, 3 extra minutes, something like that.
Yeah.
At least 3 extra minutes.
If you get a perfect Sephiroth fight, you can beat a curse ring run with no curse ring just because of level ups.
Yep.
But it has to be absolutely perfect.
Plus, it's also one last opportunity to try to get the Thundaga level up.
Yeah, exactly. And the Thundaga level up,
Are they
however,
monsters?
what the strength doesn't really matter at that point anymore, because while we can get a Thundaga level up, there are only 2 more fights where it's
Exactly.
actually
Right.
effective. So
Yeah.
overall damage wise, it's not really worth unequipping the curse ring, because actually it's like 3 fights and 7 encounters.
You said average
But
number.
we'll get something that will replace Thundaga,
Yeah, it's a lot of
which
fun.
has a broken damage calculation.
Yeah.
I think you can have like 20 attack and 75% health, and you 100k with that thing.
Yeah.
Could it be that I
Yeah, this is another little awkward area for encounters.
Our friends, the Sahagins, are in this area again.
Yeah. No jumps though, I don't think.
Yeah. Yeah, no jumps, but they can do water bubble or water gun, or how it's called, and that one can be scary if it hits, but the attack is extremely long, telegraphed, and it's extremely slow.
Yeah.
So if you get hit by that, you must have phased out. But it's incredibly dangerous. I think without Barry, it kills you.
And to reiterate, pretty much every encounter from here on out feels like that. Like,
Yeah,
that's just kind of like your
basically
average
every-
encounter now.
Yeah, if we get into an encounter, we're basically getting ready to lose.
Right.
But this
Yep.
this
Runners
was
are
not
definitely
what
making
I
it look
meant.
easy today, that's for sure. This run can be scary at all times.
Am I?
Yeah, starting from Bahamut Fury, you have a lot
No
of
such
potential
luck.
to die. This is a little camera
You are a
troll
monster.
section. If you go back, if you just hold back, the camera will flip around and you'll actually walk towards Sephiroth, so you want to hug the wall there.
Sephiroth, you were the greatest monster created by the Genova Project.
Genesis.
And
So
now
you
we've got a
are
ring of
alive.
fire.
I suppose I am, if you can call this.
Which there's a little mini game in that
What
as
is the
well,
Genova project?
connected to the 7 Wonders of Nibelheim.
The
I think you can
Genova
get the
project
Phoenix
was the
materia
term
if you
used for
complete it.
all experiments.
No, Phoenix Meteor is the first wonder.
relating
The
to
wonder
the
here
use
is
of
saving the
Genova's
mother out of
cells.
the burning house, and
My
that's the
mother's
6th wonder.
cells?
The wonders in general are pretty
Poor
tedious because the
little
first 3
Sephiroth.
wonders are, well, the
You've
first
never
2 wonders
actually
are pretty
met
quick.
your
They're just
mother.
in-town missions. The third
You've
wonder
only been
is
told her name, no?
finding a certain
I
enemy
don't know
in
what
Mount
images
Nibel.
you've conjured up in
I
your
forgot
head,
about
but
the fourth one is the character and the save, so you have to go to the mansion and
Genova
back.
was
And the fifth
excavated from
one
a 2,000-year-old rock
is
layer.
seeing Vincent, which means you go to the mansion,
She's
into the
a
basement,
monster.
look at Vincent, then come back and talk to that guy again. So, and you have to watch out that you do that in
Sephiroth,
between the burning town
I
and
need your help.
walking to the reactor
My
for the
body
first
is
time.
continuing to degrade.
And it's very tedious because you have to backtrack
Soldier
so
first
much.
class.
I think the wonders are they're
Genova
awesome, but
Project G
poorly designed.
gave birth to Angeal and
So now we have
monsters
the ascent
like
of
myself.
Mount Nibel.
Genova
And
Project
this
A
has, as Rini said earlier, Death
used
Claws.
the remains
Death
of
Claws can stop
countless
us, and Death
failed
Claws are
experiments
deadly,
to
just like their
create
name
a
suggests.
perfect
We hope
monster.
to not see too many of them.
What do you
We have a
want with
triple
me?
bomb fight, which
Your
is
traits
actually kind of
cannot be
scary as
copied
well,
onto
especially
others.
because my health isn't really
Your
good.
genes can't be diffused.
But it's fine.
Therefore, your
I think
body
I'm gonna
cannot
quickly
degrade.
heal up with a menu.
Yeah, this is no joke when we're talking about the bombs. They set of 3 of them.
Share your cells.
Yeah, set of 3 bombs. Fyra does 200 damage each. There's 6
My friend,
6 Fyra,
your
so
desire
you take 1,200 damage with
is
M
the
barrier.
bringer of life,
Yeah.
the gift of the goddess.
Oops, I got hit with both of them. I'm fine. The only good thing about bombs is if you dodge the Fyras, you're basically escaping.
Right.
So bombs are actually the preferred encounter if you know how to deal with them.
And that's sad.
Yeah. And I get Death
Are
Claws, so
lies
it's a longer
created to
loading, so it's a
deceive
different
me?
enemy. 2 of them, awesome.
Or the truth
Oh, I thought it used
that I have sought
Deadly
all
Embrace.
my life?
Yeah, use an attack like right off the bat. That was kind of scary.
Yeah, I immediately thought, oh crap,
will rot.
Deadly Embrace. But the only good thing about the stopping attack from the
see.
Twin Claws is that it has a little
Perfect
wind up,
monster indeed.
which
Yeah.
means they jump into the air and you can predict where it lands and when
the
it hits
war
you.
of the beasts
Like right there, you saw he
brings
used it
about the
immediately,
world's
but
end,
because he jumps, I saw
the
that he
goddess
telegraphed it.
descends from the
Yeah.
sky.
If it would swap the
Wings
attack with
of
Twin
light
Claws,
and
the
dark
animation,
spread
then it would be
afar.
dangerous
She
because you
guides
have
us to
no.
bliss.
If he uses Twin Claws immediately, you
Her
have
gift
no means of dodging
everlasting.
the first hit.
Yep.
So it's actually blessing in disguise or something like that.
Alright. So this
Okay.
is gonna be the last screen before the Sephiroth fight. He's gonna do a little menu real quick.
Mhm.
Still can get an encounter on that screen.
I think I bought too many first. Wait, let me actually check how
You
many I
bought
have.
40.
Yeah, but I have 80 now. I'm probably gonna have like 25 left at the end, which is 5,000 money that I shouldn't have spent.
Yeah.
Which I'm gonna pick up elixirs anyway, so it doesn't matter. Just to sell them, because they're 2.5 each. And yeah, now we have another long cutscene. I forgot to say. Okay, I'm gonna be very careful now.
Insert Seraph yelling at you.
Yeah.
I'm so ready.
I can imagine him yelling. He probably drags me into a different VC now. Don't you dare dying on him now. I mean, it's only a setback of, I guess, 3 hours is when I last saved. So, actually no, 2 hours. Ninja Penance was the last save. We're only 2 hours behind at that point. Don't worry, Team Choco. Holy shit.
Meanwhile, I'm here saving like constantly.
Yeah, I would definitely be saving everywhere if I were doing this.
Yeah. I'm not used to that. I should just pay more attention to that. But it's okay. I'm just not gonna die, and easy. Easy.
Yeah, the enemy running just drops a gravity materia sometimes. I had worked in some way to use that back in the day, but I can't remember how I
thought
did it.
about that as well, yeah.
Oh yeah, so the that double fight you do, the what is it called? G-Eliminator.
Oh.
It's
Okay.
good on that fight.
And I was about to say G-Regicide, but cost the punch is better.
Yeah.
Okay. It's 12 a.m. already.
Alright, time for Mount Evil encounters.
Good luck.
May you not get an encounter before the screen fades in.
Yeah, that was pretty ridiculous.
I've never seen that.
Oh, she got it!
What?
This count is actually pretty common, I found.
What is this? And it's the exact same encounter I got.
Are you all buffering your movement going into that screen? Maybe it's a thing where you shouldn't buffer your movement and like.
I
actually...
didn't buffer my movement.
Okay.
I did. I was holding right though. I was going towards the wall.
You
So
can't avoid
apparently
that
the
encounter
game
even if you could try. It's
Yeah.
it's either there or it's not.
The
Right.
game doesn't care.
Yeah.
Same with this encounter. It's either here or it isn't.
I got 3 encounters before the little thing.
Yeah, she is at 2, just past it.
Ooh, nice. That's good.
I didn't know you
It's a
could-
blast.
you can avoid all the
Mother.
rest.
Rated. How do you call it? R.
Oh jeez. Alright, well now I'm at the
No,
break.
rated M. So. You can see how strong Sephiroth is. He has such a thin blade, and he knocked Zack out of the park basically with that one slash.
Yep. Best fight, best music. Get ready.
Nah, very good fight and very good music. I wouldn't say this.
I
Like
can
it-
agree. I can compromise with that.
Angel music is better in my opinion. Planet is my guardian. The Genesis Avatar music is better, and Soldier no Tatakai, the one from Genesis Final, is better as well. In my
I actually
opinion,
don't like Soldier Battle. Just
I
too
really
dull
like
for me.
it might be a little biased because I played that on guitar.
So I ended up with 4 encounters on the descent.
Oh, you went the left way. I couldn't figure out whether left or right is faster.
I think left is slightly faster.
Phew, let's go. Let's not die. So, right off the bat, Sephiroth has a move which you might know by the name of, called Octaslash. Octaslash without barrier is a one-hit KO. It deals 1.7k damage without barrier, which means if you have to have a barrier up, otherwise I lose my Phoenix now.
He
Also, as you see,
Yeah, it's definitely the worst part of this first phase, is that he can just keep doing that over and over and over again, which not only loses time, but you're also wasting MP, which means you're wasting ethers, which means you're wasting even more time. It's just kind of really not a good thing, and there's nothing you can do
However,
about it.
most of the time, once you hit him once, you will hit him a second time, and after that he will teleport. The only exceptions are Octaslash and Draw Slash.
So with Octaslash, he will always use it at certain HP values, being 75% health and 25% health. So if you have a general idea of where you are on his health, you can keep an eye on your barrier and kind of hold
Which is
back
exactly,
damage if you need to.
this is the only reason why I bought Libra.
Yeah,
This fight.
It's kind of a skill you wouldn't think about that you would need for this run. Again, this is a fight is a perfect example of it, where you really need to know when your barrier is about to fall off, because like if you get caught at the wrong time, like right as your barrier fell off, and I was going to do it next action. Well, sometimes that's too late, and
Yeah.
you're dead.
Limit
So,
breaks like Octaslash, they don't care about what you're doing, they just cancel whatever you're doing.
What happened?
So what you would usually do if you don't go for...
I
Oh wait,
don't
no,
know, man.
not yet. There, now barrier ran out. If I would have done one more Fandaga, he could have already Octa Slashed.
Yep.
Like he will use Octa Slash now once he's done teleporting back and forth. That's actually pretty late, but that's due to his teleports. However, barrier ran out like around 5 seconds before I realized that he is at that HP area.
And all it takes is just being super focused on the fight or like thinking about something else in the fight, and if you forget about that, you're probably dead sometimes.
Yep. And as
just
I said,
that alone.
And Heartless Angel, you might know that.
Yep. Heartless Angel, it depletes everything to 1 HP.
Yep. And it's probably the only move of Sephiroth, along with Octa Slash, that you cannot stagger him out of.
Yeah.
All I do.
It's
So
actually
like,
pretty scary.
yeah, you have to know, you have to be ready for that elixir as soon as it hits.
You have to just basically know his pattern. You want to be further away, because if he uses Heartless Angel and you're too close, he just immediately attacks you. And then you...
Luckily, it has a long wind-up period, so you can't just run away from him.
You can easily prepare yourself for that. However, if you're on the correct distance, you can do 3 Fandagas, then dodge roll, get your dodge roll cancelled, and then heal.
So yep, that was first phase Sephiroth. It's a 2-phase fight. This one has a little bit of a different structure.
The second... Yeah.
You're not.
You go on.
You're not the
Yeah, sure.
Sephiroth
You're pretty much on this skinny platform, and Sephiroth's going to be continuously trying to push you backwards off the platform. And if you fall off the platform, it's game over. Even if you have a Phoenix down, maybe?
Yes.
If I'm remembering that right. So even if both our runners have a Phoenix down on right now, so even if Sephiroth pushes you off the platform when they have a Phoenix down, it's still a game over. It's more or less a time-based thing. I mean, you could argue it has to do with positioning a little bit, but that's why like you really have to be outputting damage. And I mean, I guess Sephiroth can be kind of trolly with the moves it uses.
Every time he tries to use Draw Slash, he will take a minor step forward. If he does enough of those, he can hit you, which knocks you back further.
Right.
But honestly, this phase of the fight is very easy.
Yeah,
he
it was a problem
teleport, but...
back when you had to use DMW because that takes time and stuff. And
yeah, but nowadays this fight is very easy as long as you don't let him. So one mistake that you can do is not watching out for your barriers right here. If you're fast, the barriers won't run out whatsoever, so you shouldn't be in risk of that. However, M barrier is something that you shouldn't underestimate in this part, because he can use spells and you might be just out of reach to dodge him, because Faraga is pretty terrible to dodge at this platform. You will have to dodge towards him.
Yeah, and just because we don't use it doesn't mean it's necessarily a bad skill in general. It's just not good when we have to deal with it or use it. And the only good thing about his spells is that you can cancel all of them with Fandaga. You can cancel everything he does except for Octa Slash in this fight with Fandaga. Right.
Draw Slash, Firaga, Blizzaga, Fandaga.
But then imagine, go ahead.
Luckily, almost all, basically all of his moves have a really long wind-up, so you can easily interrupt.
Right. Problem is,
Also,
if you ever get hit and you have to take time to heal, then he has that chance while you're healing to get a move off, and that can be bad.
Or if at the start, when you're trying to put your barrier and M barrier up, he often, for me, likes to draw slash, so you have to watch out for that.
Good.
That's going a little bit risky there. Yeah, split coming up, and split.
So you saw me dangling around with 1 HP there. It's a little bit risky, however, this fight, as said earlier, it's very predictable because you can cancel everything, and if you take your distance, he never hits you.
Yeah.
And after 2 Fandagas, he will use Draw Slash, so I could always see when he used Draw Slash. And yeah, this fight, in the first fight, he has around 53,000 HP and a relatively not quite a high magic defense value called Spirit in this game. But it's not that low. You deal less damage than usual. However, the second fight, it's about the same amount of Fandagas, but he has more Spirit, but less HP. So instead of 53k, he has 32k HP. And his spirit, instead of being like 70, it's 128.
The main thing is
evens out.
the second fight is faster though, just because he's not teleporting around on you.
Exactly. Not teleporting saves a lot of time.
It's
As well as you're
easily-
basically able to continuously spam Fandara. He doesn't
Easily
even move sideways or something.
The biggest time waste on that first phase is teleporting.
Mm. Teleport skill. What? See, no risk involved. I don't need to save.
Yeah, that's fine. And just you got the whole run. Don't worry about it. That hot 4.5 hour time loss on the first game, no big deal.
Hell yeah. I mean, oh yeah, fun fact, this cutscene is the second cutscene that is weird on the emulator because for some reason the camera is stuck in Sephiroth's shoulder blade. You just see his shoulder blade and barely see anything of the glass. Looks a little bit odd. And you don't even realize it the first time maybe, but it is there. And you can't unsee it. What was my Sephiroth time? Something like 428? Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, this cutscene is lengthy again.
How dare you?
Cloud. Finish Sephiroth. Off.
So, if you paid attention to what just happened, I'm honestly surprised that the Buster Sword, which is wider than Sephiroth's entire body, including his coat, he just completely pierced him, but he's still fine. Yeah. German saves 20 minutes, you caught me. But yeah, you see, we're not even the ones who ruined the philosophy of Angel. It was Cloud. He used the Buster Sword now. We didn't. But we'll not use it again. Maybe twice, but that's it.
No. Impossible.
Alright, time for the Ascent encounters.
Yep.
Which again can be very scary because of death claws.
How many did you have, Tessa? 3 or 4? I want to say it was 4.
4.
Yeah.
2 bombs and 2 double
2
claws.
death claws, yep.
That's a fantastic start.
Did you get the instant encounter again?
Looks like you're a little bit off the wall.
Yeah.
I
It
don't
might
remember
be
which
so.
side here actually is the one where you can avoid. I have
Yeah.
tested it, but it's been too long and I lost my notes on it.
So she might have actually hugged the wall, but sometimes you can trigger an encounter and get basically teleported into the
Into the space.
battle
Yeah.
area. Yeah, it's extremely prominent in the next chapter in Gongaga. But I won't.
Hey,
go
I didn't get the
full
first
one.
encounter that either you get or you don't get though.
Yeah, that's good.
is this gonna be a 3 encounter ascent? We'll find out soon.
This one here. Intriguing. Most intriguing.
Oh yeah, there we saw
not
Hojo
bad.
again. Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh my gosh. They are.
Another cutscene.
Watch your MP.
Yeah, I see it. They were
can't
not
really
letting me
skip
out
the
there though.
Yeah. They're
So
weren't being nice.
that's one of the things.
You call yourself
In this
soldier?
case, she has to watch out that she doesn't die, obviously, which means she can't hug the wall all the time, which also means she can't escape.
Yeah.
However, especially those birds are very good at pushing you away from the invisible wall and pushing you into an actual wall. They're very good at doing that. They really like doing that.
Alright. Rennie coming up to the Sephiroth menu.
I just dumped all my money into ethers there.
Those wings.
Faster than trying to do an exact
I
amount
want
for
them
me.
too.
Yeah.
I mean, you can theoretically you could just pick up the 10k in the basement. If you go into the room where Sephiroth was reading his books, there's a chest with 10,000 gil.
Yeah.
You could pick up that one. Or the elixir in the room where you start in after Sephiroth. I'm gonna go for that elixir definitely. And for the elixir in Gongaga, so I have 5,000 extra. Then Shinra Alpha is 8,000. You get a little bit here and there. Maybe sell some of my leftover ethers. And yeah, now we time traveled a little bit.
Yeah, this is I think 2 or 3 years later.
I think it's for
5.
No, 4.
Oh
It's
no, I
4.
guess it is.
5.
It's
Yeah,
4.
I think it-
Arif says it's been 4 years.
It's been 5 years. She says
I'm
5.
pretty sure she says 4.
What do you
Oh,
guys
yeah,
think?
whatever.
Team Mog
Well-
answer, Team Choco answer.
Team Choco, obviously.
It's 5.
Team Mog is confident.
Team Choco as well.
I think it's like closer to about 4
4.5.
4 years, 10 months, or something like that.
Where's the chest? Oh, there it is. I usually don't get that elixir, but I usually don't buy 45 ethers instead of 30 either. So yeah, I didn't remember where the chest is. Yeah, we basically have to backtrack from Nibelheim now and get Zack and Cloud out of here. As you see, Cloud is a little bit sleepy, a little bit knocked out.
I would personally recommend a save before getting to the end of Nibelheim, personally.
You mean before the night section or before
Yes.
saving Cloud?
Or saving Cloud, yeah, before that.
Really?
Yes. It's a potential
Yeah.
game over situation.
If they gang up on you,
Or if they get Cloud.
or if they get Cloud.
I think I've never came close to like 700 meters.
I've had 300-meter scares before.
Ooh.
I mean, you can just not save, that's fine. I mean...
It's fine, you can, it's fine,
It's
just
fine.
take the 2.5 hour time loss. I'm good with that.
Now you're making me feel bad for that.
No, you should feel fine. You're ahead. You got this.
Seraph screaming.
We meet at last, Mother.
Well, that's the. So yeah, they can. What can happen in the fight that's upcoming for me now is either I lose all of my HP, or which is actually, apparently not quite unlikely, as I heard. They can drag Cloud to the gate, which means you
Sephiroth,
have to
I
restart the
trusted
Cloud
you.
section. It's actually not a game over. You just restart the Cloud section.
Well, I thought it was a game over.
No, you just restart the Cloud section. It just asks you want to try again.
Okay, then you should definitely not save before then.
Because I'm not sure if I tested that or if that accidentally happened when I played through with Turbo. But I know for a fact that it's not a game over. So some nice menu lag there. If you go into the menu fast and leave it fast for the first time in like usually the chapter or in a while, then the menu likes to lag a little bit on you after building. So Seraph, you can relax. I don't get a game over. I can't get a game over on the next one.
Yeah, he'll be fine. What are hit points?
Yeah. They're over 9,000.
Alright, got Rennie starting the Sephiroth fight.
Oh, let's go. Good. This area, I recently learned that on one of my recent runs, can actually spawn encounters. And I didn't know that, so in one of my runs I carelessly ran through the middle and suddenly there were bombs and a bird, which I didn't know was a thing.
You will pay.
I mean, I also have a Phoenix now, so that's not the thing. Okay, so right here we have a little mini game combined with a fight, or a fight with a gimmicky. How do you call that? With a gimmicky element. You have to defeat a set amount of soldiers. There are 3 waves of them. And at the same time, one of the soldiers outside of the fight tries to drag Cloud to the outside of the town. And you basically have, it's a time fight in this case. And you have to protect Cloud from the Enchantress dragging him out of the town.
Wow, Carlos Angel had you say.
Yeah, he used one on every fight for me. Okay, very good damage rolls. Those Enchantress, if you get unlucky with the damage roll, can take 2 Fondagas instead of 1. But if they survive, it's worth like 20 HP usually, something like that. And on the bottom you see there's a little counter showing how many centimeters Cloud is away from the gate. If it reaches 0, I lose. And I have to restart this section. But it's only like from the first wave on, so it's not too big of a deal. The bigger deal would be if I would lose all my health. But I'm gonna quietly assume that that won't happen. Going in pretty confident. And as you see, Cloud gets put a little bit back after every section. So while he was at 1.3, at 1,300 centimeters after the last wave, he is now back to 2,000. And in this fight, your main goal, as there are a lot of enemies, is to try to hit as many enemies at the same time as possible with Fondaga. The red ones always take 2 Fondagas, the green ones rarely take 2.
Not too bad of a Sephiroth one there for Rennie.
little slow, but
Yeah.
Okay.
I was being careful too with the teleports.
No,
Yeah.
you're not.
Did you
You're
save?
not the Sephiroth I
Yeah.
once knew.
Okay.
But it's a long cutscene.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Yep.
am the chosen one. I have been chosen to rule this planet.
Okay, and that was the cloud saving part. You see Zack is still a little dizzy from the experiments they were doing on them. Cloud is a little bit more dizzy. And yeah, they decide to wait until the night, until they leave Nibelheim, because at this point they're basically, how do you call that?
Fugitives.
Huh?
They're fugitives on the run.
Fugitives? Okay. Yeah, exactly. They're on the run now. Because at this point, they're running experiments that flew.
Activating combat.
Flew or fled?
Flood.
Flew, right? Fled, yeah.
Actually, let him do both the Draw / and the Blizzaga there, but
Just out of curiosity, whose game sound is played on the stream? Both or just one?
Just one.
Okay. Little side note, once again, emulator issues. This is the third cutscene where the camera freaks out a little bit, and Zack is gonna put on the Soldier First Class uniform on Cloud, and after he does that, he'll say something like, "Oh, looks good." And during that time, for like 20 seconds, the camera is inside of the bed, so you just see wood. Right here. Okay. And we're almost done with Nibelheim at this point.
Yep.
We have one more cutscene to go, and then we leave Nibelheim for good.
Alright, so Sephiroth should be right about 8,000 health now. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready on the Sephiroth split. Routine mod.
Shout out to Swansea.
Risky strats.
Yeah.
Oh, you did it too? Nice.
Conflict resolved.
Nice. And split.
The 2 1 HP fights. Nice.
Alright, I desperately need a stretch break right now, though.
Get on it.
Yeah, now, as you saw earlier, after Sephiroth, there's a lengthy time where you don't really have to do anything again. There's one save prompt, but afterwards it's again like a minute and a half. Okay. Hidden emotions? I don't remember. Rooster. So now there are random encounters in the town, actually, which is basically the same every time. 2 green guys and a red guy. You can dodge them though, and it's pretty consistent actually. I didn't expect to get hit by that hand grenade, to be honest. I didn't even see that, but luckily it doesn't do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
And the next section is a mini game that we're gonna skip, where usually you would start shooting robots that are roaming around. If you shoot them, you get extra prizes. If you ignore them, nothing happens, which is decent.
This
so
is
we're just gonna skip them.
Yeah, the section coming up I always find really funny. Probably the funniest part of the run in terms of movement, because you just you compared to running like a normal straight line, it looks nothing like it at all. You're just like going way out of your way.
Yes, exactly. So you have to obviously hug the wall as always. However, you The areas are pretty wide at times, so you will take big turns just to avoid the encounters. However, whenever you reach like the next stage, there's 7 stages, 2 of which we skip, and 5, I would say, proper stages. Like right here, there's a rifle on the ground, and there are enemies. This is one of the stages where we could pick up the rifle and shoot the enemies, but we ignore that. That is of no interest for us.
Yeah.
And after every stage, once we reach a new stage, Zach's position gets centered again. And for a short amount of time, I don't know if it's that zone or something like that in particular, but no encounters are possible like that, so it gives us time to go back to the wall and just hug it. Unfortunately, the rifles have pretty big hitboxes, which means we have to take a big turn around them.
Maybe I'm wrong here, but is this actually a difference between NTSC and PAL versions of this game? That little counter there on the bottom left?
Why is that counter not a...
I think it actually says like slain versus escaped or something.
Oh.
I could be wrong.
No,
it's been a while.
Always plus or minus.
Yeah.
I
Maybe
think
when Rennie...
It's kill or escape.
It's kill and escape, yeah.
Crazy. So there you go. There's your difference.
There's your version difference. This version difference saves half an hour in the speedrun, and German is superior in this case.
Yeah, I've never really looked at the PAL version too much, so I can't believe I didn't saw
I
that.
played the emulator version on NTSC. I can't believe I didn't notice that. Especially because it's kind of apparent. It's there for several minutes.
Yeah.
On a 100% run, I see that counter for like half an hour because I'm killing enemies all the time.
I mean, if you're doing it right, you're not paying attention to it anyway, so...
Well, no, I grind up to 50 in the 100% run just to make it easy.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I'm gonna go ahead by like 5 potions and just to make it round 2 ethers. 30 ethers should be fine for now. And now we have actually two long cutscenes with 1 text box in between.
Yep.
And then a boss fight that can go really wrong if you don't pay attention, as always.
As always.
I think I have a clip of me saying, oh, I'm not gonna take damage in that fight, but I'm just gonna put on M barrier for safety. And not even 2 seconds after that, I got hit by Faraga and was left with 20 HP.
I have lost a run to that fight when I was 5 minutes ahead.
Yeah.
Same, but I ran out of ethers, which was my reason of losing the run.
I just got unbogged right at the start of the fight and was dead.
Oh, yeah, I usually lose runs because I forget stuff or because I do stuff wrong, but it rarely happens that I like really die from somebody. My most memorable ones were 1 PB paste death to Genesis Avatar and 1 world record pace death to the G Scythe guy and Gunner in Gongaga. Because Drain is extremely strong.
I don't know. I always thought for this game in particular, it feels very weird losing a run in this game, especially deep. Because, yeah, it does kind of play like a movie, right? So, like, how often are you watching a movie and all of a sudden the movie just turns off? It's like, nope, that's all you get to see. It's like, it's such
like
a weird feeling compared to most speedruns.
Like,
it's its own power outage during a movie, basically.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're watching Harry Potter and just before the ending scene, boop, you have to rewatch.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know. In general, just any movie just before the climax, boom. Feel free to rewatch.
Titanic about to hit the iceberg.
Yeah, exactly. You're watching
and failed
Titanic.
dodge.
You call yourself soldier?
Failed to dodge the iceberg, yeah. Got an encounter. Feels bad.
You
That one was
the soldier
devastating. They
name.
forgot to wall themselves.
Angeal! Wait!
So there's FMV on that. I actually really like it. It's a nicely done FMV.
Yeah, I would agree. I was going to say something about it
The
earlier.
shattering glass or
Yeah, it's that
mirror,
one.
whatever, that looks extremely good. Like,
Yeah.
especially just that one moment where it shatters.
Yeah, like, well, the scene
Those
where
wings.
Zach's like looking down at the feather falling, and it just
I
looks
want them
goes
killed.
top down on him.
Yeah.
It's just such a
Like,
nice FMV.
the entire scene is gorgeous, but that one glass shattering is the most memorable part, in my opinion.
Of course, then you have to pay
Just-
attention to it at the end because there's a heightened emotions.
Yeah. And yeah, Cloud is not gonna be useful at all until after the game.
Cloud is literally dead weight right now.
Yep. The only thing he does before the game ends is stretching his hand out. Then the game ends and he starts crawling.
Gosh,
and
it
then
just
he has a
makes
terrible scream in English. Oh, this English scream.
going back to the cutscenes. It makes me so sad because a lot of people like this is maybe one of their like first kind of HD consoles, especially like on a handheld level. But the resolution for the PSP is 272p, which is almost the same resolution as like your NES, your Super Nintendo. So like
2p?
That's right,
Yes.
272p. So you're thinking like, okay, I'm watching this cutscene at the same resolution as like a Super Nintendo game. Imagine if it were in like 720p. Like it'd be awesome to see. The FMVs especially, it'd be so awesome.
There was something.
It's actually very important you pick up that key off that scientist. Forgetting it is a huge time loss.
Yeah.
With that key, you gain access to a locker where we get 5,000 gil out of it, which we just
And
need money.
we gain
and-
access to the outfit for Cloud.
Exactly.
Which we need to progress.
We need that. If we don't get that, we can't progress. The way you would probably usually do it is you would try to leave the mansion, then you would encounter the go into the fight with Cloud, then you get
come
told
back.
that you come back, and then Zack is like, oh, okay, I might want to change your clothes, which
Whereas
then
if
you should go down and get that key and then get the clothing, but we are
Yeah, but
gonna
if you have it
redo
already,
it differently.
when you have it already, it just fades right into the, oh yeah, that looks great on you.
Yeah, exactly. Because the way we do it, instead of going back and forth and everywhere, basically, we immediately get the key, pick up the clothes, then we leave for the fight with Cloud, and then we immediately leave Nibelheim. Funniest cutscene hype.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the best dialogue
Don't
parts
eat
of the
hair,
game.
kids. Hair, not even once.
Reminder not to eat hair.
Not to eat strangers' hair. Don't
I
eat
mean-
the hair from other people.
I like the first advice better.
Just don't eat hair.
Just don't do it. That's my hair.
Yeah. Very perceptive. Cool. That's like My Hero Academia.
Wow. I
But
just
gone wrong.
The game is forcing this encounter on me.
Oh, did you try running away from it?
Yeah, you can run from it. Not get it again.
Yeah, I think I kill this one.
I always kill it.
Yeah.
You can run it. I've done it before. I've done it many times.
Or at least try to escape towards like the dresser.
Conflict resolved.
Yeah. I've done that many times and it's worked, and apparently it just didn't want to work today.
It happens.
I mean, it's Crisis Core. You feel
Right.
you feel like you get something,
And then it's
it
just like,
works
no, I
for a
don't
lot
work
of runs.
anymore.
Just like the waterfall thing. I thought I have something consistent because it worked like 5, 6, 7 runs in a row. I boot up the game yesterday. No, not at
Yeah.
all. So
I've
I
definitely
killed
had my
something.
fair share of issues with that.
Yeah, I saw that. Like, I think one of your runs lost the mini game as well,
Yeah.
which is like a 3 or 4 minute time loss.
Yeah, that's probably my emulator PB.
Yeah, I think it was the emulator PB, yeah.
Which isn't, it's just,
Yeah.
it's there.
It is a run.
It's like my Japanese PB.
With a timer.
It's there.
Yeah.
It's like my Japanese run. It's there.
Your Japanese run's better than my Japanese run, so that says a lot, I guess.
Yeah, by 4 minutes, I think 6:34.
I think my Japanese run's like 6:36.
All right, so we got G Scorcher here, I believe is the G Eliminator. Excuse me.
Eliminator.
Yep. So this is the last fight we'll use Thunder on in the entire run from out here on.
No.
Oh, sorry, one more fight.
We have one more fight and then 7 encounters.
Yeah.
Well, one more fight and 6 encounters.
Wait, 6? What?
Yes.
Wait, I thought you have to get 7.
The storyline one counts as a encounter.
What? Awesome. Okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, only real threat on this fight is just getting hit by the magic. It does so much damage, even with the
Which is
barrier
why
up.
you don't really need a barrier because his attacks are very predictable. But
If he uses his big move, it's really painful though.
Yeah.
yeah, his big move, it's a timer, I think, though. So he shouldn't use that. Yeah, as you saw, Faraga and Fandaga are his spells. Fandaga is cancelable. Like, if you hit him during Fandaga, it cancels his
Very
Fandaga.
nice.
If you hit him during Firaga, he doesn't really care about that. He will just continue doing Firaga. But that was a good fight, yeah. That'll be real quick, getting a sweater. Getting cold in here. Okay. Oops. Forgot something. For the longest time, I actually thought that the transition between Cosmo Canyon and Gongaga is a chapter switch.
Nah.
Which I just reminded myself of that with the speedrun. Just because both sections are... Like, Gongaga's not really long, but the Cosmo Canyon and Nibelheim sections are long.
Do you still split with chapters, Rennie? Or do you like name bosses and stuff?
I have the bosses split into the different chapters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sub-splits, right?
I always remember, like, when I was first running this game and I was trying to get your splits, I had to go through and, like, manually write everyone down since you, like, use chapter splits instead of, like, boss splits. I still have that text file somewhere, I think.
Actually, I have the first cloud fight.
Yeah.
Getting tired. And there's about 40 minutes left. For me. Best case scenario.
Oh yeah, and I guess people above me can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe all of these runs you're going to see this weekend will be put on YouTube. So you can watch them at a later time if you're not able to make them, any of them. I usually, like, sometimes I won't be able to watch all these relays, so I'll go back and watch them sometimes later.
So right now we're in Gongaga, which is the hometown of Zack. We'll see a cutscene where Sisney appears and they talk about Zack's family.
Wait, you think your hometown would be the first place we look for you?
Yeah, Zack is just a little bit oblivious or naive in terms of where to escape to. And yeah, there's actually something, a gigantic game changer happening in this chapter for the route. Because we switch out the Fandaga material for something that is way overpowered.
That was actually a good cloud split, or cloud section. Other than that second fight.
You say the fight plus 6 encounters is enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Well, I've always done.
That's good. That's very good.
I also like this track too. What on Dessa's run right now? I don't know if they're playing your audio right now, but I like the music track on your game right now.
Yeah, the music is really good right now.
Yeah.
They're actually, it's good on both sides, I think.
Here, I got to pull yours up now. Oh yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. This could be a nice run if everything goes well.
Yeah, I was just looking at it. There's a chance, maybe not Rennie. There's a chance you might be able to get sub 6. Rennie's gonna be close.
Oh, I might even PB.
Oh,
I'm
wow.
like a minute or a minute and a half ahead.
Yeah, I guess you really haven't had a tragedy in your run. All your tragedies have been like curse ring stuff.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah,
Which, if I wouldn't have forgotten that, then it would have been amazing, but...
Yeah.
It's pretty interesting. Like, I was ahead in the beginning by like 1.5 or 2 minutes. That all died during Junon.
Yeah.
And now it apparently came back somehow.
Yeah, 2 missed curse rings and
And
being
two
ahead is
limit,
pretty awesome.
2 limit breaks out of that.
So yeah, I guess we could possibly have a new world record. That'd be crazy. I'd have something to call home about.
But yeah, we shall see. There's one major RNG section coming up.
Oh yeah.
Where we have to get 6 encounters.
That's right.
If that works, then it's pretty much secure as long as I don't die. Because I had a slow Genesis avatar, I think. I took it safely.
So I don't forget.
I have 23 tiny wishes. But you probably won't remember them all. So, I put them all together into one. I'd like to spend more time with you.
But yeah, we'll see about that. It's not set in stone yet. It's a chance.
Hey, Cloud. I have to go to Midgar. You want to come with me?
Okay. So now we're chasing after quote unquote Angel.
Yep.
Or someone that looks like Angel, which Zach right now doesn't know who it is. And yeah, very important thing here, we have to get this chest because it has a store called Research Department QMC Plus.
Yeah, it stores in this game where items. It's kind of weird. Like you get a shop
It works
out of a
like
chest.
it works like a card. You get like the card of the shop, and then you can call them because you access it from your phone or from the menu as well. No, actually, I hope
Basically
it's
like
fine.
a membership card. Think of it
Exactly,
that way.
yeah, like a membership card.
Yep.
And there are 16 of them in the game. 2 of them you get during the run. And the third one we just picked up, which that one actually sells stuff we really want because it has, due to the material fusion system, some nice effects. As I said a few hours ago, materials are classed in, they have different classes and levels. And there are materials sold that are max level, level 8, which means whatever you fuse with that materia will grow into the strongest material of its category. If you fuse fire with that material, you get Firaga. If you fuse gravity with that material, you get Quake and stuff like that. And we basically do the same to get 2 materia called Wall and Costly Punch, which Costly Punch
you
is
do
the
it for
fifth
2.
channel.
I don't do the wall.
All right, so we got G Predator and G Slayer. This will be the last fight we'll be using magic on, or Thundaga, that is.
The last force fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 2 enemies. There's, I forget if there's one that you're supposed to like take care of first.
You typically take
How did I
out
got
the
hit?
scythe guy first.
Yeah.
The Scythe guy is just weaker.
Scythe guy is Graviga, I believe.
And Whirlwind.
Whirlwind, yeah.
Yep, and then
The other guy can dispel you, which takes away your buffs.
Barriers, yep. And he
He
can
stun
ward
you.
himself.
yeah, you can take down your
And he does
barrier.
a lot of damage. This is one of the
Very
rounds.
nice fight.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was a little bit slow though. I had to do a lot of side stuff. But this is one of the fights. A few people have read that on Twitter as well, where I tragically died. Oh, I lost the world record run too because I completely underestimated it. That was like the turning point on when I realized how difficult this game actually is. Because I was paying attention. I was like at more than half health, and the enemies did one spell because I was paying attention, but then I was slacking for 1 millisecond. I got stunned and couldn't do anything anymore. So
yeah, that ends really quick.
Difficult game. It can end in a matter of 2 seconds.
Well, I feel like that's how it always ends. I feel like with this game, you're never like, oh gosh, I'm about to die. Am I really about to? I'm dead. No, it's just like I'm going and I'm dead. Like it just kind of just happens.
Blink and you're just dead.
You're just realizing it, and it's over. Like the moment you realize it, you're usually already dead. Also, those G scythe guys in the background keep mumbling S cells, which are Sephiroth cells, for that matter. And Sephiroth cells are pure cells to stop the degradation, the thing that makes Genesis and Hollander so great. And it basically devolves their bodies and they will crumble apart eventually. But those S cells, the Sephiroth cells, can avert, I think, is what you can call it, that process. With Cloud being the last person who has those S cells. Zack has them too, but they mutated because he's soldier, so he's already mark infused, blah blah. Just little story stuff for those interested. So basically, Genesis and Hollander are chasing after Cloud right now.
Can't do much when I got Cloud to worry about.
And what we have to do afterwards is there's a waterfall minigame that gets triggered after having 7 fights in this area.
6 fights.
6 fights, including the force fights.
Yes.
7 total fights in that screen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
7 fights in this screen. Apparently the force fight counts as well, so it's 6 for us right now. And then a waterfall minigame triggers. I have to watch out that I check the right option, because if I check the wrong option, I will have to leave the room and get 7 encounters again, which would be tragic, actually.
Yeah,
and then the minigame itself is very finicky.
Yeah, for just a minigame, it's quite stressful, mainly because the minigame isn't very easy. You have to be perfect, and if you mess up, you have to go and kill 6 or 7 enemies all over again. And that costs a lot of time.
3 or 4 minutes or something like that. That would kill the run.
Easily a reset in a PB attempt, usually.
Oh yeah, in a PB attempt, you reset over that. It is, like, you might finish just out of finishing, but your PB would die to that.
Yeah.
Zack,
no chance.
I'm sorry.
Let me quickly heal so I don't have to do it during the gunner fight.
This is my job.
I think I actually have just enough
If you want to
healers.
escape, you'll have to.
So the method that we usually do is we try to force encounters with this helicopter guy. You might know him, it's a little recolor of him. He's a little bit stronger, but 2 Fandaggers take care of him. There are different methods of how to try and spawn encounters. What I try is I just go back and forth the entire time, because we keep thinking that we might have found a consistent strat or something like that, but it turns out after a few runs that it's not consistent.
Yeah, you always you get those days where you think, oh wow, did I finally figure it out? And then no, it just never happens.
You actually think that for a few weeks, depending on how often you run that. And at some point the game just says, it's actually not true, it was just a fluke.
Yeah.
And you're basically back to square zero. And what I figured out for myself today earlier, and I got it for like 40 encounters or something like that, is that if you run in circles somewhat similar to this. You basically are entering the encounter zone over and over again, and it's like a chance if you get an encounter or not.
Yeah.
Right now, this is the 5th one.
Really goes to show how much faster this run could potentially be if we really had an in-depth understanding of how encounters work. That data just isn't there,
We
sadly.
could save several minutes with that. I think I need one more heligunner, and yeah, that should be the last one, which is actually extremely fast. I think this.
Yeah,
is
this was a pretty fast grind, or if you want to call it a grind.
You come here. I told you to go.
Yeah, I haven't seen that before. Relay like that.
Is he alright?
Mako addiction. Severe.
And see, like, I like
It is
trying to
sick.
find the.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Renee. So that saves time because I killed 7 in my PV.
Sung. I've lost the target.
Okay, so I'm gonna mesh circle because it's very important that I get the right choice box here. And what we have to do is we have to get 10 chests. There are poisonous enemies coming down. If we hit those, we get stunned and we're not gonna be able to finish it perfectly anymore. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna back off a lot, get that chest, and immediately run away to get more of those chests. And I need to get 10. If I don't get 10, I failed, because then I don't get the best item out of this. Usually it's always chest, enemies, chest, 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 enemies, chest, chest. In a very rare occasion, which is why I'm so far away from the waterfall, the enemies can actually spawn early. I had it once happening, and that made me, like, I didn't expect that, obviously, so I lost the minigame to that. However, right now, very good, I got all 10 of them, which... This happens if you get hit, you get poisoned, and you can't move for a while. You will miss like 2 or 3 boxes, and you aren't allowed to miss even 1. We'll get 3000 gil now, and then I think X potion, high potion, elixir, and goblin punch, which goblin punch is the important thing. Okay, menu. So, well, we have 5 elixirs.
Alright, so yeah, I guess we can finally let the cat out of the bag. So we said we were done with using Thundaga as our main form of damage dealing now. With Materia Fusion, we fuse Barrier and, Goblin Punch. We make Goblin Punch and fuse it with an Octaslash. We buy that at the store. That's why it was super important to pick up that store in earlier in Gongaga. And that makes Costly Punch. And Costly Punch, here's how it works, right? So it takes away, whenever you use it, it deals damage to yourself. It deals like, I think, 120.
1.25%.
Yeah, it takes away that, which is effectively nothing.
I sold the wrong defensive item, but that's okay. I have a feeling. It's 20.
And then pretty effectively, when you use Costly Punch, pretty much at any point in the game, you're doing max damage. So you're trading 1/128th of your HP to do a max damage hit, which is just incredibly overpowered. But it's there for us to use, so we do it. But that's why we have to nail that mini game to get the Goblin Punch. Otherwise,
it completely makes. Wait, I didn't unequip.
I'm still gonna suggest that you save, but that's just me.
I'm gonna save in the final world. Hollander is not really scary.
Seriously?
Okay.
So the damage formula for Costly Punch is something that involves your strength.
He just ate my hair.
Some random number gets multiplied at the end from Costly Punch itself, like some kind of factor, some power level, I would say. And your HP percentage compared to your max HP. Which usually means if you have overflow of HP, if you have more than 100%, you usually don't do any damage with that move. However, because we don't get DMWs, we have no chance of getting that. At this point in the game, like, with the strength we have right now, we would do 70,000 damage with full HP, or 50,000, but because there's a damage cap of 10,000, we will do 10,000 damage. In a 100% run, you have the damage cap remover at this point, but that's not...
So we have the Hollander split
coming up for the Timekeeper. So yeah, this fight, for the most part, is fairly safe. He does one big move that deals most of your HP.
Yeah, but it's like most of the other moves percentage based.
Right.
It's called Dimensional Missile. We still don't know how to skip that properly. It's like really weird. It works really weird. But as you see, I'm doing 9,999 just by punching him all the time.
And that's of course going to be our main damage dealing method for the rest of the run. And now, since we're doing max damage with a normal hit, we don't have to worry about back attacks anymore either, because no matter what you do, it's almost always pretty much going to be max damage.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, really all you have to worry about in this fight is barrier and barrier, and then the worms.
Yeah, so he can use an attack called Deadly Breath or something like that, or Lyric Breath or something like. I don't know how it's called exactly, but with that attack, it removes your barrier. I have him, so that attack removes your barrier.
That is a split.
And
Got running the G Eliminator fight.
The attack removes your barrier and deals some damage. It knocks you back as well. And it's scary because, especially as a new runner, you might not know that it removes your barrier. I learned it like a month ago.
Looks like Rennie has the good loop for G Eliminator too. This is kind of what you want, where you just do a Thundaga, he swipes at you, you roll and do another Thundaga.
That usually happens if you're close, but he can still use Firaga.
Yeah, it's just a loop you happen to get into, which is what you want though. Like he was about to break out of it there. Yeah. Nice fight. Nice fight.
I'm not gonna say anything for my pace. I'm gonna surprise you afterwards. It's looking good. And yeah, basically that fight, this is one of the fights that, like, as an experienced runner, this is not scary. I would actually say Hollander is not scary. However, it can catch you by surprise if you, as most of the time, don't pay attention. However, Hollander is pretty slow, and as long as the worms aren't out, you aren't really in the risk of dying. As you saw it, towards the end of the fight, he summoned worms. Those worms, I think it's like 5 or 6 of them. With wall, they deal 150 damage per attack, and they can use gravity as well as strain and normal attacks, and normal attacks strain as well, which doesn't matter because they die in one hit. But without Barry, you can take 4 or 5 attacks and you lose. Which means if all of them would attack you without you having a wall, then you get a game over here.
Yeah.
If you don't have a Phoenix Stone.
Dessa keeps saying wall, just to clarify, in the menu where we made Costly Punch, he fused barrier and in-barrier together to make wall, which just casts them both at the same time, but it costs more MP, but it's quicker to use. It's just a runner preference thing. Like Rennie, she just keeps barrier and in-barrier. I use wall, and
it's same with Cure. Same with Cure and Cura. Cure costs 4 MP, Cura 10 MP. Cure heals less, but Cura heals full. However, you usually don't have that low amount of health that 2 Cures can't heal it, so you usually save MP. And Cures, it's safer and riskier at the same time because you heal less, but you don't have to have as much MP, which is good with all the MP draining moves the enemies have. Osmose and stuff. And therefore, it's one runner preference whether you use Cure and Cura. And then with the wall, as Skate already addressed, there are Barrier and M-Barrier, which we have used for first 5 hours. Both use 16 MP. And wall uses 42, which is 10 more than both at the same time. However, with wall, you have only 1 materia, which means you have less in the menu on the bottom right. And it's faster. Yes. What I like that as well, because wall level 1, if I level up barrier, or if barrier gets leveled up, the duration gets increased, which means it's out of sync with M barrier. And I personally really don't like that, which is another reason why I get wall, because with that, M barrier and barrier are in sync. And for the final or almost final fight, the timing of wall works perfectly for his rhythm. Fun fact, yesterday is the first time I died to the final Genesis fight.
Yeah, that's the one fight I don't think I have.
Yeah, I died on practice. I was just like, whew.
Died to everything else though.
Behind you. So predictable. Couldn't you guess your hometown would be the first place we'd look? Here to see your parents?
Yeah, so? What's wrong with that?
Okay, and now we're heading into the final chapter of the game, which is chapter 10. And we're going back to a town that we've seen before,
I guess you're
which
right.
is Benora,
It
but
was
Benora
pretty
changed
careless.
quite a bit.
Yes.
And somehow
Where we
you
going?
take a bike from Gongaga to Benora. And
Yeah,
Benora
I
is
still
located
don't
down
understand how
here
that
in
works.
Tokyo.
It's very tight right now.
Mm-hmm. There's
Apparently,
basically an
target is in
ocean
the area.
dividing Gongaga and
Who?
Benora,
And Gio.
and I have no idea how that works.
I see.
Maybe they took a ferry or something like that, but
By your hand.
I'm not sure. They probably wouldn't have taken the bike with them.
I think he may have helped us. Escape Shinra Manor.
Yeah, and as you see, Benora,
Interesting.
after it got bombed,
The sighting reports were true.
But why
crumbled
would
a
we
little
come to
bit,
place like Gongaga?
and now we can go into the inside of the planet, more or less. Or
What other reason
further
could there be?
into the planet. We
Yeah,
go
this.
to...
Run away if you can, Angeal.
Yeah, this final dungeon here, I guess, if you will, like, I mean, we keep on saying it over and over again, but the enemies here are really no joke.
Return.
You
Yeah.
have all the
enemies
worst
in this
ones.
area, they one-shot you.
Yeah, Marlboros or
A few-
Malboros.
Yeah, a few of them one-shot you with wall.
Yeah.
Like, they just one-shot you through the wall. I haven't encountered Marlboros yet, mainly because the way of my how I move is
She's worried. She thinks
don't
after
take me for
all
granted,
this,
consistent.
you won't be able to find a wife.
But yeah, I haven't encountered Marlboros in a run yet. I have encountered those egg thingies and the gargoyles, which I'm actually more scared of the gargoyles because Double Fandaga sucks.
That's
And
all
they
you
take
need to
2
know.
costly punches, so I'm always debating whether to run or not.
Yeah.
A little side note about Costly Punch. It's actually an AoE move, which means it can hit multiple enemies. And the radius is big and small at the same time. It's like, it's almost a very thin cone shape behind the direction you're punching. Usually you only hit one enemy at the time because the radius isn't that big, but you are able to hit 5, 6, 7 enemies with one costly punch.
No problem.
Which was only, it only mattered for Hollander because you can take out all the worms in 2 hits.
What did you say?
However,
My real name. You have 5
now
minutes
we almost won't have any mob fights anymore.
Yeah.
The final very difficult fight will have
Angel, it
extra
is you.
enemies, but usually you don't hit multiple at once because the hitboxes of the main target is a little bit weird.
Hey, wait!
But yeah, what I do, by the way, just for a little explanation, usually this is the only part where I personally don't hug the wall and just run straight for the encounter zone, because I feel like if I hug the wall, I leave and re-enter the encounter zone, which
Wait, there's an
I am.
encounter here?
Activating combat mode.
Yeah, you can get
Yes,
an
yes,
encounter
there
between
is.
between the first 2, and after the third, you can get encounters.
Yeah,
left
I
encounter,
usually get this
reflex,
encounter on the
egg.
way out from the chest, but yeah.
I have
So right
never
here you
gotten
see
this
the egg.
encounter before.
Let me leave. So yeah, the egg is actually not that scary. I used wall because I haven't seen that thing in so long. I don't know his move pool. And yeah, our goal in this dungeon is to collect 7 goddess materia called, wait, I have a list: light materia, heaven materia, ground materia, life materia, sabbath materia, being materia, and star materia. We have the first 3. We're gonna get 3 in this area now, and then there's one last on the way out. 1 or 2? Yeah, one last on the way out. And then we're getting ready for the final boss.
Activating combat mode.
Yeah, the boss
if
fight
nothing
coming up
goes-
is probably one of my least favorites.
Yeah, it's easy, but at the same time,
Just
if you
no
get hit
room
once,
for
you die.
error. Yeah.
No room for error at all.
Yeah, we're so under leveled. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure on G Reg's side we don't even cast wall / M barrier because it doesn't matter. Like that's how under
It
leveled
only
you are.
matters if he does the
Trifundaga.
slashes.
Yeah.
No, Trifundaga always kills you. Trifundaga does
that's what I'm
5,000
saying.
Yeah, it does 5,000 damage, and if it hits you, you die with or without wall.
Right,
Normal
that's-
slashes you might survive, and there's one attack that G Regicide and enemies that look like him or enemies of his type can use called Claw Attack. That attack works a little bit counterintuitive because it says Claw Attack. He jumps on his hands, does a somersault, and hits you with the wings that are attached to his body. Which means you have to see that, realize it's Claw Attack, and then like at some point dodging becomes muscle memory. You have to restrain from pressing square, because if you dodge too early, you will get hit.
Alright, so Dessa here, there's a chance he might get this encounter. It's
Nice.
okay. Yeah, it's probably the most dangerous encounter in the entire run. Their magic also one-shots you.
Called balloons. They use Blizzaga, wall doesn't help there either. The only good thing is they get one-shot by Costly Punch.
So yeah, we got Rennie on the G Predator G Slayer fight. Got Maelstrom. Hopefully it's not a big deal. We got Dessa going into the second to last, like real boss section, I guess. But
Yeah, I think I'm still gonna use wall just in case I get
this is
hit by slash.
the last boss before the point of no return.
Yep.
And it is a very, very scary fight. It's I think he has 999 or 99,000 HP, so we need 10 costly punches.
Yeah, we need 10 costly punches.
Yeah.
99,999 needs 11, by the way. That's Genesis. But this guy has 95,800. There,
So, yeah.
Claw Attack. You just saw it immediately. I luckily reacted properly and I waited with my dodging. Otherwise, it's a one-shot even through the wall.
Yeah, it's a weird timing. You'll notice it's not an immediate swipe. He kind of does like a recoil and then swipes.
Yep.
Yeah, just a reminder. Yeah, try
I'm getting a
Thundaga
very,
if that
I'm getting
lands.
very good pattern right now.
Yeah, getting him in a claw loop.
Oh, I got the hit before Trifundaga. That's almost frame perfect, actually.
Wow. Oh yeah, you dove into it. That's sick. Wow, very nice fight.
Yep, that was a good fight.
And
Only
Rennie had
one. Only one
the
miss.
G Predator G Slayer, alright?
Oh no! I
So
just
did you
wanted
get
to
it?
say.
So this is the encounter I was talking about. This is very, very scary.
This Blizzaga kills no matter what.
Yep.
So right there, I'm running to the position of the save point because I want to quickly save.
It was really
Yeah.
I hope to not die, and I do have a Phoenix now that can save me, but
Yeah.
I haven't saved in 3 hours.
You haven't? I didn't know.
No, I haven't. I haven't.
Indeed.
I didn't save since Angel Penance.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Some hope.
Oh, yeah. Good. And we're going in for the final fight.
Yeah. So yeah, just a reminder. After this, we have Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles coming in. Team Choco most likely going to be first there.
Pure S cell will stop the degradation process.
Yes, very Sydney on Team Choco. She's a relative newcomer to the game, I think, but I've seen her do some Final Fantasy 13 runs and stuff past couple years. And then on Team Mog, we have Little Tombi, aka Kotombi. He's an OG in the Final Fantasy speedrunning community. He's from Japan. He's run 10-2 and Crystal Chronicles. Like I said, he's run every FF7 game like me. So definitely a veteran for Final Fantasy speedrunning. So that's also going to be a really nice side-by-side. Very Sydney, I think, just took second place in the category as well, too. So can't wait to see that.
I have to mentally prepare right now.
Yeah. Yeah, these boss fights are just a damage fest. You have to keep throwing damage until you can't think about it anymore and hope you don't die. It's
You
quite
can
scary.
be as good as you want. You're gonna be swarmed by a ton of enemies. And it's scary. Like, oh, I'm nervous actually for this fight. This fight is
Even I didn't understand all of it.
bad.
The greatest mystery behind
What
the
were on a
gift
decent
of
pace?
the goddess? The water's surface. And the
A pace I
have
actually
arrived
didn't
at
think I would ever get.
is the life
Yeah.
stream.
TBH.
What?
It's
There are
538
various theories regarding the missing final act.
or 538.
However, Only my theory is correct.
I'm doing squats right now, just to chill out a little bit.
No, that's not necessary.
But yeah, Genesis is quoting a little bit of Loveless, and now, in my opinion, the tied best battle music cues. Yeah, exactly, Nessa. 38, 39 pace. 38 is probably free cycle.
Alright, Rennie's about to go into her grind segment to do the Goblin Punch minigame. Hopefully she gets the encounters quick. Although she got the Griffin.
Rini went into an area where I personally don't like going into because the Griffin is taken out by physical hits.
Yeah. You can see it's not just the 2 Thundaga that we had for the other machine enemy.
Yeah. With back attacks, they do a little bit less than Thundagas, but they're a little bit faster and you don't have to spend ethers. The Griffin just... The thing about the Griffin is it halves the Thundaga damage, or gets it down to around 50% or 60% maybe. But the machine takes twice the thunder damage, which is why we only need 2 Thundagas for him, but around 14, 15, 16 for the Griffin. So there could have been a little, I don't know, Viper encounter or however they're called. And those are actually the preferred ones because they die between 1 and 2 Thundagas. And that's, if you're very lucky, potentially faster than the helicopter, but the helicopter is definitely more consistent.
Alright, so final boss, or technically I guess the real final boss for Dessa here. He's got 230,000 HP, so it's 24 costly punches.
What I'm gonna do is 23 costly punches and auto attack.
Okay. And yeah, there's pretty much just enemies going to be coming at him the whole time, more or less. Genesis Avatar does a lot of AoE.
And he has a lot of minions.
Yeah. But yeah, unfortunately, the way the fight works is that you're not actually damaging Genesis Avatar here, but you're damaging the material on his sword, so you can only deal damage when the sword comes down like this.
Fun fact, Genesis Avatar himself has 600,000 HP.
Right.
On normal mode. On hard mode, he has a few million. Like right here, you see I'm already in yellow health, and the fight just started, which...
Yeah, as a reminder, yeah. What level did you get to today? 15?
And that's a high level.
Yeah, so like...
Oh my God.
We're going to this final boss at level 15. Normally you're going into it like at 40s or 50s or 60s, so we're very, very, very underleveled. So this is quite a dangerous fight. You have all these guys, you can't really spend too much time trying to take them out because due to the sword only coming down every now and again, you can see it just came up. That's when you can kind of deal with these, but you don't have time to be killing them when the sword's down, so it's quite a dangerous fight.
Perfect fight would be free cycle. I think theoretically a perfect fight would be 2 cycle, but I don't know if that's actually humanly possible with all the luck that involves with the scythe guys and stuff. And 4 cycle is a slow fight, but a safe fight. So if you take more than half of his health at this point, he will spawn 3 different gargoyles. The spellcaster, a scythe guy, and a sword, and a knight. Which right here was a little bit slower on damage, which means he spawned 4 knights. But I reached his HP gate, which led him into summoning 2 spellcasters. The spellcasters instantly kill me with their spells. The drains are pretty harmless compared to that. And as you see right there, there are 6 enemies hitting me at the same time. I completely lost track of it and almost died. The only good thing is I have my Phoenix down, which is good. And this Purgatory Wave, it's actually not even the strongest super attack, but it still only does percentage damage, which is actually, in my opinion, not fitting for the final boss. It does less than, it's way less harmless than.
Looks like Rainy got Goblin Punch.
Extra flare. Right here you see, I haven't finished the guys, but he put his sword down, which is very bad. I need 7 more punches right now. according to scan. This is the second fight why I have scan, because I can see how much is left.
So yeah, it's really, this is another one of those fights where it's really good to know, like, if it's safe to go all in. Like, oh, I only have 2 more, but you're trying to not die. Like, you can
Yeah,
maybe safely
I
just
just
go
lost
for
my
that.
wall. Oh my god, I didn't see far.
Out of MP
Yeah,
now.
four cycle. So the further he gets, the shorter he has a sword down as well. I think he's summoning flare right now, which means I have to guard, otherwise I die. I don't have MP, elixir. This fight, you have to think about so much stuff. It's extremely scary and dangerous.
You can even see before that sword came down just recently, he said he only had 7 more goblin punches, and he couldn't even get 7 off. So, like, considering you need 24, it's
right here,
you can lose a lot of time.
The only good thing is I'm done now, because it's 1 more goblin punch and an attack. Oh, actually, I miscounted. It's 1 more and now an attack. Boom. Good. This is not sub 540 pace, unfortunately, but it's...
All right.
Given I don't
Sydney,
die...
you have about 2 minutes to be ready to start, if you can hear me.
One final cutscene, then we have the final boss. And once it says conflict resolved, or conflict behoben on German,
yeah,
the run is over.
that'll be the final split. Yeah, I guess we can mention that real quick. Yeah, so we end the timing for the run at the end of the Genesis fight. Technically, there's a little bit more of a gameplay after that, but just due to the extremely random nature of it, like it's just you can just lose 2 minutes and there's nothing you can do. So I think Rennie's the one who I guess are right. It's just there's if there was like a strategy or something to it, that's one thing, but it's just we found it more beneficial to just not have it included in the run. So the timing ends on at the end of the Genesis fight instead.
JP, however, times with that fight.
Yeah, that's right. The Japanese community, they time it till the end, so you do have to count that time.
I can't believe you actually tried to deadly breath me a second time.
What?
But yeah, this final Genesis fight, it's just 9 costly punches. It's a cakewalk in comparison to the last fight you just saw.
Yep. However, you still have to be careful because he has 2 attacks. Like, he can counter every attack with a kick or sword slash immediately. And
That's just a reminder to call out time.
Yeah. That means I have to be wary of what he does. And he really likes to crit you. And he has an attack called homing, which is very dangerous.
Oh yeah, Hollander split for Team Mog, thank you.
4, 3. Yeah, he crit again. I think he can back attack crit you as well. There, he used homing, and that is devastating. Don't kick me. Don't kick me. And time.
Folks, that is your new Crisis Core Final Fantasy VII world record. Congratulations, Dessa.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to Barry Sydney on Team Choco.
Yeah, good luck on to the next runner and lead Team Choco. Best of luck.
All right, yeah. Whoever's commentating Crystal Chronicles, we kind of just got down to a little bit of a downtime cutscene. So if you maybe want to introduce the game real quick, if you feel like it, go for it.
All right, congratulations, Dessa, on your new world record. So Sydney on Team Choco is starting Crystal Chronicles. This game was released in 2003. It was the return of Final Fantasy to Nintendo consoles after a long hiatus. This game's about 2-ish hours long, a little longer, but Sydney recently PB'd a few times. She's been practicing for this relay, so she now has a 2:03:05, I believe, 2 hours, 3 minutes, 5 seconds. That's a very good time considering the previous world record was 2:03:10. But then Neviets got a 201 fairly recently, a few months back. This game is an action RPG. You move around. It's not really turn-based. It's kind of live action. A lot of the stuff you'll be seeing in this game is 3 hits. So like whenever Sydney's attacking someone, she'll do a combo of 3 hits. Yeah, there's a lot of downtime. It's about a 4-minute cutscene here. A big thing about the run is that we start in multiplayer. So this game had 4-player functionality. You could have 4 Game Boy Advances hooked up to your GameCube via link cables, and you could play with 4 players. Each player used their Game Boy Advance as like a little menu screen. And,
basically, it allowed the game to continue to run while players menued.
Yeah.
When you bought the game new, it actually came with 2 Game Boy Link cables, which was kind of nice.
It was really cool. And we start the run in multiplayer because there's a glitch that happens about like 10-ish minutes into the run. So yeah, we'll look out for that. We'll explain that when we get there. But go ahead.
I was going to say, to note, starting in multiplayer does have a downside of normally when you play single player, the game kind of compensates for it a little bit by giving you something to carry the chalice, which you'll see it when the game actually starts, but it is a little bit slower initially, but it is faster to start in multiplayer than it is to save and quit twice, which is what it would take otherwise. So.
Yeah. So Sydney will have to carry the chalice through the first level here, but after that she'll be in single player. So it's a fun little unique thing that probably no other game really has. I don't know. But yeah, we got a bunch of
The only other
downtime.
game I can think of that used the Game Boy Advance link cable significantly was Four Swords Adventure on the GameCube.
Yeah.
For a similar reason. Basically, the idea is that if everybody has their own screen, you can do interesting things with that. So in Four Swords Adventure, you could go into houses. Not everybody would have to be like teleported in, which is what would normally have to happen. In Crystal Chronicles, it just means that you can do your menuing in real time without pausing the game for everybody.
It also has a neat little application at the end of the first level, but we'll see that. So getting into kind of the beginning menuing here.
Kind of characters in town setup. So you got to name your town and name your character and choose your race and family occupation. Is there anything I missed with that? Is that pretty much it?
No, I mean your character skin, but like,
right.
That doesn't really matter. It's just whatever you like.
So interesting to know. So one thing that's going to be interesting to note is that our runners actually will have different character types in this. For some reason, it's just different runners have different mains. Most Western runners main Selkie, which you can see with Sydney, but a lot of Japanese runners have experimented with Clavet and Lilty. Each one of them has different upsides and downsides. Selkie is currently considered to be the fastest, but it's a 2-minute difference at most. And Clavet is a much safer, very consistent run, so there's a little bit of risk almost involved with it, although a lot less than there used to be.
Yeah, Uke we hardly even bother with. Like, it's just 8 minutes slower.
Yeah, Uke sucks. So, like, the different races, each one, the idea was that you had, like, Clavets were supposed to be focused on defense, Lilties were meant to be focused on offense, Ukes were meant to be focused on magic, and Selkies were kind of meant to be jack of all trades, I think.
They were
like,
kind of
I think it was either that or they
Phoebe-
meant to be focused around charge shots, one of the two.
Yeah, they're like the charge shot. They're kind of like the more thievy race, if you want to look at it that way.
So, magic is not particularly strong, given that you can't start with it at any level and you can't cast it quickly. So we go into the first location here. My stream is a little bit behind because I'm still working on getting the thing set up.
So yeah, we see Rini now as well. Now we have 2 different runs going at the same time. And yeah, we have Rini right now going into the final chapter as well. We have
just a few text boxes here, which we it's basically just saying us a little bit about Genesis cost, and then she will have to collect the 7 goddess material that I was talking about earlier. We have a certain order where we usually take them, just like as we routed them and what way would be the best. You know, there's one room where it's still not quite sure if it's better to do it the way I did it or maybe taking the other way around. Like I ran counterclockwise, and you can go around clockwise as well, which might be a tiny bit faster.
It's within a few seconds.
Yeah, even if it's not detrimental. And yeah, you saw earlier in my run that I got the egg encounter. There are 2 other encounters, the gargoyle and the Marlboro. The Marlboro is very dangerous because if it hits you with that breath or anything, I'm not sure which status elements it can cause, but it can cause very undesired ones. And she'll have to watch out for that if a Marlboro responds, but it's very unlikely. It's more likely that she'll get gargoyle. I say it's unlikely. It can still happen, yeah.
You say it's unlikely as I get a Marlboro.
Oh no.
Gosh. Well, if I know what it'll cause, stun, silence, poison.
The only good thing about that is that Marlboro, once it attacks, it's a little bit slow, but in this case she got hit. She has poison, silence, stun, which is actually pretty insane. Yeah.
Sydney's going into the first boss here. It's a giant crab. She'll be trying to defend as best as she can against swipes and like head bashes. Otherwise, it's just beat the boss to death, basically. Not much else to say about the boss fight. I mean,
the one thing that is interesting to note, you'll see that there's the little circle. If she goes outside of that, she'll start taking a poison dot, essentially.
Right.
That's the chalice that we were talking about earlier. It's a little bit annoying in this boss because if he could push that chalice around and kind of stand outside of it where you really can't go in on it. The boss can also slow you. What you see is the little circle over her head, which is very frustrating to deal with.
But she handled it like a champ. Yeah, so the kind of the overarching story of this game, originally you're just adventuring to find Mir for your town. Mir prevents the miasma that's kind of all over the world now from getting to people and like poisoning them, essentially. As the game goes on, it starts to get, you know, a lot of things reveal themselves, and you eventually stop the miasma at the end of the run. So that's kind of the basic story of the game.
So right here, she's going to be looking. She's going to be picking up a artifact that's essentially the equivalent to level ups in this game. Killing monsters actually doesn't make you stronger. You can get temporary buffs and levels by picking these up as you go through, but you also get permanent buffs by picking one at the end of every level you complete.
Yep. So she got a green beret there. That's actually perfect RNG. She killed a goblin and picked that up, and then she was able to take it at the end of the level. And yeah, artifacts are like your main way of becoming stronger throughout the game.
Right. That and equipment, of course.
Yes. Yeah.
So here, Rini is going the other way around to the save point just to save before G-Regicide, because this fight is very scary, as me and Skate covered earlier. Basically, most of his attacks, except for a normal swipe, most of the attacks except for a normal swipe defeat you within one hit, even through a wall. Which it basically means that wall isn't that useful in this fight because you have to dodge everything either way. But it's just a fight where you have to be very wary of what he does with his delayed claw attack and his other moves that he can do. Normal swipe, the Trifandaga. He has a lot of different moves.
So real quick, Sydney got into what we call encounters. Basically, every time you hit a cross-section on the map that is not an actual dungeon, you have a chance of getting an encounter. This one is relatively short, but...
Speaking of claw attack, I should have gone through first. I think I got to put things down now.
Yeah, some
you got it.
encounters. Some encounters in Crystal Chronicles can be very long. There's an infamous one that's 50 plus seconds. So if they get that encounter,
the worst goes up to about a minute and a half, and then
Yeah.
at any point get ones that are about a minute long.
Yeah.
Regardless, the one that's a minute and a half, you have to get really unlucky to actually get. So right here, she's executing a glitch. On the actual Game Boy Advance, which is why we're starting a multiplayer mode, there's a glitch where the game doesn't reset the money value in your inventory properly when you drop it, if you look at a letter first. So by looking at that letter first, it kind of like blocks the amount of money you have in your inventory. So you drop it, and the game like remembers that you dropped it, but doesn't update the inventory. So you kind of drop the number even though you don't actually have that much money. And the game doesn't let you go negative money. So you do this 5, 6, and then 5 times, and we have all the money we need for the rest of the entire run.
We actually do it 5, 5, and 5, so we get 2,500. I don't know if Toneby does 5, 6, 5.
Oh, it used to be 5, 6, 5.
Most people now do 5, 5, 5 just because it's easier.
I'm a little bit out of date. I haven't done this in 4 years, so.
I remember you used to do 5, 6, 5, and I was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. But yeah, it's unnecessary to do the 6 in the middle.
It didn't cost very much time, and it was enough to make sure I had enough for the entire.
It really doesn't matter that much, but it is time, so it's so she just bought a bunch of stuff.
My soul,
got like
corrupted
mithril
by
armor,
vengeance,
mithril belt, and then
hath
the warrior's
endured
weapon.
torment
So she's set
to
on
find
defense
the
for
end
the
of
rest
the
of the run.
journey.
She doesn't have to worry about
in my
like
own
damage at all.
salvation.
At least not in the sense of like getting new gear or anything like that.
You're late.
Right here she's doing a save reset.
This is going to allow us to get out of the multiplayer mode and into single player, which is much.
And she's switching over to
You
GameCube
have
controller now, so she doesn't have a
Angeal's
GBA
spirit,
anymore. She's on GameCube controller.
carry a
A fun
part
thing
of
about this game,
Sephiroth within
you can plug in a GBA to your second port or third or fourth.
Thus the
That's
three
fourth.
friends are reunited
Well,
once
I
again.
always used to do second port, but
Oh, is
you
it?
can
Okay,
plug,
I always thought it was just fourth only.
I think you can do it in any port, but you can,
Loveless
like if you
is
plug in a
reenacted.
GBA while you're in
No.
single player mode,
Open
you can
your
have
eyes,
your map up,
Genesis.
so you can see where everything is, and you also, for the purpose of this speed run, you can see how much strength you have. There are items called, they're
When
fish
the
and meat,
war of the
and they
beasts
give you
brings
+2
about
strength
the
for
world's
5 minutes.
end.
So once that 5 minutes runs
I've
out,
come here
then
to help you.
she'll have to eat
The
another meat,
goddess
and then she'll have +2
descends
strength
from
again.
the sky.
Sometimes, not always.
Wings of light
Sometimes,
and dark spread
Uh,
afar.
Basically, something that's
She
very important
guides
about
us
stats in this
to
game is that
bliss.
nothing matters until you hit a
Her
multiple of
gift,
5.
Everlasting.
At least for offense, I assume it works that way for
Yeah,
defense.
I think it's the same.
What is that?
So every time you can get to a new
The
multiple of
gift
5,
of
you
the
want to do everything you
goddess.
can to do that.
A heavenly
Which is
boon
where the
found
meat comes into
only
play. But
in
if you're,
Gomorrah.
3 away and that +2
I
doesn't
thought the
actually help
souls
you,
were the gift.
you'll
Yeah.
see them just not worry
There
about
are
their strength.
various interpretations.
Otherwise, meat is used
I
to
don't
heal.
understand.
That's your
ponder
basic
the
items.
mystery
We also have
is in
Phoenix Downs,
itself
obviously. Phoenix
a
Downs just
gift.
revive you immediately in this game.
We will all
If you're in multiplayer, you can use a
join
Phoenix
the
Down
life stream.
like life magic, essentially.
You
But yeah, it's
are no exception.
she's having a bit of trouble with these enemies here.
So
planet
you'll note that now that she's in single player mode, she
has
has the
become
little
my
Moogle following
guardian.
her around.
Yep.
That carries her chalice. He does get tired after a while. You can kind of, if it's based on how far he runs for the most part. You kind of get a feel for when he starts to get tired, and then you just take the chalice from him, carry it for a little bit, and he's like, "Okay, I feel good again," and he'll let you carry it again.
Yeah. A lot of people casually didn't like Mog very much, but he turns out to be pretty useful in the speedrun. It's not great to have to pick up the chalice, but do what you gotta do.
We got Rennie starting Genesis Avatar fight. Like we said, 24 costly punches. Dessa did get a 4 cycle, so Rennie does have an opportunity to make up some time here for Team Mog. Reminder that she is using a barrier and barrier instead of wall. Just a little bit of a strat difference, picking 2 materia instead of 1. Has its ups and downs. And I think Dessa got the Knights as well. Is that right?
So, in the beginning there will always be 4 of the Scythe guys, but later on I did get the Scythes, which means it was a little bit slow in the first phase in terms of damage. If you get
I think it's 12 costly punch, so if you get around half of his HP, he will spawn 3 different ones, the spellcaster, scythe guy, and the swordsman.
It's sort of fast for me.
And yeah, we'll see how the fight goes for Rini. He actually put the sword down immediately. That is pretty good.
Just a free time save there.
Like you saw, for me, it took like, I think 15 seconds for him to put the sword down.
Yeah.
Also, Rini got very lucky. All of the scythe guys used their attack at the same time.
Now we just lost all the time.
And
oh gosh.
yeah, now it's getting a little bit.
Yeah. This fight's no joke, and yeah, she lost her Phoenix down on the G Regicide fight.
And that means we'll have to watch the cutscene again and go into Genesis Avatar again.
Yeah.
But yeah, this fight, as you saw, is not easy.
It's not
very,
a joke.
You die very quickly there.
Do you know what the culprit was there, Rennie?
I got trapped between them and couldn't get out.
Mm-hmm.
So this level in Crystal Chronicles, you're escorting this minecart to the end of the level, to the end of the section here, and then basically you're just going to the boss at the end. There's a bunch of other stuff, but we just skip all of it because there's no reason to do any of it.
This level is pretty important in glitchless for a different reason, but in the Japanese glitched run, it's pretty insignificant for the most part. You just kind of run through it. You do want to make sure you don't accidentally lose the cart. If you hit it the wrong time, you can send it in the wrong direction, and it's not good.
Yeah,
but
she had to step on those pressure plates in order to make sure she sent it the correct way.
Loveless again.
Yeah, it looks like she's taking some safety Phoenix downs too.
You
which
have
is
succeeded,
a good idea.
Yeah, makes sense for a marathon setting like this. Again, as long as you're holding one of those in your inventory, she should have 4 inventory slots right now. You can increase those with pockets
Thus
later.
The 3 friends are reunited once
you can
again.
just hold one of those in your inventory. It's just an automatic. It's basically a fairy in like Legend of Zelda.
Yeah.
No.
Instant revives you when you die.
Open your
Doesn't
eyes,
do that in
Genesis.
multiplayer because it's meant to be used on other players. But in single player, it's much nicer. You'll see she's sitting on Niku. That's meat. That's going to up her strength by 2. One weird difference between the Japanese and US versions. In Japanese, it remembers your food boost between screen transitions. On the US version, it doesn't.
From the sky.
For whatever reason.
Wings of light and dark
I think it was like meant to be a glitch, and then they patched it out or something.
Probably.
But it's such a weird small change. Yeah, I don't know why they noticed or did it.
The gift
it could also be something they fixed when they maybe they fixed it when they fixed the glitch with the money.
Yeah.
I thought the cells were the gift.
There are various interpretations.
This boss can do a couple things. He can run up to you and try to punch you, or he can try to cast fire. In general, it doesn't really matter too much. Which at the end, he tries to go into like a desperation explosion attack. We're just gonna kill him before he does it. I don't even think it would kill him or kill Sydney even if she let it hit her. But
yeah,
because we are very strong for this point in the game thanks to the money glitch.
At the end of every level, you get if the level had a drop of mirror already, you get a drop of mirror, and it's 3 per year, and there's 5 years in the speed run, so we're getting 15 drops of mirror throughout the run. Actually, less than that.
Less than that.
Yeah.
12.
Yeah.
Actually,
and then 13. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 13, because you need the 4 years and then +1.
Yeah.
And then the mail Moogle comes, and he's like, "Oh, here's a letter from your family. Do you want to read it?" And we just skip it because they don't give us anything that we need. We already have enough money for the entire game. We don't need anything from our family.
So Sydney picked up the artifact. There was an extra heart, so she's going to have 5 hearts for the rest of the run now. That's a permanent health increase, essentially. You would know, actually. Do they still go for 6 hearts before the end of the run?
I haven't gone for 6 hearts in a long time. I don't think Sydney or Nev or maybe Toneby does. I'm not sure. But
so
yeah.
the 5 hearts is great. 6 is enough to survive anything in the game.
Yeah.
If you're at full health. If you're at
With
5, the
gear.
final boss can one-shot you. So that was why usually I would try to get 6. But...
Oh, so once Toneby starts here after Rinny's run, he will actually be starting in single player, and then going into multiplayer before IDG Infinite Code Glitch.
Oh, he starts in single player. Okay.
Yeah.
Rennie going in for round 2, by the way.
Yeah, we'll let you guys take over.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think she's got it this time. Was that another quick sword drop? If anyone was watching. Yeah, it was pretty quick.
It looked pretty quick, yeah. It didn't take as much time as it could have been. Like, you could have waited an additional, like, 10 seconds, I think.
Already a tight call there. You can see her, like, she's kind of in a position now where she'll be hitting the scythe people while trying to hit the material on the sword, which kind of works out if you happen to be in that position. I think that was 8 or 10 costly punch.
Yeah, I didn't really count it. But yeah, as we said earlier, it's 23 costly punches and a normal attack, or 24 costly punches if you don't have scan, because you would usually, or at least I myself don't usually count that.
Yeah, attack just being a small optimization, just to do a little bit of a faster action.
So you see right here as
2.
well, in between the sword drops, Genesis Avatar does attacks. The first one is mostly, most of the time, Shadow Flare. The second one
Actually
would
based
be...
on its HP. On the
Yeah,
sword?
it's based on the HP. Oh, okay, yeah, then it's... if you don't deal enough damage, he will start with Shadow Flare. Otherwise, he probably goes immediately into Purgatorial Wave, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So...
Purgatorial Wave being his, basically, super move.
So,
it's a lot more
City
noticeable. No, first round.
Yeah, I think if you can really get a lot of hits in next round, it could be a 3 cycle.
Mm.
So on
How
Crystal
many
Chronicles
ads would you hate for me?
So in Crystal Chronicles, at the beginning of this level, there's a chest that has a 1 in 4 chance of dropping what we want. It's Tatsuji no Buki, which is Master's Weapon, and we need to crack that for the rest of the run, and then we'll have all our gear. Sydney got it first try.
Oh my
so
god.
That's a 1 in 4.
Good trap, man.
That's actually pretty interesting. Marathon RNG. Oh,
Rennie was right at the end.
Oh. Yeah, right there you saw she got trapped because of the sheer amount of enemies. And you see it very quickly. You barely have enough time to think about it.
Yeah.
And you just die from the enemies because they're pretty... they are... All of them, or at least the swords guy and the scythe guy, are really nimble. And the spellcasters are usually flying off screen and casting spells. But just because of how quick the swordsman and the scythe guys are, it can be very hard.
Yeah, and no joke, Rennie is definitely easily the most experienced runner of this game, and if she's having a difficult time with this boss, you know it's a hard boss. So, it's definitely not all the runner's fault. Sure.
So real quick on Crystal Chronicles, there's a bit of issue there getting, you have to get that key to the pedestal in the first area, but there's a lot of enemies, so getting it through is sometimes a bit tricky because you drop the keys whenever you get hit. And then to get to this boss to even fight him, you have to kill those 2 guys. There's this kind of a safe-ish spot on the stairs. Hopefully he's not going to do, he has a teleport attack he can do. He's cooperating a lot right now.
Yeah.
He can run away and basically be completely untargetable if he wants to be, but he is cooperating a lot right now.
Yeah. that was basically
You have
perfect boss fight.
succeeded Angeal's spirit.
So,
and
you have no
carry
control
a
over
part
whether
of
he teleports or
Sephiroth
not.
within
It's
you.
just straight up whether or not the
Yeah,
boss
it's
wants to be nice or not.
complete RNG.
Thus the three
In
friends are
general, he
reunited
likes
once
to teleport
again.
less when you stay like on that staircase instead of getting close to him, but he still will just like randomly
And
decide, yeah, I
Loveless
don't like being
is
here, and just move.
reenacted.
And
No. Open your
it's
eyes,
awful.
Genesis.
But this is looking like a solid run from Sydney outside of encounter luck.
When the war of the beasts
2 encounters at
brings
this point
about
is
the
extremely
world's
unlucky.
end.
I've come here
She hasn't
to
gotten
help
Luda
you.
yet, though, so
The goddess descends
knock on
from
wood.
the sky. Wings
So
of
that's
light
another
and
strength
dark
upgrade, I believe.
spread afar.
Yep.
She guides us to bliss. Her gift, everlasting.
What is that?
Another thing we haven't really
The gift
mentioned.
of the goddess.
That's so.
A heavenly boon
Wait,
found
is this one
only
fixed?
in Benora.
This was a fixed
thought
encounter.
the cells were the
Yeah,
gift.
this one always happens.
There are
Yeah.
various interpretations.
Another thing we haven't really mentioned.
I don't
The
understand.
chalice that we carry around
To
has
ponder the
4
mystery
different
is in
main
itself
elements.
a gift.
You have wind, water, fire, and earth.
We will all
Throughout the run,
join
instead
the
of
life
putting the
stream.
chalice onto like pedestals,
You
um,
are
we
no
changed
exception.
the element at on the overworld at the
The
end
planet
of whichever dungeon we're doing.
has become
It's
my
just
guardian.
faster that way. There,
You don't have to
there's this-
sneak out the little pedestal either.
Yeah.
It does give you some minor, like, I believe it protects you against different status ailments a little bit, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think wind makes it so that rock moves don't stagger you or something like that. There's weird stuff like that with it too, but in
It's
general,
not something we
don't
could really control too much of, just because you need specific elements to pass through the miasma stream, which is what you saw us doing right there.
Yeah.
I thought I'd just interject for a second. We do actually do a strat with the Chalice, Celebration Cave, which is a dungeon that's coming later. We have the Chalice at Wind. It's actually, we needed it Wind anyway, but it's convenient because it protects you from the electric attacks the little jellyfish do.
That's what it is, yeah.
That's right. There's another encounter.
Yep. There is also another strat that's like recently been kind of brought up at the end or at the beginning of Goblin Wall 1, where we try to get the Master's Weapon. It's actually faster to put the chalice on the pedestal that's right next to it than to run back to the entrance if we're trying for Master's Weapon a few times. We don't want to be in that situation because we'd rather just get it first try, but that is a tiny little thing to do.
We make the Master Opus here. Sydney should be just continuing on towards the next dungeon. I believe Rinny's doing another attempt at the final boss. So
Yeah, just started her third go at it.
Yeah, we'll let you guys take over.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, she was really close last time. Like, had to have been within like 5
Yeah.
goblin punches.
It wasn't far away anymore.
Yeah.
You guys,
What the heck?
they want my blood, apparently.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, they're... Sheesh. They're all delaying it in a perfect way that even if you dodge the first one, the next one will get
Whoa.
you. And
She just got hit like by 3 of them simultaneously. Like, that's what are you supposed to do?
Probably the worst.
this is
avatar I've
extremely
ever seen.
unlucky right now.
Yeah. Kind of the story of the day in terms of the 2 runners.
You-
Rennie not getting much love from the boss luck.
Yeah, you usually don't even see that kind of fight.
Right. Chat's got your back.
Go, Rinny, go.
So another problem that makes the
Genesis Avatar fight a lot more dangerous is that that Rini lost the Phoenix Down on G Regicide already, because as I said, the claw attack, that one hit her and killed her, and as stated earlier, the claw attack has a really weird delay.
Isn't it? Or no, wait, no, it's percentage, isn't it?
Yeah, it's percentage.
Yeah.
I need to away from the other enemies.
Probably the best example today of how, even if you're at low health, the percentage is still only going to get you pretty much to the same point you were already at. So it's lucky that a lot of the big attacks like that are percentage based in that manner.
Mm. Okay, so 107 damage. That's really. It's just the percentage of what was left.
Right.
And now here, it'll probably be a 4 cycle. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
But if that should happen. Huh?
Good.
Yeah, if that should happen, then between the next 2 cycles, Genesis Avatar will use Flare, which Flare and Ultima have the same kind of animation. One is a little bit more red, which is Flare, and Ultima is basically white greenish. The problem with those is that the dodge timing, just like for Drain and Silent, is relatively counterintuitive. So what you would do is either really learn the dodge timing, which is really hard. I myself don't like dodging it.
You can also just
Or you can guard it, because usually you can only guard attacks from the front, but for attacks like that, it doesn't really matter too much because it's all over the field. So instead of taking, I don't even know how much damage exactly it deals, but Flare, I think it does 700 damage with M Barrier. He didn't actually do that. That's interesting.
A nice note, Rennie was waiting until the very last second to try to cast Barrier and M-Barrier before the sword came down, so it's not running out by the end of the time that the sword's down. It's an important thing to know, not just casting it right away when you can.
Because if you cast it early before the sword is down, you would basically waste the downtime.
Right.
Just like 10 to 15 seconds, and that can be crucial because
Man, they are
usually
just
you're
ganging up on
busy.
me. This is hard.
Yeah.
You're busy punching that sword, and you most of the time can't really watch the barrier and M-barrier status on the top left. Okay, this looks like 5 cycle.
Yeah.
It's not too bad. It's better than dying. Either way. So here, right here, he's gonna use Flare. The hit timing is very late though. In this case, she got hit, but he saw 800 damage. Luckily, she survived that.
Another Purgatorial Wave.
Let me actually refresh. I'm a few seconds behind. Didn't change anything.
Alright. This should be the final stretch here of the fight.
Yeah, there are probably like 2 or 3 punches left at this point. So...
Okay, finally coming up.
Yeah, very good. Alright.
Nice.
Yeah, Ghoul-Ash, if you want to talk about some stuff for a couple minutes. Kotomi-san, Nifun.
So I see there's already a split on Kreisco. The run is not over yet. There is one more fight. But
Sorry, my bad, I panicked.
I wish it was over.
So the last fight, it's a lot easier than the fight we just had, but it's
still
not
scary.
it's still scary because Genesis is very nimble. He can do crits if he hits you from the back, just like you can crit other enemies. And here's a few attacks that are very strong, being homing, and Flash usually doesn't hit you. Yeah, Flash can be painful, but it's very well telegraphed, so you're usually able to dodge it. And then there's this attack where I can't recall the name, where he summons swords. That one can be devastating if you're not able to dodge it properly. And just in general, after
the attack can be painful too.
Yeah, a dancing sword. And after every costly punch, he has a chance to just counter you immediately, either with a sword or with a kick. You don't want to have either of those, but for that matter, you usually want to do a costly punch and then dodge right after, just to not get hit.
So
Or you can
interesting
take the hit
fact
or dodge immediately.
about going to this fight that I learned during No Curse Ring you get a full heal. So you're set to 100% of everything.
Oh, I didn't know that either. Oh, that's really helpful, yeah. So on emulator, there's actually a tiny difference here because on emulator the fight loads faster. Oh, okay, it's apparently possible on console. That's why I wasn't sure. So you saw that Rini got that one punch in before he enchanted his sword, and during that enchantment he has armor that he can't take any damage. He's basically just invincible.
So yeah, Maelstrom time, like final time, is coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. Me on that last hit against the sword.
Rennie, just a reminder to call out when you're done.
Yeah. And done.
Yeah, that's a
great job.
What was that avatar?
Yes.
Yeah, way to get through it.
It's Kotombi
Right.
starts, right?
Yes.
Kotombi, Hajime.